Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real time news updates, in depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. All right, folks, and that is it. Party's over. Happy Friday. It is Friday, June 27, 2025. I want to say thank you so much for joining me for Coffee in Tow, World News on the Go. 4 hours filled with news from all around the world, great conversation and music. Coffee in Tow streams live weekdays starting at 9 a.m. on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play. Keep it logged on to www.QMZRadio.com for that good music to get you through your day. You can also catch us live on madmusichouse.com, any genre, anytime. And you can hear us on JanoRadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station. Don't forget to download the Jano Radio app. It is available in your Apple and Google Play stores. Jano Radio, take us on the go. We're live on TikTok starting at 9:15 a.m. Eastern and 9:35 a.m. Eastern. We are live on YouTube. Don't forget to subscribe, folks. If you're on TikTok, just go to the bio and click the link so that you can subscribe, become a Coffee in Tow subscriber on YouTube. And we also invite you to subscribe to Coffee in Tow right here on TikTok. We have some exclusive content coming up. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food, 100% organic, all-natural skincare products and hair care products. Visit www.lormelskinfood.com for a natural, beautiful you. And Coffee in Tow is also brought to you in part by Grand Coffee House. From our farms to your cups, shop today. Visit www.grandcoffeehouse.com and get 20% off all coffee products. Use the code CoffeeInTow20 at checkout. All right. I want to say thank you once again. Thank you. Happy Friday. We made it to the end of another. Yeah, I'm grateful. And guess what? The month of June is coming to a close. Yep. Today's the 27th. Can you believe that? We're almost halfway through the year. Just need to go a little faster. All right, let's do a quick check-in. Mr. Adesoji over there in the wonderful country that conquered the world. How's it going?
Yes. We're in the imperial capital of great, mighty Britain.
How is King Charles III doing?
The king is doing very well.
May he forever live.
Yeah, may he forever rule over us. Yes.
Long live King Charles III, and may he forever live over us.
Here.
Thank you, Sharon. Dr. Sharon is not happy with me, okay? So yesterday, Dr. Sharon put up a video of her dog, Jewel. Adesoji. Jewel Jewel has her own TikTok page. Jewel is gorgeous, right? I love Jewel. I'm threatening to, take Jewel away because I don't think her mom is treating her right. You know what I mean, Anastasia? So Dr. Sharon puts up a video showing Jewel, you know, all up and down in the grass. And I know that feeling of disgust and annoyance, and you're upset because she just spent, a pretty penny having her groomed and smelling
Oh, the dog was
good.
frolicking.
Yes, she was being a puppy. She's doing what puppies do. So Dr. Sharon puts up a video and I am laughing. I put up the laughing emojis. And Dr. Sharon's response is, ma'am, this is not funny. And I can just hear the tone in her voice as she's writing the response.
Girl, he was rolling. I'm like, why? We literally just came back from the groomers. I'm like, this is what you do after all my daggone money I spent.
Never done that. Listen. We used to have they died from old age. We had a Bichon Frise and we had a miniature poodle. And the minute you take them from the groomers and then you say, okay, let's go for a little walk, it was the same thing in the grass. The same. I'm like, if I have you unkept, then I get reported. But what's the use if this is what you're gonna do? So I feel your pain, but I found it funny.
Oh my gosh. Oh.
And these groomers ain't cheap, right? So do you take them to the groomers or do you have the groomers come to you?
No, they do have a mobile unit, but I took her.
Okay.
I took her there. Yeah.
I would have them come to listen. It's funny in our neighborhood. There are 2 days out of the week when you see so many groomer vans pulled up in driveways. But yeah, I feel you. I feel you. I feel your pain. Don't. Dogs. She's a puppy. She doesn't understand yet.
Oh,
Be gentle with her.
you're supposed to sit down nice and prim and proper with the legs crossed. I just spend all this money at the groomers and you come roll around in the dirt.
She's supposed to be ladylike.
Ladylike.
Yeah, I get it.
Absolutely.
I'll have a conversation with her. I'll have to have a conversation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Many thanks.
Ja, where's Ja? Where did Ja disappear to?
I'm right here.
You right here? You home today?
Yeah, I'm home today.
Why you sound like that? Sinus is still acting up?
Yeah, the Sahara dust is here.
Never mind, girl. Never mind.
So we got the headache in the same spot from yesterday. It's just not throbbing right now.
Oh wow. Oh wow. I'm sorry to hear it, Ja. And a soldier, see if you can help out, Ja. See if you can help her out.
Hopefully you get better because of the day.
You went real deep for that one. Real low. Ja, hope you feel better. Ja ain't even responding to that one. So she really down under. Never mind, Ja. You soon feel better. Alexa, wagwan pan the rock. I'm on the rock. What's up?
Those. Listen, the same thing that's over by Ja is over here. Man, we haven't had clear skies in a few days. It's the dust, and the heat. I don't know. I think we really did Mother Earth dirty, and she's just doing us bad.
Yeah, is what she
Yeah, like I'm gonna do what I did to the dinosaurs with you guys if you don't
get it together.
Fix it. Yeah.
She's gonna put some time out.
I'm listening to the news and I'm hearing because it's graduation season, and I'm hearing where over you guys' place people have heat stroke, them have to cancel the graduation, them and all of these things, and I'm like,
oh, people are canceling graduations. I didn't know that.
No. Yeah, I was listening to the news and one graduation had to be canceled like straight because paramedics had to come in and
Oh wow,
With that.
people were having like heat stroke and thing.
that's news to me.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's madness. They're
Folks, be
saying like
careful.
the heat is crazy. I mean, and summer don't start yet. Like
Wow.
it not start yet. So especially for my old folks, I have to be hydrating them, keeping them cool
Yeah.
and thing.
Mhm.
They love go up on the little veranda. Me have to say no, come inside because the heat no nice.
So
No
you
nice.
guys don't put fans outside on the veranda to blow on them because
No, even if you go out there with the fan, it's just hot here circulating. It's like a mask, if I can say that.
Okay.
It's just like a big mask, you know? So it's
Wow.
crazy, you guys. All I'm saying is keep hydrated, keep out of the sun, stack up on the sunscreen. Come and get you understand, so when you're in a building, you can still have effects. So just be careful out there, please.
Thank you for letting us know that's going on. Thank you. See, we don't have well, I'm not aware of everything, so yeah, I'm grateful for that. Yes, folks, hydrate, 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 and be careful. Be super careful. You know,
Read the chat.
hold on, let me see. Well, go on, yes, sir. Yes, and yesterday a woman blocked our highway for 6 hours with a pew pew and a launcher. Hold on a second. Joe, what a backside.
She literally, I'm so glad I wasn't at work because it's one of the highway I use. So apparently she ran into the back of a truck.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know what she was going through, but she put a lawn chair in the middle of what is it, 6 lanes or 5 lanes, Dr. Sharon? Okay.
5 lane.
I think it's 5 lanes. She sat in a lawn chair in the middle with a pew pew for 6 hours.
You lie.
And
No,
I
man.
mean,
That,
I am, and she, unfortunately, they had to stop the highway on both sides, but they didn't even. Here's the good thing that came out of it. I guess they must have watched Straw, because I've never seen H-Town Popos act in the empathy that they did with this person. They even have pictures of them giving her a hug after whatever they said allowed her to just give up.
she's a person of
Actually,
color.
she is, and they blocked her picture, so you don't even know how she looked, but you can just tell that she's dark skinned.
And elderly too.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
So I'm like, they must have been watching Tyler Perry's movie or something. The empathy was just there, which was just very shocking.
You know what? Thank God for that, Jack. Even if they didn't watch it, we want to thank God for that approach, because too often we don't hear about favorable endings, right? Whenever the cops are involved with mental issues, when there are episodes. So we have to be very grateful and thank God for that. And that needs to be more prevalent across the country. You know,
I'm wondering if it is that my tea kettle. Yeah, I'm wondering if it's because it was in the middle of a highway versus they go into someone's neighborhood like they've been doing in the past, right? Whatever it is, she was able to walk away from it, and they actually have pictures of the police officers giving her a hug.
Thank God. Thank God.
What was the brand of the launcher?
I just told you. Go make a cup of Earl Grey tea and put some peppermint drops in there for Javed for me, please.
Moment, did you guys ever discuss that movie though?
Straw? Yeah, we spoke about it.
Oh.
Yeah, we had what, last week or the week before we spoke about it.
We had like 2 conversations and 2 separate days about it. Yeah.
Mixed emotions. How it affected some, some of us versus others. Oh, by the way, folks, listen. Today we have a goal, a tap-up goal for TikTok. We have a tap-up goal. Our goal is, we're behind. I should have said this earlier. We're closing out today with 50,000 taps. Tapping is free. Tapping is free. So get to tapping so we can push coffee into, into people's FYP. Just want to say that. Yeah, but we're living in serious times, and here's the thing. Whew, people are tired, people are frustrated, people are stressed, people are losing hope. There are people who are just very fragile all around, right? And I get it. I get it. Not everyone has a support system. Not everyone has an outlet. So we really have to be empathetic and have compassion for for what they're going through. People are acting out in different ways. So yesterday, and as I'm saying that, I'm thinking about a video I came across yesterday. And I was annoyed when I saw the video. I was very annoyed. The reason, the content, I was like, hold on. That is on the side of corn. Now, we can't say what the other word is, so we have to switch out letters, switch out the C to P, and you know what I'm talking about. So in the video, the lady, she's young. She's young. She's Jamaican. And she has been creating quite a stir lately. Well, should I say lately? But yeah, she's been creating a stir on social media. And she's eating some wafers or what looks like some narrow crackers. And she has something on her face. Hair and hair and hair. Use your imagination because I can't be graphic. So she's standing in front of the camera and she proceeds to wipe off her face and put it on the cracker and wipe off her face and put it on the cracker and take it off her nose and put it on the cracker and proceeds to eat. So I sent the video to Tasha and I said, you see how life and pretty much said, let me no want to misquote myself. Let me tell you exactly what I put in the text. Me say, WTF, is she crazy? And then they want to flag me with violations. I was like, really, WTF, you have somebody. And if it's not that on her face, she has put something there to simulate something from corn. And then this morning and a while ago now, I flashed back to it and I say, you know something? We all act out in different ways. We all act out in different ways. Some of us are able to control, exercise self-control, display emotional intelligence, know when we need an intervention, know when we need to talk to somebody to seek help. Others have zero clue. And then when you read the comments, right, that's disturbing too. And it makes me realize that we have some serious mental health issues and they're more prevalent than we could imagine. Yeah, you might hear me joke around here and say, okay, I'm going to open up an OF account, blase, 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 right? You'll hear me joke around and say that. But when I read the comments under that video and other videos that I have seen circulating, a lot of women are encouraging the behavior. And they excuse and encourage the behavior for the mighty dollar bill. Get your money, girl. Yes, get your money. No worry about what people say. I hate them. I hate fine, yo. So did a little more digging and got a better understanding. There's trauma. And what that person needs is help. And I wish many of us would really check ourselves and see if we're truly helping someone by telling them to continue the behavior because you're making money from the behavior. So don't worry about anything. Instead of saying, having some compassion, saying, okay, I understand, but we need you to get help. Alexa said a lot of them do it for the likes and follows. So you feel, Alexa, that it's not necessarily that there is an issue, a mental health issue?
No, a lot of weirdos are on here. A lot of mentally challenged, a lot of people like that are on here. I'm going to tell you because, like, let us admit this much. COVID kind of brought things out of the woodwork and threw it in our faces. And this app is where a lot of people came and showed these things and still are doing it. So you're right. Mental TikTok is showing you how important mental health is. But then you have another set of people who literally are doing this for the shock and for the ooh and how taboo things are. But they do it they do it for the wow factor, for the likes, for the follow. It's no joke. People out here are monetizing this type of behavior. You understand me? And it's beyond me how people are drawn to it. Moments. Look how many snippets of your talk show you have up, right? The little videos up that show key points in the discussions that we have throughout the day. And look how low the likes and the shares and stuff are on that, right? But if I come on and do as I say, if they were doing something like what the lady was doing or even close to it, you know how many likes and shares you'd get and comments? Our society has become a set of people who, and I'm talking the worldwide society, has become a set of people who gravitate towards stuff like this. And I won't tell you say it's everybody, but the mass, it's crazy. The mass. It's almost like you give them a shot of adrenaline when they watch a video like this. It's crazy. It goes back to, I think it was yesterday, with the thing with Ja, when Ja says we have to stop sharing these type of videos. We can discuss it, describe it, but stop sharing it because then it's like you're feeding into the mainstream of, if I get the word right, debunkery, something like that. Is that the right word?
I don't even know, you know.
So it's serious, girlfriend. It's crazy.
Debauchery. That's what you're trying to say? Debauchery?
Thank you, Ja. Debauchery.
I mean, but we saw it even here. Monday, you had like 50 something people in the room when we were just discussing relationship things. But ever since you started back with the news, we've had less people in the space.
I said, let me tell you something. That's the thing about me, you know. I guess I'm different. Me need to check myself into a lab and see if I need to be rewired.
No, you don't, because you are doing you. We are authentic in this space. We don't just come in here to get people to like us or not like us. We're discussing news. And they're just sometimes where the news is just too much for us. So we go and discuss other things. That's right. We are doing us. We are not doing this for the likes. And even though, you know, you said we're trying to get up to X amount of likes or whatever, it's still not important because next week can come and we say one thing and they're going to take you off the algorithm again. And you're going to start back at the bottom again.
Yes, Ja. That is how crazy the algorithm is. That's what, like, I was shocked the other day when I saw it. I was like, why? Look at the algorithm at work.
So go ahead, Ada. So you go ahead.
Okay, so think of it as the library. You go to the library, certain books stay on the shelf. They've got sections. There's barely, the only time that section gets love if the duster comes in and they clean that spot. but then certain aspects of the same library gets visited time and time and time again. I need no what's the word, picture to give you to tell you what section that is. So you continue to do what you're doing, and those that will find you will find you. Like my people would say in Yoruba, they would say, Basi obenu ekwepa. Enitoba you, which is, you know the granite pods? You know those granite pods? When you break them, you see two nuts in there. So the thing is, my people believe if you have two of that, and that is the only thing meant for you to satisfy you, you will be satisfied and you will find nourishment from it. You don't have to eat an entire crop.
Right.
But there are people that will continue to eat that crop and crop, but never get satisfied. Those are the people with your multiple likes, and because at the end of the day, it doesn't add up to anything. It doesn't better your life. It's endless secular entertainment that does nothing to garnish what you know, who you are. It doesn't grow you. It doesn't. Are you?
Yeah, and I'm glad you said that, Adesoji, because for me, when I go into a space, right, I want to walk away having learned something, right? There has to be something. There has to be a takeaway. For me, that's me. Yes, I do have my moments when me careless and what this and thing, but that cannot be the norm. It can't be the norm. And I think that is what is happening. That's exactly what's happening. And I get it, folks. All work and no play makes Jack and Jill. Make Jack and Jill dull. And I'm not saying no. Trust me. Me have my moments when I want to have some belly aching laughter. But there are some things that I think are just unnecessary. Certain behaviors, and not everything we have to put on social media. I hear some people talking about some things about their life, and I'm like, Jesus, 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 help them. Please, somebody get them a therapist quickly. Everything they are bringing to social media. Everything. And I'm like, when do we push back and say, okay, come on now, reel it in? And the more you do, and the more you get is the more you do to get more. You know, years ago when we were living in Atlanta, and I remember one evening, Mira Solo, her ex-husband, and my husband, we were sitting in the dining room and we were chatting. And I remember her ex-husband saying, I don't want to be wealthy. Because I believe when you're wealthy, you get bored and then you start to do some crazy things. I'm not going to check it for a second. I'm going to check it. Some rich people and some wealthy people. You ever pay attention to some of the things they do? You're like, okay. Okay. We raise our eyebrows, we roll our eyes, our jaws drop in disbelief. Money, the love of money is the root of all evil. We'll do anything to get it. And when we get it and we've done everything to get it and we're bored, we start going way out. Way out. I don't know. But and that for me too signals that there's a cry for help. For me, that's a signal that there's a cry for help. There is a cry for help. And if you have the money, use it to get the help, right? Use it to get the help, folks. No. One more thing before we get started. So this came upon my, and I'm just apparently this has been going on for 2 days, but it's just coming up on my FYP on TikTok. So I want to talk about this. So came across these videos where people are expressing disgust with Beyonce. And the indigenous are very upset with her, the Buffalo Soldier. Now, the only thing I know about Buffalo Soldier is what your name? What your song? Buffalo Soldier, dreadlocks, Rasta. Bob Marley, right?
Yeah, Bob Marley.
All right, hold on. Let me pull it up. Come on. If the song now play sometime and I remember the words, ain't that funny? What is that thing? In
You
the
on
heart
YouTube?
of America. No, I'm going. Yeah, I'm on YouTube. I'm not going to play the song. I'm pulling up the words, the lyrics, so that I can. Reading is different from playing the
Gotcha.
song. All right,
Stolen
so
from Africa, brought to America,
all right,
fighting on arrival, fighting for survival.
all right. So Buffalo Soldier, dreadlocks, Rasta. There was a Buffalo Soldier in the heart of America, stolen from Africa, brought to America, fighting on arrival, fighting for survival. I mean it. When I analyze the stench, to me, it makes a lot of sense. How the dreadlock Rasta was the Buffalo Soldier, and he was taken from Africa, brought to America, fighting on arrival, fighting for survival. Said he was a Buffalo Soldier, dreadlocks Rasta, Buffalo Soldier in the heart of America. If you know your history, then you would know where you're coming from. Then you wouldn't have to ask me, who the heck do I think I am? I'm just a Buffalo Soldier in the heart of America, stolen from Africa, brought to America, said he was fighting on arrival, fighting for survival, said he was a Buffalo Soldier, win the war for America. Buffalo Soldier trotting through the land, said he wanna run. Then you want a hand, trotting through the land. Said he was a Buffalo Soldier, win the war for America. Buffalo Soldier, dreadlock Rasta, fighting on arrival, fighting for survival, driven from the mainland to the heart of the Caribbean, trotting through San Juan in the arms of America, trotting through Jamaica, a Buffalo Soldier, fighting on arrival, fighting for survival, Buffalo Soldier, dreadlock Rasta. So, jumped on Google, looked up the history of the Buffalo Soldier. So, as much as I have heard that song many times, sang the song many times, I was never, and I'm being honest, I was never moved to look up the history of the Buffalo Soldiers. Art Alexa, what was they promised them? Oh, okay. All right. So I was never inspired, never moved, never motivated, never interested to look up the story of the Buffalo Soldiers. But this morning, I was moved. All right. So here we go. According to Google, and I'm going to do this part before I go to the videos I came across on social media. So, according to Google, the Buffalo Soldiers were African American soldiers primarily serving on the Western frontier after the Civil War from 1866 to the early 20th century. They earned their nickname, believed to be given by Native American tribes for their bravery and fighting prowess, with some attributing it to their hair texture resembling a buffalo's mane or their fierce fighting style, formation, and service. In 1866, Congress authorized the formation of 6 all-black regiments in the U.S. Army, which were later reduced to 4, the 9th and 10th Cavalry Regiments and the 24th and 25th Infantry Regiments. These regiments were tasked with maintaining order on the expanding western frontier, protecting settlers, and engaging in conflicts with Native American tribes. They participated in numerous campaigns against various tribes, including the Apache, Cheyenne, Kiowa, and Comanche. Beyond combat, buffalo soldiers also served as some of the first national park rangers, protecting Yosemite and Sequoia national parks. They built roads, escorted mail, and performed other vital tasks in the West. They also served in overseas conflicts, including the Spanish American War and the Philippine American War. Their legacy: the Buffalo Soldiers faced discrimination and prejudice, yet served with distinction and earned numerous accolades, including 23 Medals of Honor. Their bravery and resilience in the face of adversity helped pave the way for the integration and civil rights advancements within the military and society. The Ninth and 10th Cavalry Regiments are now part of the 1st Cavalry Division, stationed at Fort Cavazos, Texas, according to the Army document. The legacy of the Buffalo Soldiers continues to inspire and be honored through various commemorations and historical sites. Now, there are some videos that I cannot play because they're loaded with expletives, and of course, we're streaming live on internet radio and on YouTube. If it were TikTok alone, I would have been able to do so. So these are the ones I was able to hold on to. Let's see here.
So I didn't know if I wanted to talk about this shirt that Beyonce wore about the Buffalo Soldiers and this concerning paragraph in the shirt. There are already great videos from Black creators, other Indigenous creators, Afro-Indigenous creators talking about this, giving their analysis and their critique on it. I highly recommend you guys go look for those videos and watch it. I guess I wanted to also give my input as an Indigenous person. This quote: "Their antagonists were the enemies of peace, order, and settlement, warring Indians, bandits, cattle thieves, murderous gunmen, bootleggers, trespassers, and Mexican revolutionaries," isn't only extremely outdated, but this is straight from US imperialist propaganda. That language justified genocide, land theft, and violent expansion. And this isn't the first time that Beyonce has leaned into American nationalism in her art either. We literally talked about this, a month ago, a couple of months ago? I don't know. Time is weird. She is a multimillionaire. Her and her family are extremely wealthy and privileged. They are not affected by current American policies. They are not affected by the current political climate. And she and her family have not spoken up at all about what is going on because it doesn't matter to them. This is not liberation. This is not honoring history. This is alignment with empire. We can acknowledge the history of the Buffalo Soldiers. We can acknowledge that they are a part of Black American history. And they were also used by the US military to carry out violence against Indigenous people. We can also acknowledge that the Buffalo Soldiers were also victims of the US empire, fighting, sacrificing their lives for a racist imperialist government, being separated from their families, facing racism and discrimination from their white counterparts. The point of learning history, of learning these historical figures, isn't to glorify them. The point of learning about the past is that so we don't repeat it in the future. We learn about what our ancestors did, what they have gone through, the sacrifices they had to make in order to survive the systems that they were living in order to understand the systems that we currently live in today, and what we can do to make sure that shit doesn't happen again. Whether from the Buffalo Soldiers or the 5 indigenous tribes that aligned with the Confederacy during the Civil War and practiced slavery, we learned that marginalized communities were pitted against each other in the name of US imperialism. Being oppressed by the state does not erase the harm committed while serving that same state. Lateral violence is very real, and we do it to each other, either not by our choice, either we're forced to do it, or we do it willingly. Like, what the fuck is it with people trying to bring up the 5 indigenous tribes, 5 out of hundreds and thousands that did shitty things like practice slavery and aligned with the Confederacy? Okay, so that justifies the genocide of indigenous people? Like, what are we doing here? This is not analyzing history. This is not taking critique. This is just, again, doing the work of the US empire. Native people were labeled as enemies of peace for trying to defend their homelands. This language still persists today in how resistance is vilified, both here in Turtle Island and in Palestine. We have to hold space for these uncomfortable truths. We can honor the courage and resilience of our ancestors while refusing to glorify the imperial missions they were sent on. We must name the ways that oppressed people have been pitted against each other by the US empire, both then and now, and reject narratives that erase the complexity of our shared histories. So I did.
Right, hang tight.
If a Latino told you that African Americans were the enemies of peace, order, and settlement, would you defend that? If an indigenous person told you that African Americans were the enemies of peace, order, and settlement, would you defend that? If an Asian American told you that African Americans were the enemies of peace, order, and settlement, would you defend that? If a white person told you that African Americans were the enemies of peace, order, and settlement, would you defend that? Because apparently you would. And mind you, this isn't a situation where a Fox News reporter got the facts wrong and, tapped into their massage and war bag. Like, nah, this is just a situation where Beyonce is wrong for doing this. She's 100% in the wrong for not vetting this and for even showing up, popping out with that shirt on in the first place. And yet, still, excuses, false equivalencies run amok. There's even talk about how Native Americans own slaves. And I'm not denying that some Native Americans own slaves, because that's objectively true. But the way that this talking point is being used, especially in this moment, is so funny to me because it's coming from the same group of people that hated when other races and ethnic groups categorize all Black people as one monolithic group. And the same group of people who hate when that happens are the exact same people categorizing all Native Americans as one monolithic group. Mind you, we're talking about thousands of tribes with their own customs, languages, and ways of thinking. And yet, we're just going to conveniently put them all into one monolithic group to say that they all did this.
Well, I know a whole lot.
They were all engaged in this. Therefore, Beyonce's actions are excused in full. I also love hearing the excuse that this Buffalo Soldiers t-shirt was taken from a website, written by AI, and Beyonce didn't release the merch. Like, that doesn't make it worse because you're a Beyonce fan. When have you known Beyonce to half-ass anything? You know this. I know this. Her and her team are well known to vet everything, to go over every single meticulous detail. That's what makes her albums amazing, her art amazing, her music amazing, her stage presence and performances amazing. And yet she let this slide and then didn't even add in the nuance of the Buffalo Soldiers and how they were enslaved and psychologically set up to fight for the U.S. empire, which makes the whole thing so much more worse and horrible when you really put it into context, when you add in the nuance of white people putting an enslaved, oppressed class against another enslaved, oppressed class, all to benefit white people at the end. But no, accountability must be dodged because Beyonce is dropping a rock album next. So prepare for nothing else to come out of this but excuses, false equivalences, and talking points that just lack nuance entirely.
All right, hang tight. Hold on.
Hi, as your family neighborhood political scientist, I do want to talk about Buffalo Soldiers and context because people are talking in an uproar, but it just really seems like their anger is really just with Beyonce and not Buffalo Soldiers. So let's get into it. Number one, let's go through a timeline. I want to let you know, I think it's 1864 Emancipation Proclamation, 1865 Civil War ends, 1865 Juneteenth happens, 1866 Buffalo Soldiers emerge. So I think it's 1864. We're going to say 1863 to 1865, the country was letting Black people free. Like, let's just say for between those 2 years, it was time to tell all the slaves that they were free people and they were citizens. Okay, cool. We got that. From there, we have Buffalo Soldiers. Now, I want to talk about context. It would take a quick Google search to do any type of research, but I don't think y'all do research nowadays. Just to look up, were Buffalo Soldiers forced to be in the military? Were they forced to be infantrymen? Were they forced to be Buffalo Soldiers? And obviously, it's going to say no. Nobody was forced to do that. But it's going to provide you some context of like what it was like being a Black man a year after slavery. You just had shackles on your feet. You got whips and chains and brands on your body. You can't get a job because they won't hire you nowhere. You can go work on master's land again for 2 cents an hour, or you can go work for the military. And you can go make a living wage, go get an education, and have a stable life and take care of your family. You could do that, right? So that's what they do. That's what those Buffalo Soldiers do. Now, I do also want to bring in some more context. Buffalo Soldiers, look up how old they were. They were all young men. I'm talking early 20s. I'm talking our young niggas. Talking YNs. I'm talking the youngest. I'm talking 16. Some of them lied and said that they was 20, 25, but they was 15 trying to go make some money so that if you know, you know. Now, to get on this internet and condemn them as if you were them is very disrespectful to me, right? Like, obviously, anybody's enemies of peace, obviously, the U.S. imperialist group, the white supremacist group thinks that their enemies of peace are native settlers, Mexican refugees, and all that. These are uneducated, illiterate Black men who are probably no older than 25 years old. Frontal lobes probably aren't developed, who are part of this. And they're the most probably impoverished people walking around barefoot in 1865. Like, you guys are out of your mind. Like, these people were slaves, like 1864. You know? Do I think that they're above critique? No. But do I think that there is some empathy that should be displayed here? Yes. Do I think there is another Black veteran group that you could have put on a t-shirt? No. I think it's really messed up for y'all to be talking about these probably back in the day young black men, or white ends of today, are young Black men who are in that spot of influence, impact, and advantage. Like, our Black men at those ages are always taken advantage of. And you have leftists on here screaming at Beyonce because she's Beyonce wearing a Buffalo Soldiers hat. But I mean, a Buffalo Soldiers t-shirt. But guess what? It made everybody go do their research on parts of their history that they're not proud of. That's also another thing to think about. We don't have to be proud of the Buffalo Soldiers, but we need to know our history, because no one's ever made that correlation. How the young Black man, 17 to 25, is the most impressionable, influenced, and taken advantage person in this country by their own peers, by their own community, by other people, by counterparts, the whole damn thing. We see it in history. Black men go to war, they commit war crimes for the USA, and come here and get treated like shit. Like, it's literally a known fact. I'm not saying like Black men purposely like go across the seas and commit war crimes on purpose, and I'm not saying all that, but white men do the same. White men do the same, and they get to be proud about their history the whole time. And I'm not saying we should be proud about it, because I want to be above that. But I do want to say it is very annoying that you guys are being purposefully ignorant about Buffalo Soldiers. Because if you can't think what the climate was in 1866, 1865, is unfair. I also want to throw in there, what if her lineage comes through Buffalo Soldiers? Is she evil now? Is she an evil capitalist billionaire now? And don't get me wrong, like, I want to leave this with you guys. Anybody who could make the narrative about Beyonce and Buffalo Soldiers in this climate of politics does not truly care about the social ideals that they say they do. Because if they cared about social ideals, they would be talking about Iran and Iraq, and they would be comparing all the Middle Eastern countries. They would be going through conversation pieces with you on what's going on in the Middle East, why is it happening, this, that, the third. But no, they're getting on here making discourse about Beyonce and Buffalo Soldiers, when all reality, there's a lot more things at risk due to we might be in a war than Beyonce wearing a Buffalo Soldiers t-shirt. And I know that sounds really disrespectful, but there is a lot of food for thought that goes around things like that.
All right. I'll save my comments for last. Cha, go right ahead. And then Alexia, go ahead, Cha.
So I wasn't aware of all the hoopla going around this. And let me just preface this with, I am not a beehiver or whatever her fans are. Let me just say
Right.
that.
Right.
But I live in Houston, Texas. Houston, Texas has a Buffalo Soldier Museum. Okay? With that being said, because it was Juneteenth, one, we have an actual museum here with information from families that have been carried down from generation to generation. I don't understand what the issue is. Again, for me, this is just something else to keep our minds distracted from what's going on in the world today. And that's basically all I have to say. That shirt, I'm sure she got from the museum here in Houston, Texas, which is her. I don't even know if she was born here, but I just know this is Houston. Is a beehive town.
Yeah.
So I yield.
Thank you, John. Alexia, go right ahead.
Me don't say it in a chat, no. Beyonce need to go rest her front. Like if she not go come do something but worthwhile, just go and shake your little self in your one piece on the stage, little girl. Cause real people out there are living in some real situations, and you coming to stir all these emotions with your wannabe revolutionary stick, it not gonna work. Yeah, it work political laga at them where I follow back at you, or notice you, or watch you, right? And she needs to come do something more profound, something where go better the people. You get me? Where you come with this for? As just say, it's a distraction. It's a distraction from some real things we're going on right now.
Wait, I didn't say she distracted. I said
no. I'm saying the situation is a distraction.
I don't think
situation. Hold on, John. Let Alexia finish. Go ahead, Alexia.
I'm saying the thing is a distraction. I'm not saying that I'm not saying that intentionally used as a distraction. I'm saying it is being a distraction. You get what I say? From real things that are happening now on the ground. Right? If she now got add value to situations of the current situations that are going on, lady, just go do what you do best. Just go do what you do best, right? A lot of people now know what going on with the Buffalo Soldiers, yes. But is it going to help the current situation? No. We are literally ostracized one set of people right now who done when they go through issues from day one. Right? So I'm just saying.
All right. You wanted to respond, John?
So I honestly don't agree with what Alexia just said. And why I'm saying that is I am a person that walk around with sayings on my shirt. I have this dress that I literally wore this week, and on front of it, it has the Queen of Spades. And on it, and it says Queen. And I was in the hospital, and this YT lady turned around and said, "Oh my God, that is so beautiful. I never saw something like that." She said, "Why are you wearing that?" I said, "Because I believe in what it says. I am a queen." And she told her husband, "Turn around, look at that. That is so beautiful." And all it was is a simple dress with the Queen of Spades, an actual playing card, and it says Queen. I can say things, I can allow a person to think about things without me verbally having to express anything, just from me physically putting it on. And if she wore a Buffalo Soldier shirt on Juneteenth, good, so be it, because there's a lot of people to this day that still don't know what Juneteenth is. So if her just wearing that allows a person to look it up, then so be it. The other thing, when it comes to history, everybody has their side of the story in history, okay? She gave you the Buffalo Soldier side, period, point blank. That's it for me. And like I said, I am not a beehiver, but I am a woman that I put on certain clothing that will say something to you if you look at me, but I don't verbally have to say anything to you. You know where I'm thinking and where I'm coming from. I yield.
All right. Thank you for that. Jack, go ahead, Adesoji.
Just need a bit of context. Why? Where did she wear the T-shirt?
On
Yeah.
stage. So at the front is the image that says
Okay.
the Buffalo Soldiers and an image of them. On the back, I'm going to read what is on the back of the T-shirt. The
Okay.
Buffalo Soldiers. Blacks have played a far greater role in American military history than most people could ever imagine. Perhaps no other unit personifies both the remarkable achievements and significant obstacles that were overcome than the Buffalo Soldiers. For a generation following the Civil War, two regiments of black cavalry, the 9th and the 10th, served continuously on the western frontier. These units were comprised of black soldiers who wanted to remain in the United States Army after the Civil War. Their service on the Great Plains during these 20 years was as invaluable as it was unrecognized. In thousands of pages, the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th Cavalry, great regiments all, rode and fought their way to glory. But the black troopers were usually dismissed with a bare mention, ignored completely, or their efforts were usually dismissed with a bare mention, or their efforts mocked. These regiments, commanded by white officers and operating under intense disadvantages, difficulty in obtaining officers, prejudicial treatment by higher army officials concerning equipment, assignments, and camp policy, and prejudice in frontier towns, nevertheless, developed into remarkable fighting units during their extensive engagement on the southern plains. Called all sorts of names, most of them insulting, by various groups, the men of these two regiments were dubbed Buffalo Soldiers by their Indian opponents. They were proud of this title, and the most prominent feature of the called all sorts of names, most of them insulting by various groups. The men of these two regiments were dubbed Buffalo Soldiers by their Indian opponents. They were proud of this title, and the most prominent feature of the 10th Cavalry's regiment crest was the figure of a buffalo. Their antagonists were the enemies of peace, order, and settlement. Warring Indians, bandits, cattle thieves, murderous gunmen, bootleggers, trespassers, and Mexican revolutionaries. All these they met many times and with success, regardless of extremes of climate and terrain that ranged from the broken, rugged, and torrid Big Bend of Texas to the rolling plains, banned lands, and sub-freezing temperatures of South Dakota. Many a frontier official owned his life and his job to the support given him by these black men in blue, and many more farmers and ranchers slept soundly in their beds because a thin line of black troopers guarded them from harm. Now, there is another part that I cannot read because it's blurred out. However, go ahead, Adasos, before I say what I have to say.
No, the stuff you're reading, where are you reading it from?
It's what was it's printed on the back of the T-shirt that
On the
she
back
wore.
of it.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And
Okay.
said T-shirts are for sale.
Mhm.
I'm not a
Okay.
beehiver,
No,
but I totally understand what she's doing. And I
I
think
hear
we
what you.
need to dig a little deeper. But go ahead, Adasoji.
Okay, so the reason why I say I heard what you say. You said they served on what front? What front did they serve
The
on?
frontier.
The frontier. Do you know where that language, the frontier, comes from? It comes from American expansionism.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
When Andrew Jackson decided, you know what, he wanted to get rid of the Indians.
Mm-hmm.
He said, push them out of the plains and, essentially just unalive all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Here is where the Buffalo Soldier came in.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason why you don't have the Apache, the Cheyennes, the Comanches. There's a reason why you don't have any of them around. It's because of the contributions of the Buffalo Soldier. There's a reason why people shudder at the idea of recognizing. It's not. Two things can be true. You can be brave, but the point of that bravery can be questioned.
Mm-hmm.
If the role you played is in the erasure of a certain group of people, we're talking at this moment in time about one that's happening in the Middle East, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you've noticed, the only reason we get involved or get ensconced in all of this battles is because we're constantly trying to prove our own humanity. That's the reason why most of them joined they joined the army, because they wanted to prove their humanity to the settlers. He talked about ranches. The idea of creating ranches was an American idea in order to capture and hold land.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And in order to do so, you have to try as much as possible to keep the, in inverted commas, the Red Indians away from those seized lands.
Mm-hmm.
Who is now guarding those seized lands? People that look like you and I.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they're wearing a blue coat, but they're still working for the oppressor.
Mm.
So two things can be true. The last one that is even more painful in what you read there, she's on the back of that t-shirt where it said they fought against Mexican revolutionaries. Mexico was the first country after Haiti to recognize the fact that slavery cannot happen in the Western Hemisphere. So that was what they were fighting against. So imagine you actually fight. So again, the thing about the likes of Beyonce is this: you want to be involved in something, why don't you pay a researcher to guide you? Don't just put stuff out there. Pay them to guide you so that even if you're not saying anything, the steps you're taking, people can read good meaning into it, not stuff like this. Yes, Juneteenth happened, which is an irony. So you're celebrating Juneteenth, but you're also celebrating the Buffalo Soldier. It's a contradiction in terms, because Juneteenth might have happened earlier in Galveston, Texas, where the Mexican revolutionaries been able to bring to hold on to Texas. So, I mean, which is which? If I don't know. I don't even know how to say it. Sometimes I just watch people, the way people move. Sometimes like, read, man, read. Come on, read. This thing is right in front of you. Read. Doesn't it make sense? I yield.
All right. Thank you, Adesoji. Go ahead, Buddha. Go right ahead.
Thank you for recognizing the name. And I am so glad. I am so glad that I brought this moniker over because, first off, Adesoji, big props to you, brother. Big props to you. You see, the thing is, I know a lot, but I don't know specifics, but I know what was said is like the proverbial blind leading the blind. And she's an icon, aka an influencer. You get what I'm saying? And just like you said, in doing what you believe is right, at the very least, let it be right to a certain degree. Because I'm going to be honest with you, being right in the wrong direction, it is still wrong. It is so wrong. Because what do you call it when your identity have been erased? And then you can then be manipulated to do something that you believe you're right in. You get what I'm saying? Think about this for a moment, right? The proverbial house slave actually thought themselves to be better than the slave outside. I'm going to say it again. The house slave thought themselves to be better than the slave outside just because. So when you look at something like that, I never agree with the Buffalo Soldiers. I never did. I get it. That I will use. I get it. I do get it. Because if you're going to say about the choice, personally, you could have made a better choice. But that's the reason why God see it fit for me to be born in this century and not then. You get what I'm saying? Because there is something called conviction. Conviction is when you stand on something that you truly believe in and is willing to perish for it. That is, to me, the true definition of conviction. And these guys were not convicted in their cause. Because to me, Buffalo Soldiers are proverbial house slaves. Real talk. When you do your research and you actually read it, you're going to be like, yo. You see, that's what I tell people. I said, imagine one of the countries, and my man's Adesoji just said it a while ago, one of the countries that we demonize is the better country, period. The country of Haiti has done so much more for the Western Hemisphere than any other country. Of course, the man said Mexico. Because how do you have, and then to me, you're blatantly laughing at them. You kept the name that are of Mexican origin, Los Angeles, all these names that these people once inhabited. Boot them out, and now you're demonizing them. Right? The very country, think about it, Louisiana Purchase. We're going to sit here and tell me that a country that developed Creole, and then now you have a Creole littoral concentration in Louisiana, and we still going to call it the Louisiana Purchase and talk about, oh, well, it was from France. Please. When that one state has such a strong Creole influence, and we're going to sit here and look at the truth and say that it's different. Yo, listen, guys, I love this platform because it allows me to be toxic in the best way ever. You understand what I'm saying? So let's not perpetuate somebody just because they're a celebrity doing the wrong thing, because you're then perpetuating the fact that you are no longer an identity. You're perpetuating the fact that you're willing to be a carbon copy that can be malleable and be twisted into what they see fit just to push an agenda. Just saying.
All right, so I'm going to, okay, thank you for that, Orly. I'm going to play the video again, but let me ask a question. Let me throw a spoke in the wheel here. Beyonce is achieving the intended goal. The conversation is happening. You know, this is from an artist. I'm not a big, what you call them, beehive or whatever that her supporters are. I'm not. But
Red light, please.
huh? No, I'm not a beehive.
Red light, please.
I'm not a beehive, but I see exactly what she and her team are doing. Let us take a step back and look at the landscape we're currently in, when history is being ripped away, whether it's palatable or it makes us feel uncomfortable. And a lot of the history, trust me, makes us cringe, makes us angry. We're in disbelief, right? A myriad of emotions we experience. We're on a roller coaster. We have one group of people in this country who want pages removed from history, ripped out of history books, removed from libraries, blocked on the internet. Why? Because they don't want to hear the truth, as disgusting as it was. They don't want to hear it. And they are able to have their people remove it, put out the laws, get rid of it. And what did Ron DeSantis say last year? Was it last year or the year before? That history, that slavery was beneficial. After mandating that the truth be removed, because it makes a certain set of people feel uncomfortable. They don't want to deal with the reality of it, right? They don't want to have any, they don't want to have feelings of guilt at all. Here is a part of history. As bad as it was, and as offensive and egregious and crazy as it was, it is still a part of history. Let us look at what has been happening since January 6th. Information is being suppressed within the army. Within said army, how many persons of color have lost their positions, their jobs, all because of the color of their skin? Serving a country that still doesn't serve them. What I see her doing here is putting back, and she's using her platform. I don't think she's used, this is me personally, I don't think she's using it for her personal benefit. I think she wants us talking. I think she wants us to say, let the history not be erased. And I'm going to give it to you in snippets so you can have the conversations, uncomfortable or comfortable, in agreement, in disagreement, whatever. She's putting it out there. I don't think I went through a myriad of videos where people are saying, oh, she's proud that this happened. I don't think that is the case. She's reminding us of history. That, what did I say earlier? What did I say earlier? My only knowledge of Buffalo Soldier was in Bob Marley's song, Buffalo Soldier. I was never, and I'm being honest, and I said this earlier, I never looked it up because I wasn't interested. Me hear the song, I may sing the song of Bob Marley, have not given it much thought. But when I open up and I said, okay, what's going on here? Let me dig a little deeper into the history of the Buffalo Soldiers. And I get why the indigenous persons online are upset. They're upset, they're livid that this is being highlighted. But it's still a part of the dark history of this here country that we call home. A history that has to be passed down one way or another. We have to tell the truth, because if we don't tell the truth, then those coming behind us will be disillusioned. And you know what could possibly happen? A repeat. Now I'm going to play something that I played earlier. Let's take a quick listen. Hold on a second. Hold on.
I want to talk about Buffalo Soldiers and context, because people are talking in an uproar, but it just really seems like their anger is really just with Beyonce and not Buffalo Soldiers. So let's get into it. Number one, let's go through a timeline. I want to let you know, I think it's 1864 Emancipation Proclamation, 1865 Civil War ends, 1865 Juneteenth happens, 1866 Buffalo Soldiers emerge. So I think it's 1864. We're going to say 1863 to 1865, the country was letting Black people free. Like, let's just say for between those 2 years, it was time to tell all the slaves that they were free people and they were citizens. Okay, cool. We got that. From there, we have Buffalo Soldiers. Now, I want to talk about context. It would take a quick Google search to do any type of research, but I don't think y'all do research nowadays. Just to look up, were Buffalo Soldiers forced to be in the military? Were they forced to be infantrymen? Were they forced to be Buffalo Soldiers? And obviously, it's going to say no. Nobody was forced to do that. But it's going to provide you some context of like what it was like being a Black man a year after slavery. You just had shackles on your feet. You got whips and chains and brands on your body. You can't get a job because they won't hire you nowhere. You can go work on master's land again for 2 cents an hour, or you can go work for the military. And you can go make a living wage, go get an education, and have a stable life and take care of your family. You could do that, right? So that's what they do. That's what those Buffalo Soldiers do. Now, I do also want to bring in some more context. Buffalo Soldiers, look up how old they were. They were all young men. I'm talking early 20s. I'm talking our young niggas. Talking YNs. I'm talking the youngest. I'm talking 16. Some of them lied and said that they was 20, 25, but they was 15 trying to go make some money so that if you know, you know. Now, to get on this internet and condemn them as if you were them is very disrespectful to me, right? Like, obviously, anybody's enemies of peace, obviously, the U.S. imperialist group, the white supremacist group thinks that their enemies of peace are native settlers, Mexican refugees, and all that. These are uneducated, illiterate Black men who are probably no older than 25 years old. Frontal lobes probably.
So what that t-shirt is doing is another take for me, is that it is showing the world how people of color were taken advantage of. Orally and then Adesoji. Go right ahead.
And then can I say something?
Or Dr. Leslie. So orally Adesoji and then Dr. Leslie.
I'm going to make this short and quick, right? Misinformation is very dangerous. And I'm not saying here like I have the proper information. But you see, we were blessed with something called discernment. Why is it that we don't use it? Yes, we know that this is the deal. All right, I'm going to give a dichotomy really quick, just to build a bit more context, right? I said one of the most practical means of understanding the difference between the Caribbean settlers and American is that we actually got a chance to get a break. Does that make sense? Simply meaning, if we deem you as the enemy and we eradicate you, we actually get a break before somebody go, well, we haven't gotten any report from this island. Let's send some reinforcement, because obviously we have a sense to know that, hey, we are intruding. That's why I always believe everything is within intent, right? So we always go, oh, these guys, then they didn't come back. Somebody would have normally reported back to us. So let's be redundant and make sure we send reinforcement, because we know that we invaded an island. You think the English them did fool, the French them they ain't fool, and obviously the Spaniards they weren't fool, right? So we are not gonna sit here and talk about we're gonna send more people just to eradicate them. And no, they have good sense. They knew that under the pretense of so-called spice trade and so forth, they were going to do what they need to do, because make you talk one truth where everybody know. Do you need weapons to go and get spice? Absolutely not. So when we sit here and we're gonna talk with some semblance of sense, we have to talk as if, look, the ambition of men is truly and have been truly very dangerous from a long time. You understand? So in that, what I'm trying to say is, yes, you see what was done. We're not trying to disrespect Buffalo Soldiers. We know that. But the truth of the matter is this. That's why anybody do watch the movie, what the movie name? Golly, the movie will just come out the other day, man. The one where the people them are trying to tell us if we invite them in. What the movie the name again? Sinners. Thank you, my G. Right? A lot of people watch that movie and they go, oh, I was disappointed. And I'm like, oh no, using the discernment again, man. That's one of the most powerful movie. May I tell you, it's so powerful it rival Roots. But enough people wouldn't see it like that. You understand? Because at the end of the day, we invite them in. And it is our fault, but nobody's ready to take accountability for that. You understand? So when it comes down to it now, when you jump on and you are telling us the date and the specificity of Buffalo Soldier, you're thinking you're doing something right. Speak on the wrong and then give wisdom and the discernment that we have attained. to say that, yes, I understand that they made the best of the choice that they have, but it doesn't mean that we still have to perpetuate that same behavior. You understand? Because to this day, we're acting like we're still slaves. And that's why it is dangerous that whenever you're spitting information, go there and spit the right one so that they can actually look at it and go, yes, we didn't make the wrong decision. To change anything in history, you have to give what is actually right to be chosen rather than sit there and be allegoric and wonder if it can go this way or that way. Because you just did it, Coffee. You just did it. Moments. You just said, I don't think you're giving her the benefit of the doubt. You're just telling me that you are a good person. You understand what I'm saying? Because you don't want to just say, oh, she purposely do this. No, you're actually saying, you know what? Let's give her the benefit of the doubt. She has named herself a certain caliber of artist, meeting president and thing. You don't want to out her like that. So you are a good person. You see me? Me tell you something. You see people and them ambition. You see once them good, as in their bread is buttered twice. Me feel say them not give a crap about other people. And I will forever say that. I will land here.
So let me ask you a question before I hand the mic over to Addison. Let me ask you a question, Budo. Would you say though that her having worn the shirt has in some way, in some small way, done something good? Because look at what's happening right now. It is allowing us to do research. It is allowing us to have a conversation. And based on something you just said, I want to feel that this should be an eye-opener to people of color in this country, not to be careful with the choices that you make, because there are consequences, there are repercussions, and you need to think, really go through a process before you make a decision to do something for survival. You don't think that that's a good thing? At least we're having a conversation.
I will be honest with you. It sounds pretty. And for the pretty that it sounds, I am sorry. We're at an age, 2025. If you can cancel Pepe Le Pew as a cartoon character and say that it has an identifiable trait towards a certain culture, I think we can raise the curtain on the pure truth and expect the same result rather than being once again allegoric, trying to get people to do things, right? I believe that we've already reached a side of the world, as in the times that we're in, to give people the pure, unadulterated truth and expect the same result. That's just my opinion, though.
Well, we're telling people the truth. Thank you, Orally. It's Adesoji, Dr. Leslie, and then Javed. Go
Can
ahead,
Dr.
Adesoji.
Leslie
Oh, okay.
Can Dr. Leslie go first?
Okay, sure. You wanted to go ahead? You're fine. Go ahead, Dr. Leslie.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Why Dr. Leslie?
I already tell you guys I have sun on my phone from being on the beach. So
okay.
Can you hear me if I talk?
You sound better. You sound better.
That's because I had it up to my mouth, but I can't do that because I'm chewing. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm still kind of lost with what y'all talking about, but it seems like Beyonce wore a t-shirt that people are upset about. Let me just say that knowing what she stood for when it comes to being Black, having come from Galveston, the birthplace of Juneteenth, I do not think Beyonce does things willy-nilly. Well, nothing. I know she doesn't do things willy-nilly. She has intention behind everything she does. And especially when it comes to being Black, she is unapologetically so. I sent a message because I want to know what the intention is. So if I hear back about the intention, I will share. But I do not think that this was done without knowing that it would cause discord. And that perhaps is a great thing because we don't talk about things that we should talk about, right? So before people lose their drawers, you know, we had somebody come in here and tell me about drawers before. Before people lose their drawers, I would encourage them to look at what she has done for the Black community, the diaspora, not just here in America, but she has Be Good when they go to Burundi and get water, portable water for the community, and all the other work that she has done that most of us don't know about because she does not advertise it. Most of where she puts her money, we don't know about it, and we don't need to know about it because the Bible says when you do that kind of stuff, you ain't supposed to be broadcasting so that you get the glory and God doesn't. Let us be clear. There's a lot of work being done to support the Black community that all the people out there talking about they blackity black ain't putting their money where their black mouths are. So if your blackity black mouth is not putting your money where your blackity black talk is, I suggest you hush your blackity black behind and stop criticizing people who are actually doing work with their blackity black money. Have a good day. I gotta go work.
Say hi to ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Leslie. Welcome to the stage, Mags. I'm not sure if it's your first time coming to Coffee and Toe. Thank you for coming. We are a live interactive radio news podcast streaming on internet radio, YouTube, and here on TikTok. So welcome to the stage. I'll get to you in just a second. Thank you, Dr. Leslie. Adesoji, then Javed. Go right ahead.
Okay, yes. Sticking to Houston. April 20, I think it was late April 1967. A name was called out in the American draft to go to Vietnam to go fight. The name at the time was Cassius Clay.
Mm-hmm.
That name would soon become Muhammad Ali. And he said, I ain't going over there. Nobody's called me the N-word over there. The reason I bring him up is, okay, fine. He is well-to-do, but then he lost his titles. He was fined. He was suspended. Was given a 5-year sentence. He fought and won on appeal.
What was the year again? Adesoji, give us the year again.
1967.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I want to write that down. Okay, go ahead.
So why do I bring him up? The reason I bring him up is, first, the reason he decided to opt out of the draft was religious reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Stood with him when he came out to give his reason as to why he was not going was Malcolm and a couple of other guys from the Nation of Islam and SNCC. Why was that important? That was important because news has started getting out about the atrocities being committed over in Vietnam. One was the fact that the initial war, the imperialist war, because France was losing Vietnam at the time, the Americans step in. We all know now, being part of NATO, when you when you resist one of them, you resist all of them.
Mm-hmm.
So the United States steps in and starts strafing. You know what that means? Just basically doing what the little poodle is doing in the middle at the moment. And they then extend it to Laos and Cambodia. Long story short, people started criticizing it. There was an anti-war movement and what have you. You lost Martin Luther King on the back of that. Why? Because Martin Luther King initially focused his ideals on the civil rights movement, then later will come out and say, what's it called? What did he say? Yes, he said, I don't understand why we can't spend $50,000 a day feeding the people in the United States, but yet you can spend $5 million on the war machine in Vietnam. And we all know how that ended up. And I bring all of that to say this. History is ugly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They say sometimes in a story, there are no good guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
But history devoid of context. Yes, you can defend your home. If you're attacked, you can do all of that. But the moment you become a tool in the imperialistic ambitions of the Western Hemisphere, we can admire you as an individual, but we can also criticize what it is you get up to.
Mhm.
So those two things are different in this case. Yes, your bravery, you had no choice at the moment, at that time, to go do what you need to do. But at the same time, what was it that you went to do that we should be so proud of? You got rid of another body of people that look like you in the service of what? Come on. I yield.
All right. Javed, go right ahead.
I was writing things down so I don't forget. I gotta write things down these days before I
Welcome to my world, right?
So I'm not dismissing anything that everyone who has spoken has said.
Right.
I am more so on the side of history and just history in the context of what history is. Like you just said, there's a good side and there's a bad side of history. If I start a social commentary, from what I'm hearing, I'm supposed to show both sides of this social commentary. Moments wasn't able to read the rest of the shirt, but when you went further down in the shirt,
read it for me because I couldn't see it. I couldn't see it.
I
actually so I couldn't see the
oh,
last part.
I actually closed it. So what I'm going to summarize is, despite what they did to get to where they are, they were still never accepted as true people. We speak about discernment. We speak about discourse. We're even speaking about the Vietnam War. My father fought in the Vietnam War. We have several politicians that fought in the Vietnam War. We have several politicians that dodged the Vietnam War. Back then, or as a people, we have a choice to decide whether we're going to follow one thing or stay away from it. Slavery ended because there were a group of people that decided we do not deserve this treatment and we're going to fight. You had the group of people that just wanted to stay where they stayed. I'm saying all this because I feel, especially in the little bit that I know of history, I can't put any dates on it, but a lot of what I speak to is my experiences and what I hear from people in my family. We have always had to join a fight, right? To save ourselves, right? And sometimes when you have to save yourselves, you may have to do something that may not look good on one side of the coin. But as I always say, even what's going on right now, it's the strongest who will survive. I honestly feel that their history, even though it may not have been or it isn't a great story, before they did that second half, if y'all go watch that movie Glory, you'll understand. So I heard someone say that these were slaves. Yes, these were slaves that decided to stand up. Unfortunately, I'm gonna say unfortunately, because that is a choice they made to get out of slavery, to fight this said civil war. And they threw all of us in there in the front of that. If y'all don't want to read, y'all can watch the movie Glory and you'll see how that came apart, because the Buffalo Soldiers is a derivative from the people that fought then. It's a choice that was made. She wore that shirt, okay. The Indians have their histories, the YT have their histories, the Haitians we all have a history, and there's always a second side to the history. I personally don't feel that because I'm showing you one side of it, that I also have to tell you the other side. And if I do, it depends on what context I'm sitting. If I'm sitting in a room and we have hundreds of people in front of me and we're having a conversation about something that happened in history, then yes, you probably do. It should be good to have both sides of it. But like I said, I'm that person that walks around in a t-shirt. If you want to know the history, pick up a book. Don't just come chat back and speak to me. If Indian people are upset, okay, you had your things that you did in history as well. I don't think anybody can stand aside and say what they did back then was a good thing to do. And a lot of things that have happened. I know there's all types of history. But in this stuff right here that we're talking about or we're speaking on, there's always going to be a good and a bad side. And if you want to know the rest of what was in the shirt, just kind of Google it. But there's when the part that she missed was despite all that they have given up to join this regimen, you still was looked at as really nothing. And to this day, we're still looked at that.
Ja, where are you? I lost Ja. Okay, Ja, you're back. Okay, I lost part of it. Okay.
You lost me?
Yeah, I got it. Dr. Leslie, go ahead, Ja. You chipped out for a second there, or probably it was me, but you chipped out for a second. Because I'm here pulling out something, but Ja. All right, so here, before I...
The fight that we're...
Okay, I'm losing Ja. I'm not sure if it's me, if y'all are hearing her, I don't know.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
can
go
you
ahead now.
Can I hear y'all? I'll stop until she can come back.
Not hearing anything. I'm not hearing anything. Ja,
I was hearing Ja's.
Okay, so it's probably my end, folks. I do apologize. I'm not hearing anything.
Sorry to hear you.
There you go.
Okay. Ja, can you hear me? Okay. So,
yes, I can hear you, Moments.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead with the last part of what you're saying.
Hear you, Moments. What's going on in the world right now? There's a lot of people sitting back and wondering why the people with my skin color aren't fighting. It's because now we don't want to join any side of that fight anymore. And that's a choice that we're making. Every day we're able to make a choice. Now our choice is we're going to sit and we're going to drink our tea and drink our water and mind our business. I yield.
All right. Thank you so much for that, Ja. And before I think, Orly, you wanted to go again, but before I have you go, 1967, how ironic, almost 100 is my math right? How many years later is that from it? Well, how much years is that? My math's off. 200 years later? Interesting, because you brought up Cassius Clay. I think when you compare 1863 to 65, 66 to 1867, in the 8 to 1967, sorry, the choices one could make in 1967 based on what they had, based on what access they had, will be different from the choices one can make in 1865, 66. Is that reasonable? So the choices I can make today in 2025, my grandfather being born in the late 1800s, would he have been able to make the same choices based on what you have access to right now, based on what you were afforded, what you were allowed, so to speak? Is it fair to say, well, they should have made better choices then? In all seriousness, is it fair? Right? I want to ask that question.
Okay. Okay. I understand. I understand. Yeah, it's. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Adesoji. So, Adesoji, after you, I'm going to hand the mic to Orly and then to Mags. Mags, thank you
Can
for
you
your
hear
patience. Okay, we're seriously having a connection
I don't
issue. I'm not okay. I don't know what's going on
think
with me
she
on
can
TikTok. I
hear
don't know
you,
what's
brother.
going on with me on TikTok. I'm gonna end this live and start it over because I don't know what's going on because I'm not hearing anybody. I don't know if y'all can hear me. I'm going to end the live and I'm going to start it back. Thank you all so much for your patience.
Sites, administration officials worked to assess the extent of the damage. Vice President J.D. Vance signaled that Iran's stockpile of enriched.
All right, I want to say thank you to everyone listening online, qmzradio.com, janoradio.com, News and Talk, and madmusichouse.com. Thank you so much for your patience. We were having some technical issues here on TikTok. YouTube, thank you also for your patience. We are restarting the live, and I'm just waiting for everyone to come back into the space so we can continue the conversation. The technical issues were on my end, not sure what was going on. Ja, can you hear me?
Yeah, we were hearing you fine.
I wasn't hearing anything. I don't know what that was about.
That's the man. We were speaking too much about history. That's just the man.
So we're waiting for everybody to come back in. Yeah. Let's see if we can. Who you remember everybody who was on stage with us, Ja?
It was Adasoji, Dr. Sharon, Alexia,
Dr. Leslie,
Black, Dr. Leslie, and the new lady Max. She will have to just come back, but she had got a phone call anyway.
Okay, so let's send out. Let's see. Yeah. Interesting. So while we're waiting for everyone to come in, Ja, my thing is, and I want to bring this up when everyone is here. Just remind me, please. I think what she's doing is strategic and purposeful. Why? Remember on Juneteenth, June 16, what did our president say? Too many holidays. And remember, prior to Juneteenth, there was no plan to celebrate it. There was no plan. Yes, it's a federal holiday. That's it. People had to get up and go to work just the same, even though it was a federal holiday.
I work and I live in a city that it's.
So I know what she's doing. I think, well, this is me. She is saying, we did y'all dirty work. We did y'all dirty work.
Yeah, and I don't know if you heard what I was saying. It's just the choices that we are making right now, the choices, like you said, that has been made back then. History is bad on everybody's side. It ain't just one. Indians did what they did too. As I always say, it's the strongest, even in this day and age, it's going to be the strongest who survive.
Facts. I see right through what she's doing.
And she wasn't, like I said, she wasn't in a room discussing history where you're going to have both sides of what happened. She was on a stage. So you know what? Pick up a book.
That's what she's telling us to do. That is what she's telling us to do. Yep. That's what she's telling us. What she is doing is opening a portal. Now the rest is up to us. And it's so many messages being sent out in a very creative way, in a very smart way. And I think she is using her platform, her position. She knows that she's able to command, right? She knows what she's able to command. And because she knows that she can command your attention, she is going to use that so that you can know the truth. You can understand what's going on. Very strategic, very smart. And I think it was a good way to invoke what's going on right now. People are having conversation.
And she was in Paris, of all places, where our military Black men bred women.
She was, yeah, she was very strategic, and I give it to her and her team. She is going to keep, and she's doing it almost at the end of Black History Month. Remember, I'll never forget Juneteenth. I don't celebrate Juneteenth because I'm not African American. I'm from the Caribbean. I honor it, right? But she did that deliberately. We have a president and an administration who wants to do away with anything to do with African American history. And she's saying, nope, bring it on back, bring it on back. This t-shirt here is to let you all know what we did, our role in history, good or bad. It may be looked at as good by one group of people. It's going to be looked at as bad by another group. And by another group, it is going to be looked at as sacrificial. Yes, it is going to be looked at as sacrificial. Making a choice that really don't sit well with us, but I'm thinking long term, because who is to know what they were told, right? Who is to know if they were told, hey, if you do this, you will be free. You will be able, we will look at you as one of us. Or we don't know the premise.
And we currently will have military personnel that are going to have to make that choice. Currently, we have them in LA right now. We have them going overseas right now. And them too are going to have to sit and decide whether you're going to follow the military and whatever the commanders tell you or not. There's always a choice to be made. Sorry, Adesoji, I see you coming off your mic.
And real quick, Adesoji, we have to remember too, and to this day, groups of people, minority, what are classified as minority groups, I don't like the term, but people of color, different groups are lied to, consistently lied to. And based on the lie, and I agree, in 2025, we should be more aware and thereby make better decisions. But think about it back then. They didn't have the access to information that we had. You're fresh out of slavery. Fresh. They may have come to you and said, hey, Adesoji, you want us to treat you like a human? Fight for us. Fight for us. And when you fight for us, this is what you're going to. I can just imagine the bag of promises that they were given. And they had to make that choice. Or they made that, didn't have to, they made that choice on the premise of a promise, which was not true. Go ahead, Adesoji. Go right ahead.
I understand the strategic nature of invoking.
Adesoji, where are you? Why are you going in and out?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, ma'am, I can hear you. No, it's just it sounds like you're doing this. Away from the mic and back to the mic. But go ahead.
Oh. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm aware of the invoking the memories of Buffalo soldiers in order to, drive a point.
Mm-hmm.
But in so doing, people who study history can also see the not so subtle side of what you're doing in terms of that. If I were you, if I was Beyonce, which I am not, and not a beehive, I am not, you could have used the Tuskegee Airmen.
Mm-hmm.
You could have used that. You could have used the Harlem Hellraisers. There are a band of soldiers that you could have used. The Harlem Hellraisers were the ones who first of all got into the concentration camps to free the people who are now committing a genocide in the Middle East. That could have been used. But hey, I guess we'll never know. I yield.
But Adesoji, we're talking to a generation too, right? Many of our followers are young. Do you think they were taught this in school in present day, 2025? Do you think they were taught this, and this could be a way for her to say, hey, I'm opening the door, I'm cracking the door open, now go?
There are okay. I suppose a buffalo soldier is a low-hanging fruit. I mean, you've got a museum. So anytime you've got a museum to something, the assumption is whatever it is, it's what's, lifting high and doing all of that. There's nothing wrong with that.
Mhm.
Absolutely nothing wrong. But again, this is where influencer and deep knowledge collide. You can be an influencer on something in terms of musical culture and what have you. There is nothing wrong with that.
Mhm.
But when it comes to the history of your people, you have to be able to then say, you know what, I pass this on to other people. When you make what's the word? When you make moves like that, the t-shirt and what have you, yes, you're asking questions. But then in asking questions, you're also making a statement. You're making a statement, whether you like it or not. There's a statement to be made there. The statement is, I want us to talk about this. So if you want us to talk about this, what is your entry point? What's the reason why you want us to talk about it? You understand? So you can't be innocent. You can't be facilitating a conversation at the same time and claim some sort of innocence.
Mhm.
There is a reason why people do things.
Right.
I mean, if I scratch my face now, it's because I'm
You're itching.
itching there. If I scratch my chin, maybe I need to shave. There's a reason for doing things. People don't just do things out of. So over to Mrs. Carter. Mrs. Carter should now tell us what
She doesn't
her
talk.
point is.
No, here's the thing, Adesoja. She does not speak
Oh,
enough.
good.
She doesn't talk. If you pay attention to her over the years, she makes statements through her art, right? She uses her platform. She makes statement. She will wear something. She might do a music video. She might do a certain dance, kind of like what happened at the Super Bowl with Kendrick Lamar. Kendrick Lamar had a lot of people talking. Kendrick Lamar was sending a direct message, and he sang his song all through formation, choreography, and the song choices. She's doing the same thing. She is sending a message, and I think she's sending a message to Washington and saying, listen, you're removing our history, but we are reminding you where we stand in your history and the history of this country. I don't know. I may be wrong. I don't know.
I have a question, Adesoji. Have you ever walked around wearing a Malcolm X t-shirt?
No, I didn't.
Have you ever walked around wearing any type of clothing that has someone with history?
No.
When you see if you see a person walk around with a Malcolm X t-shirt, do you have to know everything Malcolm X did when you see it?
Not necessarily. I would wonder why you're wearing it.
And in that wonderment, what would you do?
No, I look at you and I keep moving.
Or you'll go and look up Malcolm X.
Yes, I mean, okay.
Malcolm X has kind of jaded history. And I'm just going to give you an example again from my life. I used to work for a company, and we had a group of people that was in this group. And every day I was responsible to send out a certain saying, right? And there was all colors in this group. One day I sent out a quote about if you don't know your history, you don't know where you know. And I think it was that one. And I think it was Malcolm X that said it. But if that was the right one, I don't remember. But it was a quote that Malcolm X said. And for me, it wasn't saying anything negative to anything. It was everybody should know their history. Well, unfortunately, after that day, there was no more gratitude thoughts or anything going out because a YT person was upset, not because of the quote, but because of the person who said it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I could see why they would be upset.
But does that dismiss some of the positive things that this person have done?
No. Okay. When you say some of the positive things, when Malcolm X went from being Malcolm Little to Malik Shabazz in the Nation of Islam, and then came to become Malcolm X when he left the Nation of Islam, there was nothing. He grew while he was in prison. There was nothing he did outside of being in prison that one could frown upon. Nothing.
But people still do.
Yeah, people still do, again, because of their motivation. When you use the example of that person saying they take umbrage with that statement, that speaks more about them than the guy they're talking about. It speaks more about them. And sorry to cut you. There is something Malcolm also said. There is a famous quote of his, which is, the media is so manipulative that the media would have you loving your oppressor and thinking the victim on the other side is your enemy. So again, images, statements, taken out of context, is tools of the media. So we have to be very savvy, which is what we do here, which is when we read a headline, we parse it, we contextualize it, and give opinions. What Mrs. Carter has done is Mrs. Carter has taken a group of people, put them on the center stage. You and I are talking to them, good or bad. We are talking about them, but we are also being able to put them into context. That is key, very key. And that is what is often devoid in history in the present form. It's not helped by the fact that we live in this kind of climate where the notion of the silly replacement theory has driven them into a sense of psychosis, that everything has to be destroyed in order for them to feel good. There was a whitey I worked with a couple of years ago. He said, and he was talking about them, about himself. He said, the moment they start screaming about something, the reason they're screaming is because they cannot control that thing. And for them, it's inbred that they have to control whatever it is that is around them. And so again, controlling the narrative, Miss Carter, tell us why you wore that t-shirt. Just, an Instagram post, something, just tell us.
Why,
we'll take it from there.
I still don't understand why. Why is it needed?
I think we know why.
Will it make a difference if you knew why? The history of the Buffalo Soldier. Would it make a difference? No, because the people on one side of it is still going to go off of their emotions to say that what they did was wrong. And then you're still going to have the people that said what they did was for survival.
But Jack, the answer is right. No, we're answering the question. This is why she did it. We're having a conversation.
We're having a conversation. Okay, so when the idea of the proclamation, the Emancipation Proclamation, was read to the people in Galveston, Texas, right? There were black soldiers led by what's his name, Granger, right? They were black soldiers. What made that scene very powerful was the fact that you had black soldiers who fought for their freedom. Yes? If you, if you elevate that battalion as being important to the role of Galveston, Texas, and the celebration of Juneteenth, I will understand. But the Buffalo Soldiers, the very idea, most of their stuff is the Indian Wars, the American-Spanish Wars, you could see a thread. It's not like we're fighting to defend ourselves. We're fighting in the interest of something else that is outside of us. Yes, I understand those times the context are different. I understand. But at the same time, we also have to be able to see it for what it is. If what's it called? If I come to your place and you give me a glass of water without me asking, am I not allowed to read into your meaning that, oh, you're very hospitable, right? But if I come to your place and the first thing you do is offer, you give me a glass of wine, am I like, what is she? You understand? I mean, context it matters, but then I'm also able to then say, step back and look, what's the intention behind this? So Buffalo Soldier, yes, good. We're having a conversation, but with that conversation also comes the reason. You have to know why. Every story has a what, how, why, and how, right?
Mhm.
So if you have that, so what's the point of a what, not a why? What are we doing?
But she has a why. She knows what she's doing. She knows the reason behind it. She knows exactly, as I think it was
Yeah, I'm good.
Dr. Leslie who said it earlier. Nothing she does is without reason. Everything that she does, there is a meeting, there is a reason, there is a purpose. Everything she does. But here's the thing. I think the issue we're having is that she's not coming out and saying why she did it.
Yes.
And
I'm willing.
does she have to though?
No, again, what's your First Amendment? Your First Amendment is freedom of expression, freedom of speech, and all of that. As long as you still have it, I am willing to concede from my side of the world that she had good intentions.
Mhm.
That's all. I'm willing to.
Yeah.
I'm willing to concede that.
Mhm.
But
Thank
then,
you.
but I'm willing to concede it's all done with good intentions.
With good
Yes,
intention. Yeah.
yeah.
How can a president of a country that is filled with so many dynamics want to, on June 16th, say we have too many holidays? How can we have a country led by someone who is okay with stripping away history that has people of color? Oh. Now the slave.
Again?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just buttressing your point there. Because again, going back to what my friend said the other time, is if they cannot control something, they have to get rid of it. They can't control the narrative anymore. It's out there. You're talking back.
Yeah.
Do you know what it means to talk back? You're talking back, and you're not just talking back out of your behind. You're giving them facts. You're telling them that everything you build this so-called civilization on was a fraud. You can't say I am less of a human than you because there is no scientific basis for it. You can't say you're better at certain things because there is no basis for it. You can't say you're smarter than me because history again tells you that's not the case. You can tell me I didn't contribute to history because all we need to do is go through your patent list and see the number of African Americans. You can go on. But if I erase you from the community's memory, how do people see you? Then I can go back to ground zero. I can start talking without any cause of reply. I yield.
So thank you, Adesoji. Thank you, Josh. So just a reminder, folks, the slaves joined the army, both the Union and the British, to gain their freedom. In the American Revolution, some enslaved people were promised freedom in exchange for military service. During the Civil War, the Union Army initially hesitated to enlist black soldiers, but ultimately the need for troops and pressure from abolitionists led to their inclusion. Also, promises. These young men, in my humble opinion, I'm just going to try to, what's the word, teleport back to that time. I think they were sold a good story. And unfortunately, as history has showed us over and over again to date, it suits one group when they can put or pit other groups against each other. And that's what happened. They were used. They were properly used. They were promised. You know what they say about a promise is a comfort to a fool. And at the time, fresh out of slavery, fresh. It was a good way, a good catch. Let us promise them true freedom if they come and fight, because we want them to know that that land will also be their land. Remember, you're fighting for the country. You're fighting for your freedom. You're fighting to make this a great nation. They are our enemy. How many times when we're growing up, we've been told, don't hang out with them, picnic them, because them is no good. Them a bad company. Them are going to lead you down the wrong path. How many times have we been told that as children growing up? And what do? We honor our mother and our father. We honor our parents or whoever it is that is raising us. We obey them. Only to find out years later, nothing wrong with the people then. Nothing wrong with them. A lot of times we follow the instructions of our parents or our grandparents because of a rumor that was spread, that they got wind of. They never validated anything, But because it's what is circulating, them take it up and then subject us to it. And we fall for it because why? They provide for us, right? We're under their care. But when we get out and we get older, we say, but hold on a second. You get brave now, you say, we go talk to the people that say what really are going. And you come to find out the truth. And then we're like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. This is probably what happened back then. Who feeding them? Who clothing them? You're fresh out of slavery. You know nothing. But you're promised the possibility of being looked at as a human being. You get your freedom and you get to be proud because you're doing good for your country. A country that to this day is still not theirs. So I will not be angry with those young men. I'm not going to be angry with them. I don't know what was happening at that particular point that made them make that decision. I can only assume based on what is put here in black and white. I can only assume. That they ended up fighting a war they had no business fighting, committing atrocities they had no business committing. I forgive them. I forgive them because at the time they were ignorant, lack of knowledge, lack of, no information, and they were lied to. They were manipulated too. They were manipulated too. Fighting a war they had no business fighting, and it still goes on today. How many people are recruited into the various branches, especially those who are immigrants, right? Oh, you can get your citizenship, fast track to citizenship. Oh, you can go to college for free, blah blah blah. They give it a long laundry list, and then you end up on a battlefield. Well, Jesus, what is the sign up for? I not even, no, sir, no, me not agree with this, but because you have signed up for something, no, you have to stand your hand and live up to the commitment. Is there much difference, John, between then and now? Hey, Michelle, is there much difference between then and now?
It's just a different type of choice we got to make, in my eyes.
Everybody that has signed up to any military around the world, they were sold benefits. Yeah, they were presented, here are the benefits. Yeah, come. You know, and the number one benefit is that you are serving your country and you're gonna, you're gonna be respected. And when you put that uniform on and anywhere you go, people are gonna honor you and respect you, and you're gonna be served, and people are gonna just love you. Pride.
And in this day and age, the P boys get more respect than the actual military.
Facts. Right? Look at what is happening right now. People who are not professionals covering their faces. And just by their body language alone, all for what? $1, $1,000 a head. But the thing is, no. You have information. You have access to information. You have been educated. You are way more aware, so you should be making better choices. What a day, what a day. What am I going to tell me about? What TikTok said? Some comments in this live were filtered to protect the community's experience. What comments do we have that need to be protected? I don't see any comments here that need to be protected. All right. It is, what is 13 minutes before the top of the hour. I want to say thank you to everyone listening on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play. Oh, before me do that, Dr. Leslie sent something over from Forbes.com. The Beyonce's shirt sparks backlash. I'm going to read this and then we move on. Here's the lesson for marketers, written by Sonia Thompson. On Juneteenth, Beyonce performed during night one of her stint in Paris for her Cowboy Carter tour. Sometime during the show, she wore a shirt that said Buffalo Soldiers with an image that depicted all the Black regiment in the US military in the time period after the Civil War. On her website, Beyonce shows the images of the shirt along with an excerpt that looks to be the back of the shirt from the book, The Buffalo Soldiers, a narrative of the Black cavalry in the West that gives a brief overview of who the Buffalo Soldiers were and what this often forgotten group achieved. This is where much of the controversy comes in. Toward the end of the excerpt is a paragraph explaining who the Buffalo Soldiers fought against. The antagonists were the enemies of peace, order, and settlement. Warring Indians, bandits, cattle thieves, murderous gunmen, bootleggers, trespassers, and Mexican revolutionaries. Many critics of the shirt feel like Beyonce is celebrating the G side of American Indians. They took particular issue that groups like American Indians and Mexican revolutionaries were described as antagonists and enemies of peace. I found several Reddit threads on this topic, each with hundreds of comments. One person wrote, "As an indigenous person, it's disheartening to see Beyonce wearing a Buffalo Soldier shirt. These soldiers played a direct role in the forced removal, violence, and suppression of the native peoples. I respect her impact, but this choice hurts a lot." Another person wrote, "Agents of enforced G-side, but make it inclusive." Another commenter on TikTok shared, "It's understandable why this image is triggering for some, given the Buffalo Soldiers' complex history with Native American communities. a reminder that progress for one group sometimes came at a cost to another. Even though a number of people are outraged about what they feel Beyonce is endorsing, others are defending it. Their point of view is that the history of the Buffalo Soldier is nuanced and complex, and that Beyonce is shedding light on the country's troubled and multi layered past. One person again commented on TikTok. It's almost like she said, whole lot of red in that white and blue, referring to the lyrics of her hit song "Ya Ya," which is featured on her Cowboy Carter album and current tour. Another person shared their thoughts on a different Reddit thread. My take is probably a basic take, but is that the history of this country is ugly, no matter how we show it. We get mad when we don't show the ugliness of the country, but we get mad when we do show the ugliness of this country in a way that is not spoon fed or presented to us in a conventional way. If nuance can exist in all matter of formats, then it should exist when it comes to this. Others took the opportunity to invite others to get more educated about the history of the Buffalo Soldiers, including directing people to visit the Buffalo Soldier National Museum in Houston. Beyonce is known for her details, intentionality, and cultural intelligence associated with many of the decisions that she makes with regard to her music, shows, and art. Even though many people who are troubled by her wearing the shirt, they likely won't get the context they desire from her explaining why she did it. Even though there are many lessons marketers can learn from Beyonce that has made her the superstar she is today, my recommendation is not to follow Beyonce's lead with the shirt. That's especially important because most brands can't get away with the things Beyonce does. First of all, the explanation on the back of the shirt caused harm to people. The lack of context with the point she was making left too many people to determine meaning on their own, and their meaning, the meaning they derived, came from harmful narratives. Anytime you are communicating about something that has the potential to cause harm, it is important to provide sufficient context so people on the receiving end of your message clearly understand your meaning and intent. The second takeaway from marketers is that cultural intelligence is a must. While I don't personally believe Beyonce wore the Buffalo Soldier shirt without an understanding of the complex history with the corresponding text, many people feel her wearing the shirt was a culturally inappropriate thing to do. Cultural intelligence is a requirement for marketers. Consumers are growing less tolerant of brands apologizing for making culturally inappropriate mistakes and chalking it up to ignorance about the negative impact it has on people. Incorporating culturally relevant messages and imagery into your marketing is a smart idea. However, doing so without cultural intelligence and context can cause more harm than good. An additional observation for marketers is to acknowledge is that consumer acceptance of language and narratives changes and evolves over time. The book that the controversial excerpt on Beyonce's shirt came from was first published in the 1960s. How we think about and talk about historical events and people from marginalized communities today is not the same as it was during that time period. Marketers have a duty to stay up to date on those changes as part of building cultural competence. One last practice I recommend you consider in relation to all of this is taking the time to anticipate what types of objections and negative responses might come from something you are producing. One of the commentators on the sea of social media posts on this topic asked where Beyonce's PR team was to advise her that wearing the shirt was a bad idea. Even when you are operating with context, communicating with the people you serve, and engaging in cultural intelligence is still important to ask. It is still important to ask questions about or even do testing where possible to gauge in advance how different people from various identities will respond to work you produce. Doing this will give you the insights you need to make any changes you need beforehand and minimize the likelihood of you being surprised by how people respond to your marketing. Any closing remarks?
I still disagree. Okay, hold on. I'm moving. I'm moving. We have a whole head white man in our president, who comes out and say whatever he wants to say at any time, and ain't nobody up in arms and want to cancel him. Okay? When you come into my house, I have a sign on the wall. It says colored waiting room. All of these thought processes for me and all what's being said is subjective, and it depends for me on where the person has come from, where the person want to go to, or if they want to have the knowledge that comes after the fact. I'm going to walk around in any shirt I want to walk around, and if you want to know the reason why I'm wearing it, ask me. I don't have to decide today that I'm not going to put on my Malcolm X t-shirt. We have this, I live in a state where they have this darn flag that tells you so much history about the South. Nobody is knocking them and want to do such and such. When they came here and they started to take down statues, why take it down? That is the history. Know the history around all these symbols. Don't take it down. I don't want you to hide it from me. I totally, yes. And Adesoji put in the chat, me and my man, we just had a disagreement. I'm just going to put it in these terms, because some people may not know what sapiosexual is. And unfortunately, because I say the word, I'm going to have to explain it to them now.
You have to fix your TikTok, because TikTok will flag us.
Oh, okay. But I'm done.
Great conversation. Thank you, Ja. Nicolin, thank you for coming up. Welcome to Coffee and Chill. Not sure if it's your first time here. If not, still welcome. We are a live interactive news podcast, and we're streaming live on internet radio, YouTube, as well as here. So thank you for coming up.
I'm 43. I'm in Virginia, and sometimes it's certain people, they say a lot of words to get the point across. You know what I'm saying? But me personally, you know what I'm saying? When people ask how you feel about Trump, you know what I'm saying? I would not even tell people how I feel about him. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't require I'm not gonna get emotional. I'm not gonna get on that fucking level.
Well, we're live on radio, so please be mindful of the language.
Okay. Yes. So it's whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's a taco. That's what I feel about him. He doo-doo. He's trash. And then you have people that from Tennessee and they talk so slow and they be like, well, he did it. And ask him questions, you know what I'm saying? And they never want to get in depth, you know what I'm saying? Because they will lose. They're like, oh, you support veterans, you know what I'm saying? I say, I tell them veterans out of commission, you know what I'm saying? They don't like that. They don't like that, Because we usually, you know what I'm saying? We usually, when you're young, when you're vibrant and beautiful, you know what I'm saying? We don't really, we don't want to say like the Trump supporters, you know what I'm saying? We don't want to say okay, yeah, we want to talk to your grandmother. You know what I'm saying? I'm never that. You know what I'm saying? It's like stupidity goes so far. You know what I'm saying? Like, and they know, and that's why like sometimes my words are like too like some people don't understand. You know, they're like, you have like 2 kids, right? And they're like 17, right? Oh boy, right? We gonna change the regime, right? In some country, there's a 100 million. You know, it's not Miami, boy. It's not Miami. 100 million. It's a whole lot of fucking folks. You know.
Remember, we're on. I
My
don't
bad.
want to have to put you down, Nicole, because we have to be mindful that we are streaming live on internet
Yeah,
radio.
that's 2 times. That's 2 times for me. You know, I understand. It's not Miami, you know. But they just so they're like so like I don't know what kind of box I have to put them in, you know. I'm from Virginia, you know what I'm saying? Like, and like they sound irrelevant, you know.
All right. Okay, well, thank you, Nicolin, for coming up. I hope I said that right. I hope I didn't butcher that. So thank you so much for coming up. All right, folks. Welcome to the stage, Mr. President. We haven't heard from you. Adesoji, where are you? All right. So thank you again, Nicolin. I am going to move you back down because I know there are some people who need to come up if you don't mind. All right, here we go. Adesoji, go right ahead.
Oh yes. What was I saying again? Yes, me and Lady Ja, we agree to disagree. But then again, you know, history is important. It's very, very important. And we have to tell it what's and all. But more importantly, the moment you bring up a conversation, you bring up an idea of what it is you're trying to highlight. You need to give it context.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just give us what's the word? Give us a booty shake and keep it moving. Nah, sorry.
Okay, got you. No. Fair enough. All right. So thank you all for that spirited conversation. Appreciated it. Definitely appreciated it. Beyonce, see what you done did, girl. You have us talking, which was your intention, and you're bringing attention, which was your intention. You're very strategic. You know what you're doing. Okay. Moving right along, direct flights between Africa and the Caribbean could soon take off. And this is out of the Caribbean Corner, courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. The acting head of the Africa Export-Import Bank, Afrexim Bank Caribbean office, says scheduled direct flights between Africa and the Caribbean may soon become a reality as demand grows and conversations progress among regional stakeholders and airlines. Ocheku, and I know I butchered his name, my apologies, sir, who leads the Barbados-based office, made the remarks during the Afrexim Bank's 32nd annual meetings, and they're currently underway, adding that the bank is exploring the feasibility of direct flight between the Caribbean and Algiers for the upcoming intra-American trade fair slated for September in Algeria. This week, we've had quite a few stories about Africa and the Caribbean. I'll ring my bell on that one. Yeah.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's a bit worrying. Did he say 32nd annual?
32nd annual, yeah. I know where you're
going.
So
you're saying...
I know where you're going. I think we've been around each other for far too long. I need some new friends.
32 years, and you're still talking about the regular flight. What are we doing?
But as a soldier, you cannot ignore the reason behind the length of time, right? You really can't, right? Because when we think about all the bureaucratic red tape that's in play, that has been in play, we're cutting them away one by one. We can't ignore them.
A year, 2 years, 3 years, 4, 5, 32. 32.
And so I won't be too hard on them in that respect, because if you look at what has been happening for the last 50 years, for instance, with all this independence, everything was still done based on the colonizers' order, Even if look at flight paths and stuff, you could just fly across the Atlantic and you're in Africa, right? But then you have to go to the UK or pass through the US, pass through somewhere in Europe. You have to make it a 24-hour flight just to get to, literally to get to Africa, And who controlled the skies? Most of us don't have much planes outside of a couple African airline and probably Ethiopian airline, and that has been making massive strides. We don't really have much planes and stuff. We have one or two fleets here and there, or you have local fleets within Africa. The Caribbean don't even have a proper regional airline that service it. So it is understandable, but what I like is the pace at which things are going now seems to be encouraging. And so we have to continue to push in that direction. But as James always said, we have to get away from the bilateral agreements where you're going to send kits or you're going to Grenada. And we have a Caribbean Africa initiative where we create proper hubs for regular flights, even if it's once or twice a week, but regular predictable flights, so we could bring down costs and stuff like that and start to trade with the continent.
Yeah.
Right? So I think it's a step in the right direction.
I just told you, but can you imagine all the babies that could have been born?
It's 2 years,
I get it. But again, remember what Mr. President just said. There are systems in place that, I mean, if you allow them, it would never happen. Never. So we're making strides.
Let's say weekly flight, one weekly flight, right? That's 52 flights in a year. That's
all right. Nobody do the numbers. Nobody run the numbers. We're just gonna ring up the bell and say, yay, Ray, turn up the thing. Antigua PM calls for an end to the stigma linked to mental health. This article courtesy of loopnews.com. Antigua and Barbuda Prime Minister Gaston Brown on Wednesday said the number of people in Latin America and the Caribbean who unalive by suicide or live with a mental disorder represents lives overshadowed by despair, potential left unrealized, and families hollowed by grief. Addressing a forum on mental health in the Americas organized by the Pan American Health Organization and the World Health Organization, Prime Minister Brown said that in Latin America and the Caribbean, more than 10 adolescents pass away by unaliving each day, recalling that in 2021 across the region, 16 million adolescents lived with mental disorder. These figures represent lives overshadowed by despair, potential left unrealized, families hollowed by grief. Uniting the Americas for Mental Health from Commitment to Action is a parallel event to the 55th General Assembly of the Organization of American States that officially begins later on Wednesday. He said that the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, estimates that untreated youth mental health conditions cost Latin America and the Caribbean economies over $30 billion annually. Born by parents who cannot work, by children who struggle in school, and by communities that lose hope. So PAHO and the WHO said that the forum will provide an opportunity for discussion among foreign ministers attending the OAS General Assembly to leverage regional leadership and identify common perspectives for advancing mental health and making a global contribution. Any comments on that one before we move forward?
Why do we have to wait for them to call a meeting for us to leverage regional leadership and to come together where there are commonalities? How much years we calling for this? I don't understand that a lot of Caribbean and African governmental leaders I still wait to be summoned by somebody. We summoned by Japan, we summoned by Russia, we summoned by the US, we summoned. It's not like we even being summoned by a body, or these proxy organizations that work in the interest of the West. We have to wait for them to say, "Oh, come together and see where you all have commonalities and where you suffer so much weaknesses and so, and pull your resources together." And guess what? We will go and we will credit them for, "Oh, we have unity." I mean, it's just nonsensical to me. And I think it's time we call out our leaders and stuff for this kind of nonsense. Because they're busy to go to meetings and dress up nice and give pretty speeches when we have so much low-hanging fruits in the region that we can pick. Some of the stuff basically just mean setting up a desk and collaborating. Just a simple collaboration. Some of them don't even require no extensive work, no extensive funding. And a matter of fact, to set up some of them, it saves us money. But everybody so busy trying to be the head of nothing, as opposed to being a part of something.
No, you did not just say that. But you're absolutely right. You're right. We're like little do boys, right? Out of soldier, go ahead.
Of course. Or in the flip side, we can wait for another 32 years.
All right, somebody mute out of soldier for me, please. On to the Bahamas. Bahamas, 5 have been arrested for illicit substance bust yields of 42.6 pounds of suspected Mary Jane. This article courtesy of loopnews.com. Police have arrested 5 individuals and seized a quantity of suspected Mary Jane with an estimated street value of $84,200 in New Providence. The arrests took place on Wednesday, June 25, when officers from the Drug Enforcement Unit, working alongside personnel from the Bahamas Customs Department, executed a search warrant at a residence in Coral Lakes. The operation, which began shortly before 11 a.m., also involved assistance from a police K-9 unit. During the initial search, officers discovered a large quantity of suspected Mary Jane inside a vehicle at the residence. The discovery led to the arrest of 3 adult males aged 43, 41, and 43, 41, and 31, along with 2 adult females aged 66 and 44, all of whom were taken into custody. The investigation subsequently expanded to include an additional search of a suspect's residence, where officers uncovered and seized more suspected Mary Jane from the kitchen area of the home. Bermuda Air launches Anguilla Air with non-stop service to Anguilla from the U.S. Article courtesy of loopnews.com. Bermuda Air announced yesterday the launch of Anguilla Air, the airline's first major expansion beyond Bermuda, with non-stop flights to Anguilla from Boston and Baltimore beginning this December. Yay! The new service launching December 19, 2025 will offer direct flights from Boston and Baltimore to Anguilla, representing the airline's first scheduled destination outside of Bermuda and its growing footprint in the Caribbean region. The expansion signals what Bermuda Air describes as a powerful new era in Caribbean connectivity, driven by the airline's signature island hospitality and vision to link island communities. Anywhere? Okay, let's keep it moving. Out of Grenada, former Attorney General wants referendum to change oath of allegiance. Article courtesy of loopnews.com. Former Attorney General Kajetan Hood says he does not favor a decision by the government to change a section of Grenada's constitution by tabling legislation in the parliament. Hood, who served as Attorney General from 2013 to 2018, said he believes that the correct approach should be to have citizens vote for the change through a referendum poll. The government will next month table the Constitution Oath of Allegiance bill in Parliament, altering Section 37, Schedule 3 of the 1973 Constitution Order, which instructs to whom state officials must take the oath of allegiance. Currently, the oath of allegiance is taken to King Charles III, the head of the Commonwealth, to which Grenada is a member. His
Here.
heirs. We are so honored to have you amongst us, Adesoji, as a representative of His Majesty King Charles III.
Long may he rule over us.
And may,
yeah, long may he rule.
Yeah, so currently the oath of allegiance is taken to King Charles, the head of the Commonwealth, to which Grenada is a member, his heirs and successors. According to the proposed legislation, the oath of allegiance will be amended by deleting the words His Majesty King Charles III, his heirs and successors, and substituting the word Grenada. How he feel about that, Adesoji? Mr. President, are you in favor? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. James, your mic open. Do you say aye?
Nay.
Mr. President, do you say aye? All in favor?
Sorry, I had to step away. I didn't hear the story. But since the king's man is saying nay, I'll say aye.
All right, gather here, gather here, gather here. Lend me your ear, one and all. We have a proclamation.
The treachery. The insidious nature of it all.
According to the proposed legislation, the oath of allegiance will be amended by deleting the words His Majesty King Charles III, his heirs and successors, and we will be substituting the word Grenada.
It doesn't even sound right.
When was the last time King Charles III visited Grenada? You know what going down there?
Of course he does. The king is very abreast of all that happens in his empire.
But he has his representative, the Governor General, who sits in his palace and eat everything to get fat on the people's coffers.
I don't know about the fat bit, but yeah, he gets a stipend.
So talk. Go ahead.
That's the only way he knows, because his coins keep going up.
Therefore, the first thing should be the island becoming a republic, and then we make the necessary change.
No.
Hood said, I have no problem with Grenada becoming a republic, but it must be done by referendum. Let the people, let the citizens make that choice, and then we change the oath of allegiance. Yes, Captain Dunn, pledge which allegiance to which king. Move up, Friar, sir. 2025.
Why would you give that to average citizens? These are people those are affairs that are beyond their comprehension.
Exactly, Adesoji. I stand with you on this one. Yeah. These peasants are causing some problems. How shall we handle them, Adesoji?
Well, just roll a couple of heads across the stake and yeah.
I know that was the first thing that was going to come to them.
We're not liking what is happening at Adesoji. Everyone is wanting this independence from us. What is this?
Wait, after the big back and forth we had this morning, Adesoji, explain why you would like to see heads rolling.
I don't know where this mutinous spirit comes from.
Exactly.
This idea that you can run your own affairs. Really don't understand it.
We don't get it.
I don't understand.
Yeah, I side with you, Adesoji. You know,
Tell us why we can't. Tell us why we can't, Adesoji.
You can't manage yourselves, quite frankly. Look at what is going on over there in the Caribbean. You can't seem to get a handle on things.
I mean, I can just give you a big example. Apparently, there's a very loud, boisterous individual that masquerades as a leader. And is the head of this place called, I do believe you call it Jamaica.
Yes, we call it Jamaica. We took Jamaica from the Spaniards. Don't you dare forget that.
Exactly. That's a classic example of the kind of unbecoming that could happen when you let the likes of yourself in charge. You know, start thinking outside of your pay grade.
Oh, that's what it is. We're not smart enough to control ourselves. Is that what you're saying?
Those are your words, not
ours.
But you get a sense of what I am alluding to.
I need the scientific facts behind that. I'm not just accepting what you're saying.
Know your place. Know your place. You're getting a little bit too full, but now.
Exactly. You might not be able to comprehend what I'm going to explain to you. So why should we even start?
But you know what? Let me be quiet.
Ladies and gentlemen, listening, please don't take us seriously. We're in jest. Yeah, so we have a comment in the chat. Paul says, wait, another island is going through the same problem as Jamaica? How many countries are still a part of the monarchy, the Commonwealth?
I mean, there is enough to go around. We still have Antigua and Barbuda. We have Grenada. We have Jamaica. I mean, it's not like Jamaica is going to toss out His Majesty anytime soon. You know, because you're well taken care of. Let's just put it that way. So.
Okay. Any countries across Africa? So.
Oh, well, that's a different kettle of fish.
So the Commonwealth is a voluntary association of 56 independent and equal countries, folks. I like how they slip in the word voluntary.
That's what I was going to say.
I like how they slip. So did we all volunteer? Or what?
Yeah, yes, they were. No, they were voluntarily told.
Yeah, I mash up the people them table, you know. Yeah, I mash up the people them table. We were voluntarily told. Absolutely.
Morning.
Look at what the cats dragged in. From
So
hope you
I
cleanse
told
yourself
you.
before coming in here.
I just told you, do we have to pay the royals to be a part of Commonwealth? Do you take a tax from us?
I do believe you're talking from Canada, are you not? So let's just keep things steady.
So let me get this. So like Grenada. So Grenada they're being taxed to be a part of the Commonwealth, CARICOM, and the Eastern Caribbean. That's like three different money them are taxed. They're being taxed. Is that so, Mr. President?
What is wrong with James this morning, James? I just told you, please answer, James. This is the problem when you mingle with peasants.
Well, the thing is, you know, when you're part of a club, you need to pay subscription from time to time. Otherwise, you will no longer be a member of the country club, and we might have to toss you into the streets. You won't want that to happen to you, would you? So.
All right, folks. So interesting. Let's see, who stirred the pot? Who stirred the pot? No Antigua and no Grenada won't come explore the possibility of moving away from the Commonwealth. Let's see. Next up.
Moments. Do you know if Andrew? Do you know if Andrew is moving away too? Because the referendum is still going through, right? To become a republic. Do you think he's moving away from everything, or just becoming a republic but still stay as a part of the Commonwealth?
So someone who is amongst us, said that you know, our leader is desirous of having our country become what, the 53rd state? Because who is 51? Who is 52? Or we are, yeah, we're 53rd because the country that's not real is 51. Then we have the craniums, 52. So we are going to be 53.
Don't forget Trinidad.
That's a growing number.
But Trinidad has became a republic long ago, no?
Yeah, but they're via for the 52nd state. Remember the stand your ground state.
There cannot be the 52nd state. The craniums are already the 52nd state. Get
All right, then I guess they'll push Jamaica out for the
so
53rd.
Okay, so we'll go down to 54.
Yeah, and then which place Trump gonna take over with the bird them? The Bird Island.
Welcome to the stage, Paul. Thank you so much for joining us here at Coffee and Toe World News on the Go. We're an interactive, live, interactive news podcast, streaming live on internet radio, YouTube, and TikTok. Please let us hear your thoughts.
Good morning, group. How's everyone?
We're well, thank you. I hope you're well too.
I'm keeping very close attention to Jamaica because I'm at that stage now where trying to return back home, but some issues that has not been addressed and it's been kept secret, the rewriting of the new constitution without opposition input. As you well know, that's what's happening now. And that poses a great danger if only one mind, one thought are trying to move Jamaica to the next century. And that's very scary. And the other complex and issue is the Privy Court. Jamaica is still bound to the Crown through the Privy Court system. And that is another issue. And to move it to the Caribbean, you need 2/3 of the parties vote to dissolve the Privy Court. And the Privy Court says, okay, you dissolve me, but you need 2/3 party approval. So they're stuck in purgatory with the Privy Court issue. And that is another complex and issue that Jamaica is stuck in. And other, beside from other issues, but these are the two salient points that I need for clarification.
And we will hope, thank you for that, Paul. Thank you so much for that. And I can understand your concern. Whose mic is open? You want to go ahead? Go ahead, Adesoji. Go right ahead.
Yeah. So when using the example of Nigeria, when Nigeria became a republic in 1963, following the rewriting of the constitution, the 1963 constitution. Once the constitution is in place and it's been ratified by the National Assembly, that effectively derodes the power of the Privy Council. So you don't need like an extra step of, what's the word? You don't need an extra exercise in order to get their hands off the reins with regards to the legal machinations within Jamaica. Once the constitution is ratified, hopefully with using, so in Nigeria case, when the constitution was talked about, they created what was then known as a constitutional conference. And it was that constitutional conference that created the draft constitution, which was then ratified by the National Assembly. So what you would have is all the voices within Jamaica would form a convening body. They would look at all the laws. They would draft them in tandem in context of the Jamaican experience and the Jamaican ideal and what they hope going forward would represent Jamaican values. And they would table that before the National Assembly. If the National Assembly were to ratify the draft constitution, then immediately the Privy Council thing goes away, because you effectively then become a republic. Hopefully that doesn't happen.
No, it's more complicated. Excuse me. It's more complicated than that, because in in the independence at what we thought we were given, which was just ceremonial independence. We created privy court, but it's seated in Trinidad, as I'm aware. So it's not in your own jurisdiction. You're part of the CARICOM. So now we said, okay, Trinidad, let's hold you over there, and then we'll do a satellite court we could do a mobile court system when decisions are made. But you're not self-governing, I feel, in my belief. It needs your supreme decision needs to stay within your home body. Why are we, again, the colonial mentality and the shifting to be independent is something hard to do because you're trying to free yourself from this mental apartheid of government, but you can't. Where are you going? We're not moving anywhere further. And I resist my case for now.
So, Paul, I wanted to answer one quick question for you with regard to the body that makes up the members of the Jamaican Constitutional Reform Committee, aka the CRC, and they're the ones who are tasked with reviewing the country's constitution and steering Jamaica's transition to a republic. The appointment was done back on March 23. There are 14 members. Here we go. Marlene Malahoo Fort. She's the Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs. She's the co-chair. We know she is JLP. Rocky Ricardo Meade, Ambassador for Plenipotentiary for National Strategic Interests. I didn't double check him. Hold on 1 second. Let me double check him real quick. But his affiliation, he shouldn't have any because he is a military leader who was member of the CDS, the Chief of Defense Staff. All right. Next, we have Derek McCoy, Attorney General. Tom Tavares Finson, President of the Senate. Ransford Braham, who is a Senator. Donna Scott Motley, Senator, PNP. Anthony Hilton, PNP, Member of Parliament for St. Andrew Weston. And then we have Richard Albert, who is a Professor of Law at the University of Texas at Austin. We have two attorneys here, Lloyd Barnett and Hugh Small. David Henry, who is a pastor at Swallowfield Chapel. Nadine Spence, who is Student Services Manager at Mary C. Cole Hall, University of the West Indies. Lalita Davis Mattis, Chair of the National Committee on Reparations, and Sujay Boswell, who is a former president of the UWI Mona Guild of Students, Youth Advisor. So the ones that are the representatives of the opposing party are Braham, Motley, and Hilton. So we do have a mix. There is a mix. It's not strictly being led only by the JLP. And then we have members also who their political affiliation is not mentioned at all. Yeah.
And also on the issue of the Privy Council, the reason why you have a Privy Council set up for the Caribbean is Nigeria also being an ex-Brit colony, also had their Privy Council, but their Privy Council was set up in London because you had fewer colonies within the West African aspect. So you only had Ghana, Sierra Leone, Nigeria, which other one? Gambia. So there were 4 of them in there. And so they all had to go to Nigeria. When they all got independence, Ghana was the only one that went the route of what Jamaica is now doing, which is a constitutional committee. In the case of Nigeria, they had a constitutional conference. So the moment you table the constitution, the draft constitution, before your National Assembly and is ratified, you see it reporting to your Privy Council as a legal body because nothing can then supersede your constitution. I yield.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for that, Adesoji. All right. Thank you, Alvi.
Yeah.
Go ahead, James.
Yeah, I think that the biggest sore point in what's going on is that the Prime Minister wants the final court to be in Jamaica, and the opposition said no, that he think we should go to the Caribbean Court of Justice. So I think that's a sticking point where it is concerned. And the interesting thing is that this whole becoming a republic, we actually started the process before Trinidad, right? But for whatever reason, it failed. It failed like 4 times before. So don't be surprised if it failed again.
Why did it fail, James? Do you have the reasons for its failing?
I think Manley was the first person that brought it up, and I think it failed after the change in government. Quite a few times it happened right as the government changed. So I don't remember the years, but quite a few times, either 2 or 3 times or so, it failed before. So, but we'll see if it will go through this time.
I think it's to add to what James is saying. The failure could be in part of it could be generational, because we have to be honest. Certain generations still look to the monarchy and they have that kind of idealistic idea of what it is, as opposed to a younger, exactly, as opposed to a younger generation. Yeah, exactly. As opposed to a more standoffish youth question asking generation that would then say, oh, this thing is not beneficial to us. In fact, we are just holding on to relics that has not served us well in the past. Let's get rid of this thing. So I think if the idea of a referendum was placed before the people today, it would be an overwhelming success of getting rid of the monarchy as the head of states with regards to Jamaica.
So thank you for that, Anasoji. Let me read something real quick here. Jamaica has not yet transitioned to a republic due to a combination of factors, including political complexities and disagreements on the specific details of the transition, such as the role of the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council, the JCPC. While there has been public support for becoming a republic, particularly after events like the Windrush scandal and the push for reparations for slavery, the process has been slow. So let's dig a little deeper. Political hurdles. Jamaica is a parliamentary constitutional monarchy with the British monarch as its head of state. There have been discussions and efforts to transition to a republic, but these have faced challenges. One key issue is the need for a constitutional amendment, which requires a supermajority in parliament and potentially a referendum. And I want to correct myself with regard to, I think, Braham. He is JLP. Then we have the Constitutional Reform Committee, which is the CRC, which was established in 2023 to make recommendations for the transition. The CRC is tasked with finding solutions that can gain broad support, but the process has been slower than anticipated. You have disagreements on the JCPC. A major point of contention is the replacement of the JC. Can you close your mic for me, please? Please close your mic. Someone's mic is open. A major point of contention is the replacement of the JCPC with the Caribbean Court of Justice, the CCJ, as the final court of appeal. The opposition party, the PNP, has linked the transition to a republic with the removal of the JCPC. The government, however, seems to be prioritizing a phased approach, dealing with the Republican issue separately. Then there is public opinion. While there is a degree of public support for becoming a republic, there are also skeptics who worry about the government's readiness and the potential for corruption to be exasperated. And I think we have had that conversation here. Then there is Commonwealth membership. Jamaica is a member of the Commonwealth, and there is a desire to remain in the Commonwealth even after becoming a republic. That's it. I'm done. We spoke about corruption.
Yeah, don't surprise. I don't think it's as clear cut as we'd want to believe. The only problem with it failing is that we would have thrown millions of dollars down the toilet like we did in the past. And I think the last person that brought it up, I think, was Portia Simpson, and then beat her bad when she when she said, you know, how dare you diss the queen? Yeah, so yeah, but I believe that because I don't understand, and this is a problem I'm having with CARICOM, because from what I'm hearing, Trinidad also is not dealing with the Caribbean Court of Justice. So why is it that I think only Guyana and a few of the Eastern Caribbean islands? So why is it that we set up something, but we're not using it?
James, let me ask you a question. I'm scrolling through here and I want to ask a question. So Jamaica became independent August 6, 1962. Why did Jamaica remain a member of the British Commonwealth? Wasn't that an opportunity right there to move away from the Commonwealth?
Yeah, the conversation around that, because there was a conversation about just doing everything at the same time, like independence and republic at the same time. But I think it was Bustamante at the time was saying that it would have been too much. So he didn't want to jump off in the deep. So I'm just saying, like, okay, let's do the independence first and jump off in the shallow, and we'll swim, and later we'll attack the republic. But it never happened.
Yeah, because they got independence 1962, but remained a member of the British Commonwealth. And this doesn't make no sense.
This is my point. This is a point I'm standing on here, because I think it was either the Manley. It was a 10-year. It was a 10-year moratorium was set. We were going to go forward, but let's see for 10 years and see if what we're going to do, how well it's going to work. And now we're back to the same decision. And so happened the current administration is looking to resolve that issue, but they're using it in their favor. Like, it's like you're playing a game, but all the marbles are in your court. You're not allowing the other members to contribute or play on your field. But see, now we talked about that, because that's part of the mindset. Some of us still hold true to the old belief system and don't want to be free from that. And so hence Jamaica is stuck. And this is what I'm saying. We're stuck. We're in front of purgatory. We're being judged or to be judged. We're stuck mentally. So all what you see is happening on the island. We cannot move forward until these two issues are put to bed.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me ask a question. Should Jamaica move forward with being a republic, or just continue business as usual? What are your thoughts? Honestly.
You know what? I think if they go through with the republic, I think they're just going to run to the arms of the Americans, because I think that was the plan from day one. Because I was not around in 62, but someone sent me some information the other day that alleged that the reason, like, the Americans were the ones responsible for the Federation not going through, for Jamaica to bow out of the Federation. And that Bustamante was connected to the American government from his time in Cuba. Because remember, at the time, there were 30 years he spent in Cuba, right? It was when the Americans were pretty much in control over there, and he was in Cuba from that time. And when he returned to Jamaica and formed the trade union, remember, he was the one that pretty much, like, bow out of the Federation, because apparently if it was up to the PNP, like, they would have wanted the Federation, but he wanted out. So I feel like they'll just run to the arms of the Americans for whatever reason. That's just how I feel. They're not going to be truly independent.
You know, James, I am leaning on your side. So on her,
64th state.
so on August 16, 1962, the United States recognized Jamaica's independence. Of course, and that is when they set up the U.S. Embassy. For some reason, nothing happens overnight. 62. How many years ago that? How many years now? 2025 minus 1960.
We call that donkey years, man.
Hey, from Jesus was a little boy, right?
I remember from that time was the first sighting of the sea people them.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you might be onto something, James. You might be onto something.
Well, let's look at Puerto Rico. Stop there. Look what happened to Puerto Rico, because I was in the military later on. So a unique thing happened in 1980 while I was there in Puerto Rico. I was taking a bus from the airport to the base, and they told us to be careful. The bus before us got ambushed. That was by the Communist Party in Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico was going to a referendum either to remain independent or join the United States. Think about that. So the CIA at the same time is very active in Jamaica to prevent or to make sure things go their direction. So these are things that we need to look at. We're on the chessboard, but there's some little players around the table that we're in that's controlling the movements of the pieces above us. And this is what's happening now. Jamaica is, remember, Jamaica is the first port in the Caribbean doing the trade back and forth. See, we're looking trade coming from United States to Jamaica. No, look at the trade coming from the other side. We're one of the first port that they must stop at. And so much to gain and so much to lose. That's what they're so powerful as to deciding which party takes control of this decision making. Britain still have their foot on the throat of Jamaica. And one of the things that I thought was very troubling is that the governor's general seal dictates that. Look at the governor's, if you were to Google the governor's general seal, the foot of the monarchy is on the throat of a Jamaican. That's a mentality of the colonial mindset. Okay? Now I'll pause for a rebuttal.
So hold on, not a rebuttal. I just want to clarify something here as it relates to Puerto Rico, and the history of Puerto Rico, which I know we have spoken about here several times. You quoted a date there when you were in Puerto Rico. What was it?
1980. It was in 1980. That's when it was there was a vote to occur around that time. And the movement was half was fighting to stay independent, and half was fighting to be a part of the United States, to remain in the United States, to remain.
Okay, so you have one group who wants to separate,
right?
And one group who wanted. Okay, gotcha.
Because Puerto Rico was signed under the Treaty of Paris,
right? And that was back in 18.
Right, that's when they acquired the
moments. Just on the same point here, I just want to highlight something.
Yeah.
Around the late 70s, 80s, what was happening in the region? You have Grenada Revolution, 1979.
Right.
March 13th. You had those days, I think, was Ortega in Nicaragua, that was very active. Manley was leaning close to the shoulders of Fidel and Morris Bishop. So Puerto Rico looking to look for independence. And remember what was going on in Guyana also. So a lot of threats was happening in America, what America considers its backyard. So they had to take steps to try to mitigate against those steps. So that was the environment. I just put that out there to paint a picture as to the environment, because remember, you had also had people like Kenneth Kaunda, Tamara Marshall. You had around the 80s, you had Sankara in Burkina Faso. So look at what's happening, and you had a growing Pan-African movement. You had a growing Pan-African movement. You started to see more conversation and alliance, you understand, between Africa, the Caribbean, and that part of the world. So that is the climate in which we're talking about. How do you expect America to support the coming together or the breaking away of the loyal subjects during that period of time, America and Britain? So I just paint that picture so people understand the framework which we were working in, because there was very close relation between the Grenada, Jamaica, Cuba, Nicaragua, you understand? And we had the African states. And remember, the same thing that was happening, for instance, in Grenada with Maurice Bishop is the same thing Sankara and them was looking to do in Burkina Faso, right? And there were others, Samara Marshall and all these guys. So that is the climate. I just wanted to put it there for reference.
Thank you, Mr. President. All right, thank you, everyone. And of course, a conversation to be continued. One more comment and I got to keep it moving.
Yeah, and I was going to say too that someone was pointing out to me the other day too that there's a reason why our prime minister have to stand with Israel, because there's some agreement with them too. So there's a connection there also, Israel, Jamaica, and the USA with this government.
God, do not ruffle any feathers. We're not going down that rabbit hole today. Not today. Not today. Thank you, James. All right, moving right along. Health authorities probing the deaths of 24 babies at Victoria Jubilee Hospital in Kingston. Article courtesy of Caribbean National Weekly. Health officials are investigating the deaths of at least 24 babies at the Victoria Jubilee Hospital in Kingston since June 1, sparking concerns about a possible outbreak at the region's largest maternity facility. The Southeast Regional Health Authority confirmed to Observer Online on Thursday that a high-level meeting is currently underway to assess the situation. However, officials have not yet provided details on the cause of the deaths, and a formal statement is expected once the ongoing assessment is completed. The Victoria Jubilee Hospital is recognized as the largest maternity hospital in the English-speaking Caribbean. Well, it has faced scrutiny in the past. In 2022, 12 infants unalived during a bacterial outbreak at the facility. That outbreak, identified in July of that year, resulted in 7 deaths that month, with additional fatalities occurring through October. Nationwide news sources have indicated that there are currently no confirmed reports of a new outbreak. Instead, it is understood that the hospital has seen an increase in premature births in recent weeks, with some of the infants reportedly stillborn. Chief Medical Officer Dr. Jacqueline Bissessor Mackenzie said she was unable to provide a detailed comment at this time. Health authorities are expected to release more information following the completion of an internal review. I'm trying to put my words together nicely. Victoria Jubilee Hospital has been around from Jesus was a boy, right? This hospital, per this article, is the largest what? Maternity hospital in the English-speaking Caribbean. You would think that a hospital where people who can't afford to go to a private hospital, right? This is the majority, I would say. That's where people go to deliver, right? It's a government-run institution. You would think that the said hospital that, is responsible for helping women to bring new life into the world would want to operate at its optimum. You'd want to know that they have all the resources in place, because, of course, the possibility exists for people to have premature deliveries. So at the backside, we don't have the infrastructure in place to facilitate all of that. Why on God's green earth we have so many children, babies unaliving? Oh, what's more important is a 200% salary increase and the 300% increase for the Governor General get. That was more important. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hold on a second, James. 1 second. I want to say thank you to everyone listening on qmzradio.com for quality music while you work or play. Keep it logged on to www.qmzradio.com for that good music to get you through your day. Also want to say a big thank you to our listeners on MapMusicHouse.com. Hey, so the people them can't get me bringling or that me can't even talk. Right? Me can't even talk. But let me get it together. Let me hold get it together. Thank you for the fun. All right. Want to say a big thank you to everyone listening on qmzradio.com for quality music while you work or play. Keep it logged on to www.qmzradio.com for that good music to get you through your day. Also, a big thank you to our listeners on madmusichouse.com for any genre, anytime. The live stream ends for you at the top of the hour. So I want to take this time to say, have yourselves a wonderful weekend and thank you for your continued support throughout the week and as always. All right. I do invite you, however, to hop on over to YouTube or you can join us on TikTok as the live stream also will be continuing there. And just a reminder, to check out the website www.coffeeinto.com, and there you'll find the link to be able to watch us live. You can also catch up on past episodes, and you can head on over to our contact us tab where you can click the YouTube link. It's there for you to follow and watch and subscribe there as well. If not, see you Monday, God willing, 9 a.m. Eastern. All right, James, thank you so much for your patience. I appreciate that. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say the fact that that hospital is still there is like a travesty. That hospital should not be there. They should have built a new hospital by now and demolished that, because the KPH, that the hospital, because I was looking up the history of the hospital a couple years ago, and that hospital is older than most countries in the world. That's how long that hospital has been around. Like it was like an all-white hospital, like before Black people could have entered. And right in the same era, there was the first hospital that they built that was separate, that was for slaves. So that hospital, the history, that's been around for a long time. And remember last year when I said like Jamaica, like it's like a BBL, like they're just beautiful on the outside, but inside is spoiling. That is what we see happening, right? Because as a Jamaican, when you look at what's going on in terms of the beauty, when you see the highway, then when you see the 1 million, Jamaica don't quote in Jamaican dollars anymore, US dollars, $1 million if you want to return home and buy a house. Like when you see those things there, you're like, oh my gosh, like Jamaica look like we're heading to become a first world, a developed country, right? But then when you talk to people and they tell you their experiences at the hospital, and I talk to quite a few people who go to Jamaica a lot and say they really want to go back, but the one thing that's the deciding factor why they say, you know what, I'm not going back, is healthcare. The fact that the hospitals can be getting worse, education getting worse, so everything on the interior is getting worse. It's only like the fancy stuff like the houses and the roads and the beautification on the outside, but the stuff that really matter is getting worse, and that's not good.
That one that hurt my heart. I'm not gonna tell no lie. He and not everybody have the money to go St. Andrews or Natal or Medical Associates or whatever private facility. Not everybody has the money. So because them not have the money should mean that we shouldn't care. Even more reason to care. Shelley, go right ahead.
Hey, Jamaican healthcare system is very dear to my heart, and I have had this discussion with some of my past co-workers, and one of the things I think, healthcare is expensive, and one of the things I think we need to bring back, and there can be a change, is free healthcare. Jamaica is not there yet. And I'm saying this from a personal point of view because when I worked in the clinic, I remember we had a pay system. I think the total free healthcare where there's no pay. That came about when I was here. But when we were collecting money, I don't want to say this is the only thing that needs to be done. I don't want to make it as if this is the only thing that can be done. But we had more resources because when we were collecting money at Clarendon Health Department, we had a department that purchased. We had stuff from the department because we did our own sourcing. So, Jamaica is bigger than people may imagine. And again, maybe the parishes need to start controlling their healthcare to an extent. And the pay system, I really think that needs to come back in, and a small fee. What we collected in the clinic was so small. It's not like it was going to it's basically a contribution, and it basically meant we could go down to the stores and put in an order for what we need, versus when I left there, the orders coming, you cannot get the supplies because if Kingston don't send it, then Mapen don't have it.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So one of the things I really think the healthcare needs to do is maybe do it on the core care on a parish basis, because it is bad in the hospitals, like worse than we would believe. It's not good. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Shelley.
My input. Let's look at the waste, fraud, and the abuse. We can't pass that big lump in the rug. Okay? And being that a small island, your tax-based system is not the most robust system. Okay? To cover the expenses. Remember, we borrow money from the IMF. IMF set rules as how many hospitals you could build to control your growth. We're not going to get any deeper than that, but just leave it like that. Then the issue is the tax base. Each individual has to pay their fair share, which contributes into the larger general revenue. Then the general revenue dispersed it to the parishes, and the parishes disperse it to the need. However, each of those nodes or choke point, somebody says, wait, hold on, these mentality and this parish council, I said, I'll just move this money and do what I want to do. That has to stop. And this is what's happening as a result. Hospital that's we talked the phrase that we said earlier, the hospital that's older than donkey years, that's still there. Just imagine the bacterial layers of bacteria that's in these hospitals. Some hospital you get sick just going into the hospital. So we have to fix these things. Now, you know, the current administration in Jamaica, okay, that's not their focus, because their focus right now is to change the governance system, and that's primarily what they want to control right now. Because again, the end user of the hospital are the subjects. Remember, the mindset is still there, which we have not broken away from. And that's why we have to look at the model of Abraham Traore's model right now. His model is we need to nationalize our resources. We just found oil. Let's see how we're going to nationalize it or we're going to privatize it. Because if we nationalize it, Jamaica will be from third to first or right behind Trinidad with gold and oil. So this is what the fix is there, but are we willing to say, listen, it's for the greater good of Jamaica that we're going to nationalize the oil. Come out of Jamaica, it should be managed by Jamaicans and it should be maintained by Jamaicans. Then mean the dollar of Jamaica will shift. I still laugh when somebody says, how much is that? Oh, $1 million Jamaican dollar. Just let that sink in for a minute. $1 million Jamaican dollar for something that what you look at from a different perspective is not worth it. So again, we're being distracted from the bigger picture. The bigger picture is the nationalization of the resources. From the bauxite, what we sell off raw, ship that out raw. We already sold off the airplane. We lease off the port. Now we have oil. Oh, let's see who can give us more money for it. We could fix ourselves, but we continue to fall into the pirate mentality and the colonialism mentality. And I reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you, Paul. Anyone else? Shelley's asking, did we find Shelley, which part you did there? The conversation with the investors out of Europe, the European investors. How many times has that article come to the forefront from Jamaica Gleaner, Jamaica Observer, Nationwide News, in the Star? All the media outlets have been talking about the possibility of oil they have been exploring for over 10 years or longer.
I have been seeing the issue of the possibility. I've seen that, but I didn't know that we reach any concrete situation. Though I am here thinking to myself, Lord Jesus, the day we find I don't know if it's going to be as good as we would think, because the corruption is going to go even higher. You know, but I mean, it's more resources either way. But back to the health system, Canada, in my estimation, their provinces are managed somewhat different. They have different rules and so on. And I just think,
beat up over there.
You know, see me a top up his screen.
Oh!
Sorry. Sorry, it did in your ear. No man. No man, me cook a pot of brown stew chicken yesterday. Yes. So
sorry.
No, it's a good thing you say that. So I'll not top the screen when I'm speaking because the mic is open and sorry.
No,
yeah. Yeah, so the healthcare system is a touchy one. My father was in the hospital, and that story is a whole different one where they kill off my papa.
Unalive.
But the healthcare the situation is really bad, and like Paul said, we as individuals getting together mean that we take care of our corner of the world, our corner of the parish. And I would have hoped for the day when St. Thomas and each parish can stand up for their healthcare facility without, I wouldn't say without, but ahead of the government or along with. You understand what I'm saying? That we can decide that, we need this into Spanish Town Hospital, along with the government. Because many times when these people are sick, they come to Miami. We have to remember that. Some of them are here lifted to Miami. So we have to realize that for us in the community, we don't have the luxury of us and our children being airlifted. So I constantly say I think we need to get together as a community, as a parish, and decide what Maypin Hospital needs for Clarendonians, what Spanish Town Hospital needs, and so on. Because if we wait on them, for all the years I've been living and working with the department, no change. Okay, guys.
Thank you, Shelley. So I want to just quickly jump back to the oil situation to remind everybody. Yes, Jamaica has the potential for oil reserves and has been actively exploring for them. If you pop into the room and you hear a conversation, you want to stick around, because if the question is put in the chat, we have a habit of getting the information. All right. So you don't jump in, hear something, pose your question, and leave. It's important to stick around because we do a good job, I want to say, of sourcing the answer. All right. So yes, Jamaica has the potential for oil reserves and has been actively exploring them. While no large-scale commercial oil discovery has been made yet, there are indications of an active hydrocarbon system, including onshore oil and gas seeps. United Oil and Gas Company, and gas is a company actively involved in exploring the Walton Moret Basin, a large offshore area south of the island. They have confirmed oil seeps and are conducting further seabed surveys. You guys remember the clip that we played from the meeting that was had in the United Kingdom with the investors? You remember that? And they were very happy with the results so far. Y'all remember? And I played the clip here. Was it earlier this year? Okay. All right. So they have a saying, if not no go so, it nearly goes so. They also have another saying, where there is smoke, there is fire. It's just a matter of time before we know what the truth is, and we'll wait for the truth to come out. Go right ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, moment. There's also history too, right? It's the same memo that goes around. They probably just take out the name of where the oil is found, but word for word, if you go back and look into Guyana and everywhere else before, the companies come in and make the deal that's best for them. It's the same memo come out, the potential, they're excited about the possibility that even when them know 10 years, 20 years before, the billions of barrel that's there, the same memo. So you're just going to see, because remember what happened what happening now is like they'll find it, but they'll treat it as a reserve. When Guyana go through a couple million of them barrel, then they go to the next reserve. That's what's going to happen. It's a playbook.
Mm-hmm. And there are so many articles out of coming from the media outlets out of Jamaica. We jump online, we'll see them. United Oil Values Repository south of Westmoreland at US $23 billion, which is 3.5 trillion. Right, so the articles are there. We just jump on Google. Google is our best friend over here at Caffeine, so we're always on Google. All right, so back to the healthcare situation, which have me really vexed, upset, mad, cross, angry, miserable, like bounty killer. Dr. Tufton, how quickly? Why are we only having this report done now? Why wasn't it done before now? A study, an analysis, an assessment, whatever no one call, whichever big word no one fling in there. So why are we hearing the number 24? Why?
Moment. Wasn't it just a few weeks ago we spoke about the other hospital there? The one that had ear problems?
The children's what do you call it? Bustamante Children's Hospital.
And how many years it's taken them and it's still not fixed yet? How are you going to say that each parish should take care of their own stuff when
No, something, Shelly's onto something, because I have spoken to other healthcare workers in Jamaica, and they have brought that up too. And I think we even mentioned that here on Caffeine too, that instead of burdening the system, what they may want to do is introduce a payment system. We said that. Minuscule, but even if I want like a $20, contribute something to help. Because yes, healthcare is expensive. It is expensive. We're not going to sit here and pretend. But if we say, have everybody invested, so the citizens can say, I contribute, but you have to feel we government help out here. But yeah, I think I see what Shelly is saying. There are other healthcare workers there who share that same sentiment. Because when you have to wait on Kingston to do everything, to do the procurement and then do the disbursement, time is of the essence. Or if not have the patients pay, give each hospital the autonomy to source the things. I don't know, but I see what Shelly's saying.
But in a place where you have no audits, you have no legitimacy guidelines. No, I'm just being serious though. You have so much money that cannot be found because someone is not performing their duties the way it should be performed, for whatever reason that may be. Do you really think that if you allow people to give money to that specific hospital, I would have to really know that that money is going to go toward the hospital and not disappear like all the other money that has disappeared in that country? And you know me, I'm an accountant, so I'm always watching the money. The people barely have enough money to send their children to school, let alone pay for medical care because of missing money.
We need a better system. Point blank, way better system.
I think we need to do what you always say. Make the doctors go to the hospital in the countries that they live in. Don't allow
You
them
mean
to
the
go
government
outside.
officials?
The government, yeah, I'm sorry, the government officials. Don't allow them to go outside of their nation to go to the hospital. You have to have your care in the country that you live in, period.
As long as you're a politician, as long as you're a member of parliament, as long as you're a representative of the people. Yeah. And I mean, they'll fix it. Just like that. What country again is that over there in Africa? Tanzania?
Tanzania.
Yes. Take a page out of them book. Quick and fast. You see how the place clean up. Quick and fast. Address this issue for us, please. Quickly, we need the report from the CMO, Dr. Jacqueline Bissessor McKenzie, please. Quickly, do not drag this out because this is a matter of grave importance. Folks are suffering.
And I want to add one more thing. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
It may not always be the hospital either, because other countries have been introducing fake food into the diets of people in certain countries as well. So it may not always just be the fault of the hospital. I yield.
Thank you for bringing up that point. Thank you. All right, next up, we hop on over to Haiti. U.S. issues warning to nationals living or wanting to travel to Haiti. Article courtesy of loopnews.com. The United States says while routine domestic commercial air travel has resumed between several airports in Haiti, U.S. citizens should only seek to leave the French-speaking Caribbean community, CARICOM country, when they feel it is safe to do so. In a statement, the U.S. Embassy here said that Americans should also seek to leave the country by commercial or other privately available transportation, and that they should monitor local news and check regularly with travel agencies and commercial transportation providers' offices and web pages to find departure options that suit their needs. We are aware of U.S. citizens traveling to Cap Haitian via helicopter from sites other than commercial airports, and those flights involve potential risks citizens should assess before flying. That's according to the embassy. Next up, government has been ordered to pay $120 million to a man that was jailed for decades without a trial. This article, courtesy of Nationwide Radio JM. The government has been ordered to pay $120 million to a man who spent nearly 50 years in prison without a trial. George Williams, a mentally ill man, spent his entire working life behind bars. Justice Sonia Wint-Blair has awarded him $78.6 million in compensatory damages and $42 million in vindicatory damages. The government had reportedly initially offered him only $6 million. How about the blouse and skirt to not go with that? You see, I tell us that to be poor is a crime, and poor people always get the bitter end of the stick. But anyway, let me keep it professional and keep it moving. So the government had reportedly initially offered him only $6 million. Williams was taken into custody sometime in December 1970, before my ban, on a charge of murder. But he was kept in custody at the court's pleasure because he was deemed unfit to plead. Justice Wint-Blair found that Williams's right to due process and a fair hearing by an independent and impartial court within a reasonable time were breached by the state. She said the failure to conduct periodic reviews to determine whether he had recovered from his mental health challenges and was fit to enter a plea was a breach of his rights. Williams's case was highlighted by a 2020 Indicom report. He was one of 7 mentally ill men who had spent at least 40 years in prison without trial. Another man, Noel Chambers, died on January 27, 2020, at the age of 81, after spending 40 years in a prison without trial. Williams was represented in court by attorney at law John Clark. Cut the blouse and skirt check. Yeah, cut the $120 million check. Cut it. $6 million you want to get the man after you have the man in a jail for what? What I said? 50 years, no trial, no nothing. 50 years, all because Uno say he's an unfair man. Hold on there, hold it there. All because he's of unsound man. Because he's of unsound man. Chew the man poor. I just chew the man poor and I have no bag of money for pay one liar from back then.
That is such a grave injustice. Like how?
My question is, where this money gonna come from to pay this man?
What do you mean where it's gonna come from? The money can come right from the Ministry of Justice.
That's from the bottom line. That means that next week nobody now gonna get paid.
That is not my problem. That is not
I'm
my
just playing the
problem.
devil's advocate.
No, not my problem, not my concern. They take it out of the tourism fund. Any man of fan if I get him on quick and fast. Quick and fast.
And this is the definition of a third world country. These are the things that we talked about. And the colonial system. Remember, on the colonial system, they lock you up for no reason, no cause, and they can keep you indefinitely. Now, comparing that to other systems, you could only hold you 72 hours. You could only hold me 30 days, and you must show cause, or you must release, or you got to provide me the legal remedy. You have to provide me legal remedy. None of these things happen. So now you're in violation. Now, 40 years?
50 years, I want to get him on $6 million.
So now, but hold on, that's just grave injustice there. And that spells to a national reform of the island. That ties to a new constitution. But only one party can write the constitution. You see all these things tied together, no? It's all interconnected. That's what we need to change.
But in the midst of my anger, let me be grateful and give God thanks for Justice Sonia Winch Blair, who has awarded him the $78.6 million in compensatory damages and $42 million in vindicatory damages. Thank you, Justice Winch Blair. You should have doubled it to blouse and skirt and teach the government a lesson. So I want to know, what about the others who are still there? I also want to know, Noel Chambers, who passed away January 27, 2020, is his family going to get any compensation? Because he spent 40 years from the age of 41 on a scrape up the man, have him locked up in a prison, no trial, him dead in other people in prison. What to his family?
That constitutes a class action lawsuit. However, the estate of the deceased have to have a lawyer in retainer to pursue that matter on the behalf of. So now, if you don't have somebody that represents the family, who's going to have to pay all the legal fee to be remedied at a later date? Now, this is another dilemma.
Well, here's what I would say, Paul, to the attorneys who have a heart. Do what they do here in the States. When you win the case, you pay us at that point. I know Dr. Sharon, you wanted to say something? I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm just flabbergasted at a grave injustice. And how did it take this long? Like, he just went to prison and everyone forgot about him? Like, what happened?
Hold on a second, Paul. Go ahead.
No, I'm just wondering, how did he just sit there for all these years, for 50 years? I mean, like, he melted away and didn't exist, and then, I mean, like,
that's mental. Once you're mental, you're in a mental capacity.
Paul, hold on a moment, Paul. One mic at a time, okay?
Paul, you could talk, but still, because you think someone has a mental illness, right? So then, how about you treat the mental illness? Let's start there, because at least that will help the person. And maybe once they recover and they get at a better state, they can say, well, why am I here? Why am I, you know, and what about the family? Where's his family? Who spoke for him? Who speaks for him? He had no mother, no father, no children, no brother, no sister, niece, nephew, like no one? I yield.
My point was the mental capacity, the mental institution. You have to be evaluated to go in. When you're in, you're periodically evaluated to come out. And then, but the thing is, that's the judiciary. Remember, if he was mental coming in, they have to send him for an assessment to be evaluated. And then you have to go through that due process through the DSM-6 model with 10 doctors and so many lawyers. And then to come back out to go stand in front of the judiciary. So this is where you get tied up in the system, as we said.
So then I have a question. That process took 50 years?
He got lost in the judiciary, and then he's tied up in the medical component, which he never sent back over to the judiciary. This is the mindset or the lack of. I reserve the rest of my time.
This is one of the cases where several people should have been sued because he was in the prison system. I think it's a case where individuals should have answered questions for this and should have been sued. Who was the head of the department? What kind of checks? For 50 years? And no, not just the government. Somebody else should have been responsible for that. Thank you.
Go ahead, Dr. Sharon. Dr. Sharon, you still want to speak?
She wanted to know.
No, her and Shelley had came off the mic at the same time.
I'm sorry. Thank you, John. Thank you for holding it down for me, because my head bringly, I know my head hot.
All right, I guess Dr. Sharon doesn't want to speak. Go ahead, Alexia.
One of the biggest problems in the country are advocacy, right across the board, right? If you don't know how to advocate for yourself and your family, friends, stuff like that, this is how they slip between the cracks, and anything are just anything. And it's right across the board, whether it's the prison system, the health system, education system. If you don't know how to advocate, trust and believe, you get lost in a one pass, right? And this is what happened to this man. His family members didn't know how to advocate. He doesn't have any children. He was locked up from he was 20. Doesn't have any children.
So
right?
no mother, no father, no sister, no brother, no auntie, no uncle, no granny, none of bad deed.
No, this is the situation. Everybody moved on with their life. When you go to the police station, you get a run around. Sometimes they move your people them 500 times, you know. Move them from this a prison where this a lock up here, or this a station where you know you see them there. And you go there you can't go there every day. So you go once a week, or you ask somebody, drop off the package down a station for you, it have some little food in it and so. And then you go check again. Them say move, where move gone. Paper army, come back Monday. And by then we find where you go back Monday, the person who you talk to, them they are the front, and them are the sergeant. And then they go around. So till you go for one JP, and I say, boy, I can't find Tom, you know, and then can't tell me which part Tom there, whatever. And then you go down the one next time with the JP, and the JP then give some information. Or in case I go call up a Spanish town on the DTR area, you travel go down there. So from say where Mobile you come from, you go down a Spanish town and you listen for all day if you matter call up in a court. You call up, you barely get to see nothing to say you're all right, nothing like that, and then they move. Let me tell you something. Advocacy is a problem here. How many places does the country have to put people, Alexa? Put what kind of people?
I mean, in the prison there, or
no,
where hospital,
prison and jail, you know.
How many places do you have there?
Almost every police station have a jail. Whether they're on a back or they down in our basement area. Every police station has you have a lockup, you have a jail. Until you are tried and convicted, you don't go to prison. You stay in jail. You get what I'm saying? But they can move you from one end of the country to the next end of the country. If your family or if who care about you don't stay on top of things, like become friends with 1 or 2 or 10 police at the station, or when them go, them say, yo, them are gonna move him, you know. And him can tell her which part them are gonna move him. I'm telling you, this is the situation. Everybody I get locked up the same place, right? The madman, the sane man, the murderer, and the rapist I get locked up one place. And they see mad people them now. I police them carry them when them get the evaluation, say yeah, them mad. Here what now? Them carry them go to the local hospital once a month for them injection or them tablet or whatever. If them have prescribed medication, a police supposed to give it to them, then I must get it. I must get it. You understand me? Advocacy is crazy in this country.
So Alexia, what you just explained makes the story even worse. It really is.
I know, but it's the reality. And that man spent 50 years of his life because there was no proper advocation, there was no proper due process, and at that point for him, it was just it is what it is because he can't even advocate for himself. Because if this man went in and never have a mental issue, just stalking, going in for 50 years would you definitely go have one mental issue coming out. Because at this point, you not even know if you ain't going to come out. They just did it.
I agree with you there.
You understand me? It's and then you hear about Jamaica cancer justice, right? I'm saying, how did this not come up on their radar way sooner? You know what I mean? Like how? Naming them, you know, we just wonder how something like this never pop up on their radar sooner. Right?
Moments. This story that you just read, is it the man that we spoke about last year? Is it the same man?
You know, so right now, I don't even know, Ja. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know.
I remember we spoke about one last.
I want to believe the one we spoke about was the Chambers one that passed away. I want to, but
okay.
I want to believe, or it could be another one. But me glad, you know, me glad. I want the government hurry up and write the check.
Be a while.
What you say, Alexia?
They're gonna drag them big tour right go down to them little tour. It's gonna be a while. And then the family member them who
Okay, hold on a second. I can't do this. I can't multiple mics open at once. I'm streaming live on internet radio, live on YouTube, and live on TikTok. Please, folks, please understand. Go ahead, Alexia. Alexia, go ahead.
I was just saying that it's going to come. You hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
They're not gonna drag their foot. The government, remember, no, this is their fault by extension, right? Because there was no proper accountability. There was no accountability of their justice system. So by extension, it's their fault. So they're not gonna drag their foot, right? They are, right? So they might not get the money, but it's gonna be a dragged out thing. And on top of it, remember, no, if he gets any money while he's alive, because this man is 70 with medical issues, if he gets any money while he's alive, it's the same family members who did not advocate properly for him that's going to get the handling of that money, because now they are his caregiver, right? So yeah.
Alexa, because you're in Jamaica, let me ask you a quick question before I pass the mic along. I just want to ask you a quick question. You spoke about advocacy and then you just brought up family. Do they have advocacy groups? Is there any group in Jamaica that works on behalf of the poor and the indigent, um, to step up for them? Is there a body, is there an office that the poor can go to, or family members of the poor can go to get help? Not for profit organizations. Do we have anything like that? Because do we have lawyers who contribute their time pro bono to, help people like this? Because everything can't be about the mighty dollar bill. Everybody does not have it. Realistically, Jesus said, the poor you have amongst you, the poor you'll always have with you, right? Do we have any body like that, any organization, Alexio?
The one that I know of, there might be more, but the one that I know of is Jamaicans for Justice, right? Usually they're at the police door knocking when there's a killing by a police officer.
Unaliving.
Sorry, an unaliving by police. But this is a part of what has happened to this man is a part of the justice system. So therefore, I should believe that I had just said it when you step away from a mic, how this never come up on their radar much sooner, So I don't know, girl. I don't know of no more group per se. They might be, but I am not aware of them.
Okay, thank you, Alexia. Who wants to go next? Please go right ahead. Okay. It's a crying shame. How many more do we have in the system in Jamaica? How many poor people do we have sitting in the jails in Jamaica who, because them family don't have it to secure a lawyer, they're sitting there without any trial, without any charge? How many? Can we have a list put together, and can we have these matters addressed expeditiously? They are human beings. They are not animals. They deserve the same rights and privileges that everybody else who can afford it and is entitled to. It should be there for them. This is a matter that needs to be addressed. We cannot continue to take advantage of the poor and the disenfranchised and those with mental health issues that we like to call in Jamaica mad people. No, we need to stop. They are human beings. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. As much as you have done for the least of these, you have done it unto me. 50 years in a system. And then people who are a part of that system, when Sunday morning come to Ghana church and say, praise the Lord. Which Lord are you praising? Is it the same Lord that I serve? Put the people them check quick and fast. Hurry up. Anybody else wants to say anything before I move forward? Okay, moving right along. Wholeness, a convincing lie can sway elections. This article, courtesy of Nationwide Radio JM. A single lie, if told convincingly, can sway the outcome of the general election. Yes, and can sway the outcome of poor people life. Anyway, keep it moving. So says Prime Minister and JLP leader, Dr. Andrew Holness. Let's take a listen to this, please, this soundbite. Lord of mercy. Hold on there, folks. There's something I even want to play for me. Hold on. Let me see. I'd have to close it out and come back again. Yeah, my hold on. Bear with me there 1 second. Let me bring up back this something. To be poor is a crime, I tell you. Father God, beg you beg you the lotto money, no, Father God. I beg you do. Help me win the lotto. I need to go buy a ticket because so many people, so many problems. And the problem with them having a Father God, they not have no money and nobody for they feel well there and and tell them say it's going to be okay. No worry yourself with there with you. They're gonna fight for you. Nobody know that if you tell them and depend them on, and it's such a crying shame. But don't worry yourself. One day, one day.
At least he's adventurous. What if
It is
he's
a
stuck
great
in the
danger for us, and in particular,
Hold on a second. Why just have two different things going? Listen to me. I'm not in the mood today, no people. Not today. Try this one more time, folks, because the people that must be tired of me, they must say, shut her up. One way or another. Tell her to hush. Thank you for your patience, everyone. I appreciate you all.
it is a great danger for us, and in particular, in the time of an election where the competition for your mind is even more intense, that someone could spin a lie and impact the outcome of an election. And this has been shown and proven in many countries, not just Jamaica.
The comment comes as Dr. Holness raises fresh concerns about what he says is the swirl of misinformation and fake news ahead of the polls. The country's two major political parties have been busy on the ground, holding party meetings week after week across various constituencies. The governing Jamaica Labour Party has sought to remind electors of its achievements and why it deserves a third term in power. Meanwhile, the opposition PNP has been focused. Who read the article here? Shall I? Has been focused on the lack of work being, or has been focused on the lack of work. Jesus Christ. I can't read that sentence. Hold on. May I read it just like how you're gonna write it. Meanwhile, the opposition PNP has been focused on the lack of work being bin and what it plans to do differently should it form the next government. But according to Dr. Holness, his platform is driven by truth and integrity.
You will not hear from the platform of the government anything that is negative, anything that is fake, anything that is not of the highest integrity of information. So we are committed to being the voice of positivity. We are committed to be constructive in whatever we say. We are not going to rely on negativity, of tearing down people and focusing on the gutter. We are going to raise your heads, raise your minds, and we are looking upward.
That was Dr. Andrew Holness, Prime Minister and JLP leader. He was speaking at the groundbreaking ceremony for the Port Antonio bypass in Portland on Thursday. Any comments on this before I move forward? 1 second, folks. 1 second. I beg you 1 minute. Bear with me. One moment. 1 moment. I'll be right back with you. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Appreciate that. It is 13 minutes before the top of the hour. All right. Listen, Dr. Holness, make I tell you the truth, Mouth cut crossway talk anything. You can, and everybody's going to try to be as convincing as possible. During an election campaign, people are going to embellish and people are going to stoke certain ideas, for the want of a better term. Just go and do your thing. Focus on what you do. If you know you do the right thing, when you show up at campaign meetings, just talk about your accomplishments, right? Talk about the accomplishments, how you were able to move the needle from point A to point B. Speak about the plans that you have, plans that will come to fruition, right? Yeah, just go and do your thing. Don't worry about what the enemy wants. The enemy have mouth cut crossway. That's how I go. Go right ahead. Thank you.
I was waiting for Mr. President to speak, but he's not in the room. Sometimes not saying something like in what he just said says a whole lot.
Thank you, John. Next up, TCI, 97% of students achieve passing grades in the 2025 CPEA, this article, courtesy of loopnews.com, students across the Turks and Caicos Islands have delivered outstanding results in the 2025 Caribbean Primary Exit Assessment, with nearly all candidates achieving passing grades and several setting new performance benchmarks. The Ministry of Education in Turks and Caicos announced that 419 of 430 students, 97%, scored at or above the near competent level in this year's examination. The assessment evaluates student achievement across 4 core subjects: mathematics, English language, science, and social studies. Sydney K. Brisbane of Best Institute topped the national rankings with 482 total marks and a 96.4% average, leading an all-female top 3. Brisbane also claimed the top position in 3 of the 4 subject areas: mathematics 97.5%, language 96.43%, and science 96.67%. Ariana Shalini Daniel of RHP placed second with 472 marks, 94.4%, followed by Darnique Dorvet Handfield of AOPS with 470 marks, coming in at 94%. Congratulations. Turks and Caicos, do me a favor, share with Jamaica. I want to do it now, because we have children entering the 7th grade who cannot read and who don't know the letter P for Paul versus V for Victor. So I beg you, do share on a success story with us in Jamaica so that we too can, work towards this, because I'd love to see this across the Caribbean. Any comments before we move forward? All right. Time for us to go down in our coffee pot. It is entertainment news out of the Caribbean corner. International Reggae Day 2025 set to unite the world on July 1. This is courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com with the theme One Love, One Voice, One Day. International Reggae Day IRD returns on July 1 for its 31st staging, rallying fans, artists, media, and cultural platforms from over 30 countries to celebrate the enduring spirit and influence of reggae music. From Kingston to Cape Town, London to Lima, IRD 2025 will mark a global course of unity, justice, and cultural pride, a reflection of reggae's deep roots in resistance and its evolving global legacy. Reggae music emerged from the grassroots and became a soundtrack for justice, unity, and truth. That is according to Andrea Davis, who is the founder and producer of IRD. International Reggae Day is a powerful reminder of what can happen when music becomes movement. Among the nations participating this year are Argentina, South Africa, India, France, Brazil, the UK, China, Canada, and several Caribbean neighbors, including the Bahamas, Anguilla, and Costa Rica. Activities range from radio takeovers and artist showcases to educational workshops and community events, all paying homage to reggae's cultural, political, and emotional resonance. Global Pull Up for Peace, one of the most anticipated moments of IRD, is the synchronized global reggae pull-up, which will take place at 11:55 a.m. Jamaica time. Around the world, fans, DJs, sound systems, and digital platforms will simultaneously pause and play 2 iconic anthems: Bob Marley's One Love and Dennis Brown's Love and Hate. The goal? A symbolic worldwide broadcast of unity and love. IRD isn't just about a single day, it's a groundswell. That's according to Lisa Ann Ogilvy, who is the co producer. We're seeing communities across the world, from Asia to Africa to the Americas, showing up and adding their voice. Yeah. Go ahead.
What day is that again?
July 1st, which is, when that? Monday? Hold on. Tuesday. Yeah. I have to remember the time. Love and hate can never be friends. But can't sing, just don't worry about me. All right, so Kingston's popular cultural spaces such as Tuesday Service Live at the Compound and Kingston Night Market will come alive with immersive performances and tributes. Meanwhile, in the UK, the Harlesden Baseline Collective is hosting a full lineup of events, including the Roots Rock Reggae Walk, community storytelling, Roots Rock Reggae Walk, community storytelling.
No, the area where
Harlesden.
that's just here. That's
Tell
just
me
next.
about it. Tell me about Harlesden.
So Harlesden is like best way to describe it. It's literally, it's not even up to 3 miles just down the road from me. Yep.
So is that a good thing that they're having it there?
Yeah. I mean, come on, that's the heart of the Caribbean community in West London. Harlesden.
All right. Okay. Continuing. So that's happening. Roots Rock Reggae Walk, which is going to be community storytelling around the reggae tree. A reggae tree? Are you familiar with the reggae tree, Adesoji?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And there's going to be a panel discussion on the influence of reggae music. So are you going to go?
We're gonna be doing coffee and toast. So.
Well, take us there. Take us there with you.
Gonna be in the middle of my workday.
Okay, gotcha. All right. So in Mexico, Pull It Up Radio is producing a 24-hour reggae stream alongside performances by 20 local artists across Guadalajara and Mexico City. Look at that. Big up yourself, Mexico. So this year's celebration introduces 2 prestigious awards that honor individuals who embody the spirit and values of reggae culture. One, the Winnie Mandela Humanitarian Award, first presented in 2024 to Honorable Dr. Rita Marley, celebrates a lifetime of justice-oriented work. And 2, the newly launched Peter Tosh Rebel with a Cause Award, created in partnership with the Peter Tosh Foundation, recognizes bold leadership and transformative activism that aligns with reggae's revolutionary ethos. Okay. So whether you're a DJ, podcaster, school teacher, or simply vibing with reggae from your corner of the globe, International Reggae Day 2025 is your chance to be a part of a global celebration of Caribbean culture. Big up. Big up. Okay, good news. That's good news. Okay. Moving right along, it is time for stories. Do we have anything out of Latin America today? No, we're going to hop on over to the international news segment. Ireland becomes the first European country to introduce a ban on trades and imports from Israeli settlements. Hold on, why does it sound like we didn't talk about this yesterday? Did we talk about this yesterday? Or was it another country?
It was the shipping company that we talked about.
Maersk. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Adesoji. Thank you for that reminder. Very important. Very important. So, according to jpost.com, Ireland becomes the first European country to introduce a ban on trade. Delivered its advisory opinion on July 19. Hold on a second. I'm sorry. Let me back that up. Okay, here we go. Ireland's commitment to the prohibition on imports from Israeli settlements came after the International Court of Justice delivered its advisory opinion on July 19, 2024. Ireland has become the first country in Europe to introduce legislation to ban trade with the Israeli settlements in the West Bank and East Jerusalem. Irish Foreign Affairs and Trade Minister Simon Harris made the announcement on Wednesday following the publication of his new bill. The general scheme of the Israeli settlements in the occupied Palestinian territory, prohibition of importation of goods, the bill, has already been approved by the government but will now pass on to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and the Trade for pre-legislative scrutiny. How are y'all feeling about that? You agree? Somebody got to take a stance.
Hopefully, the first of many to come.
Enough is enough. The world is saying slowly but surely. We've had enough of the lies.
Yeah, because I mean, if the stuff you're exporting stems from stolen land, what are we partaking in? We're complicit in the erasure and genocide of a people. So yeah, no, thank you.
Who else are joining them? Who else are joining them? But anyway, let's keep it moving.
United States will join them soon.
Who going to join them soon?
The United States.
You're joking, right? I know you're joking. I'm not even going there with him. And a soldier can give trouble sometimes. He tends to be very troublesome at times. Yeah, I understand. It's a little. How's the weather over there in England? Is it sunny? Is it sunny today? You didn't say.
It's lovely. It's 23 degrees centigrade.
How many kids go to work instead of school? This next article, courtesy of NPR.
More than 100 million children around the world wake up and instead of heading to school, they go to work, often on farms or in mines. A new report shows progress has been made in reducing child labor, but a path to eliminating it entirely is elusive. Here's NPR Global Health correspondent Fatma Tanis.
In 2024, 138 million children around the world were sent to work.
These are children who work under the hot sun in farms, tending crops, when they should be in school.
That's Claudia Kappa, senior advisor at UNICEF and one of the authors of the new report. 54 million of those children were in hazardous work environments.
They are scrubbing floors behind closed doors, where they are extremely vulnerable to violence and exploitation. They are children who carry very heavy loads in mines, breathing in fumes that damage their health.
Sending their children to work instead of school is a survival strategy for many families who are living in extreme poverty. Still, the report shows a lot of progress has been made. There's been a 20 million reduction in the number of working children since 2020. Much of that progress is seen in Asia, where social protections like giving cash to families in poverty have helped kids stay in school.
Now, the case of Africa is a little bit more complex.
Especially in sub-Saharan Africa, progress has been much slower. The prevalence of child labor dropped only a few percentage points since 2008. One reason is the child population is growing, but there aren't enough schools for them. Teresa Betancourt is the director of the program on children and adversity at Boston College.
There was great progress being made globally in access to quality education. I think we've seen less of this in the very poor countries in sub-Saharan Africa.
And without schools, families send kids to work instead. There's also ongoing and emerging conflicts in sub-Saharan Africa, which adds more burden to families struggling to survive. For UNICEF's Claudia Kappa, the issue of child labor is a personal one. Her own mother worked cleaning houses and farming in the south of Italy when she was 9 years old.
I didn't have the same level of pressure. I was able to go to school. I was able to graduate, to apply for a position in UNICEF, to come to the United States, and to speak to you today.
Progress is possible, Kappa says, but only if both governments and families invest in the future of children. Fatma Tanis, NPR News.
Do we celebrate the small win? Yeah, more to be done.
No,
Yeah.
no, we can't celebrate it. It's a misguiding.
Hold on, Mr. President. We celebrate the small win. Yeah, much more to be done. Wholly more to be done. But go ahead, Mr. President. Thank you. Go ahead.
You know, the ironic thing about the hypocrisy of these kind of reports is that the organizations giving this report is usually Western organizations, right? And we like to talk about how poor people cannot afford to live and stuff, and then we blame the governments. Let us take Niger for an example, right? Niger was considered one of the poorest countries in the world, while France was taking their uranium at less than €1 per kilo. And that same uranium had a market value of €200 per kilo, right? Now, the same organizations will come and say how poor the kids are in Africa and in Niger, and they can't afford food, and the parents have to send them to work, and they're being exploited. But yet still, you're taking away all the resources from the said countries by bribing the greedy politicians, okay? And disenfranchising the countries and unaliving progressive leaders. But yet still, you love the kids so much. But none of these organizations, tell me, have anyone seen the UNICEF or any of the other charity porn organizations, right? Have anyone seen any of them call out Western democracies or so-called Western democracies for the exploitation of the resources of rich countries paraded as poor? Look at the Congo, for instance. Look at what's going on with Mali. Look at Burkina Faso progress right now under a progressive leader. And the last progressive leader like him was in 1983, unalive by the same system that calling them West, poor. And the same France that was there to prevent all the terrorism and all the stuff like that, okay? It's the same ones that was exploiting these countries. And yes, the government has to do better. And yes, we have to speak out and so on. But we have to start to hit it at the source. We have to start to call out all these big global agencies, the chocolate industries that use the child labor out of the Ivory Coast and those places, where the people that even pick the cocoa have never tasted chocolate. But they come here and give you all the fancy chocolate and all the fancy packaging and claim that it comes from sustainable grown cocoa, when they know they are the ones contributing to it. And it's more time that these organizations, instead of coming and give us all the hogwash reports, go and call out these institutions.
Leave me alone.
Call out these institutions and hold them accountable for the part they're playing in these atrocities. I am tired with all these recycled reports from the same colonial era with the same nonsense in it. I yield.
So, other soldier, no, I'm not a lefty. I thank you, Mr. President, for expressing all of what I was going to say. Right? Thank you. You saved my breath. But I agree with you wholeheartedly. I agree. We need to start holding people responsible. Go ahead.
And the continuation of the kind of myopic and short-sightedness and how can I say it, disingenuous nature of that report is also on full blast. A couple of months ago, the governor of Florida, what's his name, Ron DeSantis, signed into law the notion that, what's it called? It's okay for kids to go to work. And now you're writing a report and you never for once mention that aspect in said report, saying, you know what, while we're looking at sub-Saharan Africa, for want of a better term, we should also bear in mind that the wins that we've had in the West are now being eroded with the notion that we can now put our kids back to work, you know? Yes, and Dr. Sharon said, I'm a lefty too. Yeah. It's just that when I see people right to the left, it's kind of cute and funny, but...
No, I'm actually a righty. It's the
Okay. So, what's it called? So, the idea that UNICEF, which is UNICEF that is supposed to highlight the needs of kids all over the world, would look at Africa. I mean, the person who filed the report is an African, but in filing said report, you work for a global organization. Why don't you have a global view? A quick perusal of the kind of laws that have been passed, newspapers, which is where research comes into play. A simple Google research will say, okay, news with regards to kids and labor laws in the last 5 years, where have they been prominent? And they will come up. And then you can dig a little deeper and basically write a more holistic report. When you write this kind of report that still undergirds the old poverty porn kind of scenario, you continue to focus on Africa. Yeah, Africa's got issues. But when you have issues closer to home, Texas, Florida, all those MAGA states, they're reversing their laws. Arkansas, there are 14-year-olds manning the grill, walking late into the night. And you, come on, please. I yield.
I stand with you.
I want to come at this from another way. So the story started out saying that there's not enough schools. So because of that, children are sent to work. Now, I know that it takes money or even a brick and mortar building to be called a school. But a school for me is you pick up a book, you sit in front of a child, and y'all read together. That can be a school. So even though UNICEF is claiming, because to me, this is a claim, that they're working instead of going to school, what is UNICEF doing? Is UNICEF going to the places where the children are at with a book and say, let me take an hour and sit down with you? And even though you are sent to work, you can still learn? Where's that aspect in this story? I don't think you necessarily need a brick and mortar building to teach a child. So I yield.
Oh, yeah. Lady Ja is right for that. And this kind of concept of formal structures of the way of educating kids is an outdated format. But I also do apologize to the United States and to the lady who filed that report. There's a reason I have to tender an unreserved apology. I've forgotten that the United States actually pulled themselves out of UNICEF, so they don't exactly count. I'm so sorry, but you're not part. You're not part of the modern world.
No, exactly, Moments. I don't, just mute his mic, please. Thanks.
I also want to highlight in the report Moments that they said in Asia, the reason why there is such a big decline in that number is because there was offering some cash incentives and so on for families. So now more kids could go to school. And it goes tie back into my same point where you exploit these nations, you exploit their resources. You don't give them a fair price for their products and stuff. You tie the government's hands. I'm not saying excusing the government, but all it takes is just a little compassion and for you to at least give them more that they can employ themselves and the people. And it will cut the problem way down. Way down. Because these people, where are they working? If you were to look into places like Ivory Coast and stuff, you know how much child labor we have on the cocoa farms? But yes, so our Swiss and Belgian chocolates are top of the chart. Huh? Come on, man.
Come on, man. Yeah, we have another story here coming up shortly. The Supreme Court has sided with Trump in birthright citizenship battle.
Tell y'all he's sending me back to Puerto Rico.
I saw that flash across my screen earlier. I didn't have the bandwidth to say anything. But on the topic of education, educating a child is more than picking up a book and reading with them, right? We saw the debacle during the pandemic when kids had to be taught by their parents at home. And some parents just didn't have that patience to deal with teaching their child. I don't know if I have the patience for teaching my 6-year-old. Ja, you're Puerto Rican, you're a U.S. citizen. Be quiet. She said I wasn't born here. I was born in mute, Ja. You're a citizen, ma'am. And
We're so talk about that.
Yeah, but really, we do need organized education for kids. Not every parent has that knack of and skill of teaching. But yeah, it's. I mean, they need to come up with a plan of how to pay for it and how to educate these kids and take them out of the cocoa fields. That's my thought.
I agree, Dr. Sharon, because somebody adult in that cocoa field, hopefully these children are getting a break. During the break that they sit and eat their food, they can still be taught something. Doesn't necessarily have to be the parent.
It's not happening.
They're probably not getting a break. That's why.
But even so even if you get a break, right? You're working, you're picking the cocoa, you're tired, you're hot. You sit down even for an hour. Your brain can't think to learn something. You need to recover to go back to the next 4 hours of work.
I feel that, and this is just for me, I've been a bookie all my life. When my daughter was born, as much as I read to her when she was inside of me and read to her outside of me, before she could even read, she would just pick up the book and she would go in the corner and she'll be looking at the pictures. Yet, but something within her that she's seen in me that is allowing her to be that inquisitive. She was reading Harry Potter in 1st and 2nd grade, and her teachers didn't want her to read it because they said she couldn't understand it. I don't necessarily think that you need to always understand a word in order to just have that whatever it is inside of you to pick up a book. Even if you're not teaching them anything, even to read to them, even to just offer them a book and they can go home later or something like that. To me, that's part of learning. Even when you didn't have a book, you would write an A in the dust, in the ground, in the dirt, a B in the dust, in the ground, in the dirt. I don't know. That's just the way I think, Dr. Sharon.
No, I agree with you. But the formal education, right, it needs to be organized education, right? They have milestones to meet. They need to move on from one grade to the next. So there's a curriculum that they need to follow, right? And whereas some parents are great with homeschooling is not for every parent. And then another thing that bothers me, why are these kids in a cocoa field?
Why are they parents?
Yes, why they're there to begin with? Why are they there?
They're parents. More hands, more money.
And the government cannot exactly what's it called? Cannot interfere in the day-to-day. I mean, they can pass a law, they can do random checks, but the normal day-to-day ensuring that these kids do attend school. The government is short of resources of doing that. I mean, even in places like Ghana, where you had kids going out to dive for fishing, get trapped in fishing nets and stuff like that. It's a real tearjerker. But you know, this it's a sad state of affairs that the kids have to endure that kind of life, and because either their parents are not motivated to think, okay, if your kids do go to education, probably they don't have to have such a lifestyle. But then if you then make education expensive, then it becomes an issue that I can't afford it. So I'm going to have to take this kid out or kids out.
I mean, I understand. I get it. But I mean, oh, okay.
Yeah.
So Adesoji, you and I have been at odds today. So is it motivation or is it survival, Adesoji?
It's survival. It's not. There is no. It's just in that environment, in that context, everything is survival. It's like if I can get you to pick to go through this tree of cocoa, and we can pick all the pods of this cocoa, dry it, get it ready for market. You know, we did a story the other day when they said the cocoa, what's it called? The cocoa harvest is not going to be met this year. Is those kind of survival challenges that get put into place. I'm not justifying the fact that those kids have to do that, but it's just an indication of what happens in their day-to-day survival. And not even focusing on them, even look at the kids in the so-called advanced world. In the case of Florida, you're now talking about an ideological situation where, okay, the people that used to do this work, simply because we don't like their hue, we're now going to punish, not in inverted commas, we're going to punish the not well-to-do within society by penalizing their kids. And then you put them on that silly spiral and everything goes round and round and we're back to where we are. Society falters. A rich man kid goes to school. The poor man kid gets to look at him through the window of a car passing him by. And then that's the story of the said life. I yield.
According to what Mr. President said, this life is not balanced. It really isn't. It really isn't. And sometimes it makes you wonder, why does poverty have to exist? You know?
That's why we need a bit of socialism.
Yeah. All right. Time for stories out of North America. Supreme Court met today to decide 6 remaining cases, included birthright citizenship. I'm just going to go ahead and jump over to ABC News right here, and let's listen to a couple of clips. 1 second.
The Supreme Court has just released a potential landmark decision impacting the future of birthright citizenship in the U.S. The justices were asked to roll back nationwide injunctions against the president's attempt to redefine the 14th Amendment, which states that anyone born in the U.S. is automatically a U.S. citizen, regardless of their parents' citizenship status. It's been in place for more than 150 years. But now, in a 6-3 split, the conservative majority ruled that President Trump can move forward with implementing his birthright citizenship change, except for those who brought the case, the 22 states and a group of pregnant immigrant women who brought that case. So it's not directly getting at the 14th Amendment here, but this will have a nationwide impact. Let's go ahead and bring in our Devin Dwyer, ABC's senior Washington reporter, who's been following the Supreme Court on this. Devin, it's not as straightforward as I think a lot of people were perhaps expecting or hoping to hear. So break down what this actually means.
Well, this was a big surprise, Whit, and this is coming from the youngest conservative justice on the Supreme Court, Justice Amy Coney Barrett, 6-3, as you said, in a big win for Donald Trump, saying he can move forward with that executive order that he issued on day one changing the definition of citizenship in this country. Practically speaking, it means the president can, in the next 30 days, begin to develop guidelines for how he would implement that. It does not mean, however, Whit, that this executive order is free from future legal challenge. Legal cases in 3 different districts will continue on the merits. The Supreme Court, in oral argument in this matter, did signal that it was skeptical that it could stand up to legal muster. But at this point, the court is really weighing in on the ability of individual judges in districts around the country to block a president's action nationwide. And what Justice Barrett said today is that an individual federal court judge does not have that authority to broadly block a president. The judge, he or she, can block an individual while a case is being litigated. And in this case, that was upheld. So, this order, as it's implemented, cannot apply to those 22 states. It's going to be messy. It cannot apply to those particular pregnant women that are challenging this. But elsewhere in the country, and at the very least in the planning stages, the president can move forward, and that is a significant and surprising win for him.
The Supreme Court has just...
I think this is very important here because we want to be clear in what the Supreme Court weighed in on. The Supreme Court was taking up this central question about whether a lower court judge has the ability to block this part of the president's policy and his agenda. The Supreme Court was not weighing in on the particular question of whether the president's push to end birthright citizenship is constitutional. And so what the Supreme Court does decide here is that they do clear this path for the president to move forward with plans to try to end birthright citizenship in this country. And this does have broader implications here because we know this is just one of many issues that lower court district judges have weighed in on. They've weighed in on a series of things when it comes to immigration, not just birthright citizenship, also asylum cases. When we're talking about the federal government, some of the hiring freezes that we've seen here in Washington, D.C. as well. We've seen those lower court district judges block those as well. So from the administration perspective, the White House officials behind me, they're going to be looking at just how broad can this go? What are the larger implications? Well, some of those other rulings now have to be rolled back. And Diane, I will tell you, we're getting reaction in just now from the administration. We're actually hearing from Attorney General Pam Bondi for the first time. She says in a statement on social media, quote, "Today, the Supreme Court instructed district courts to stop the endless barrage of nationwide injunctions against President Trump." She goes on to compliment the lawyers, which she calls excellent, from the Justice Department. She says the Justice Department will continue to defend the president's policy so that he can implement them. And again, that's the basis of what we're talking about here. The administration firmly believes that lower court judges should not be able to weigh in and block the president's policies that he was elected on. And so going forward, this issue of whether or not birthright citizenship itself is constitutional, that could still make its way up to the Supreme Court. And during the oral arguments, we heard from some of the conservative justices on the bench. They did appear skeptical of that argument, asking a lot of questions on how exactly that would be implemented, Diane.
So, Murray, what does this mean for immigrant families now?
I think that this is really going to exacerbate what we've already seen, right? Obviously, when it came to the due process situation that we're seeing play out in immigration courts and in check-in facilities, people are becoming more and more wary of where the law is, where we stand in this country when it comes to, migrant families, immigrant families, and not just that, but also where they stand when it comes to the rule of law just in general, right? Exactly what Sotomayor is talking about. The idea that this could impact birthright citizenship is a major concern for immigrant families. There's already a lot of fear that is being created by what we're seeing play out right now in courts. I think that this, from what we've heard from nonprofit organizations, this is likely going to create even more fear. So if we're already seeing people, pulling back, hiding from not just, their courts and the law and the government, I think we're going to see more of that. Right now, these nonprofit organizations, these immigration attorneys, they're trying to come out and immediately start educating people on what exactly this one opinion means and really how it impacts, a very specific group of people, because we still haven't fought the good fight is what they are saying. We still have, to go through the merits of the case. But that, I think we're really going to see a lot of immigrant families be very concerned about where this could go. I think we could see a lot of people doing what we've already seen being done, self-deporting because they are living in fear, because they don't want to go through the pain of this. I also also think, Diane, this could really lead to more protesting, more frustration and anger from immigrant communities. We've already seen this play out in Los Angeles and other places like Chicago, even here in Texas as well, Austin, Houston, Dallas, people being very concerned about what is happening in their own communities and rising up against that. I think that there is a big possibility that as we see the administration start to put their plan in place when it comes to this specific issue of birthright citizenship, I really do think we could see that also play out, that also become a part of the community rising up and showing their frustrations.
It hands a lot more power to the executive branch. So does this other major ruling that I also want to get to on the Affordable Care Act. The justices had to decide if this task force that gets to determine which healthcare services are considered preventative and have to be provided to patients at zero cost, whether that task force was constitutional. The justices are saying yes, and essentially that task force is at the complete discretion of the Health and Human Services Secretary.
That's exactly right. And so the challenge in this case was to the
We'll come back to that.
We have breaking news. The Supreme Court just released a major decision supporting a state's right to require age verification for certain porn sites. The Supreme Court voted.
Thank you for fighting for all Americans. Americans are finally getting what they voted for. No longer will we have rogue judges striking down President Trump's policies across the entire nation. No longer. Today, in the 6-3 opinion, Justice Barrett correctly holds that the district court lacks authority to enter nationwide or universal injunctions. These lawless injunctions gave relief to everyone in the world instead of the parties before the court. As the Supreme Court held today, they turned district courts into the imperial judiciary. Active liberal judges have used these injunctions to block virtually all of President Trump's policies. To put this in perspective, there are 94 federal judicial districts. 5 of those districts throughout this country held 35 of the nationwide injunctions. Think about that, 94 districts. And 35 out of the 40 opinions with nationwide injunctions came from 5 liberal districts in this country. No longer. These injunctions have blocked our policies from tariffs to military readiness to immigration to foreign affairs, fraud, abuse, and many other issues. The judges have tried to seize the executive branch's power, and they cannot do that. No longer. And on immigration, on a side note, today marks 2,711 arrests on these terrorists and these gangs. Total arrest today with HSI investigations. And thank you, Stephen Miller. Thank you to Homeland Security. Thank you to everyone working hand in hand with the FBI on all of these transnational gangs. TDA has been a huge terror to our country, as well as MS-13, as well as Sinaloa cartels. No longer. These injunctions have allowed district court judges to be emperors. They vetoed all of President Trump's power, and they cannot do that. This has been a bipartisan problem that has lasted 5 presidential terms, 5 different presidents, and it has ended today. We will continue to fight for President Trump's policies. I want to thank the Office of White House Counsel, Dave Warrington. You and your staff have been incredible. Our Solicitor General's office, John Sowers, Sarah Harris, and Todd Blanche and Emil Bovey. Todd's going to say a few words because we've had another major ruling today on transgender books and some other great wins that we've had. But no longer will they have this power in our country. It is the president's authority under his executive branch to do everything to fight for the American people, and he will continue to do that. That's why he was overwhelmingly elected. Thank you.
In striking down the excessive use of nationwide injunctions to interfere with the normal functioning of the executive branch, the Supreme Court has stopped the presidency itself. That's what they've done. And really, it's been an amazing period of time this last hour. I'm grateful to the Supreme Court for stepping in and solving this very, very big and complex problem, and they've made it very simple. I want to thank Justice Barrett who wrote the opinion brilliantly, as well as Chief Justice Roberts, and Justices Alito, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Thomas. Great people. Thanks for this decision, and thanks to this decision, we can now promptly file to proceed with numerous policies that have been wrongly enjoined on a nationwide basis. And some of the cases we're talking about would be ending birthright citizenship, which now comes to the fore. That was meant for the babies of slaves. It wasn't meant for people trying to scam the system and come into the country on a vacation. And this was, in fact, it was the same date, the exact same date, the end of the Civil War. It was meant for the babies of slaves, and it's so clean and so obvious. But this lets us go there and finally win that case, because hundreds of thousands of people are pouring into our country under birthright citizenship, and it wasn't meant for that reason. It was meant for the babies of slaves. So thanks to this decision, we can now properly file to proceed with these numerous policies and those that have been wrongly enjoined on a nationwide basis, including birthright citizenship, ending sanctuary city funding, suspending refugee resettlement, freezing unnecessary funding, stopping federal taxpayers from paying for transgender surgeries, and numerous other priorities of the American people. We have so many of them. I have a whole list. I'm not going to bore you, and I'm going to have Pam get up and say a few words, but there's really, she can talk as long as she wants, because this is a very important decision. This is a decision that covers a tremendous amount of territory in striking down the excessive.
Do you believe this ends the power of the lower court judges to
Murder suspect Van. Question for both.
All right.
Can I get a first whack at that?
Sure, go right ahead.
Let me try. You have a pen in your hand. Draw 3 circles and 1 circle on the top. Three judicial form of government.
It's so funny you said draw circle, because you know what? I was drawing this up. If you can see.
We're connected. We're connected. So listen. So the 3 circles at the bottom and the 1 on the top. These are 3 distinctive form of government. Each have their own powers, separate but equal. This is the foundation of the Constitution, separate but equal. That means the presidency, not the president, the presidency has the authority to do what he or she deems in best interest of the government. That's the presidency. The other 2 government said, listen, well, I don't like that. Okay, the only one could intervene to determine the appropriate course of action is the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court then waves his wand and said, hey, that's the presidency. He or she is a separate entity. So the judiciary can't intervene on the presidency. And this is, so base that on the foundation of everything. Everything else that you are hearing now, okay, is just trying to deflect from the true power. The power lies in the 3 forms of government, but each government cannot govern the other 2 agencies. The Supreme Court is the final decision body that clarifies, and again, I say, clarify the decision that each individual branch of government put forth. And this is the problem what we're having. And I reserve the remainder of my time.
All right, Paul, thank you. Go right ahead, Adesoji.
Okay, so again, staying on that theme of duties and separations of powers, first and foremost, you have a presidential system of government, meaning you have, what's it called? You have the legislature, you have the executive, and you have the judiciary. By nature of the kind of elections you have, the elections pick your representative, and the party picks its flag bearer. So that flag bearer ends up becoming the president. So essentially, that president is still reporting to the people. He is not wholly subsidiary to himself. Now, the Congress, your House of Representatives and Senate, have their own duties, meaning the Senate looks at laws that affect the United States externally. externally. The House of Representatives looks at laws that impact the United States internally. When those laws or bills are passed, it is the job of the United States president to execute those laws that were passed in the Congress. Hence, they are called the executive. You execute. You do not make laws. You execute. Yeah? So legislate, execute. Now, when you're executing, in the course of executing, if a citizen finds that their rights have been trampled upon in the course of said execution, guess where they go? They go to the judiciary, and the judiciary then looks, and they look at a certain rule, a Latin rule called ultra vires. Ultra vires means above giving powers. Above giving powers. They will then rule that the executive is either in line with the powers vested in that branch of government or not, in which case they will set aside whatever action you have done and seek compensation for the aggrieved party, either by telling you to go and reformat the law or to pay compensation to the aggrieved party. What he is doing and what your Attorney General is doing, and you notice that in the string of statements she was making, President Trump's policies.
You notice that too.
There is no such thing in the kind of government you run. The what's it called? The Supreme Court saying you can go ahead is saying effectively, we don't quite know what it is you're doing. When you finish, you come back to us. We will tell you whether this thing is okay or ultra vires. Again, above giving powers. Saying you've won a victory is laughable in itself. It doesn't mean the judges don't have that rule to call you to order. They still have it. They still have it. Yeah, they do. They do. Because that's part of the stuff that is vested in them in the Constitution. They draw their powers from the Constitution. So the fact that the Supreme Court is telling you, yes, go ahead, go and write whatever it is you want to write, is not giving you a campla. They're telling you, let's see whatever it is you're coming up with. Yes, you've muted the idea of removing birthright citizenship. How that impacts the Constitution will determine how they rule, because there is no way they will rule to shoot themselves in the foot, because the moment they give you that kind of power, what's the point of them being a Supreme Court? What's the point? They effectively now said our powers are now sided in the presidency. Again, it's not the presidency. It is the executive branch. Highlighting the fact that it's the presidency is laughable. It is the executive branch. If you go on Google and you ask Google, how many branches of government does the United States have? It will tell you the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. And I'll end with this. On top of the Supreme Court in Washington, D.C., there is a ruling there in Latin. And in English, it says, all are equal before the law. All, I repeat, that word is in caps, are equal before the law. So all of this, President Trump can do this, you can say that till the cows come home. When you pass whatever it is you sign, except you change the Constitution, where you need 3/3 of the legislature in the United States to do that, the next guy that comes in will just tear it, might not even tear it, just put it in the shredder, and you just hear, and we're done.
So, Adesoji, question from what we have seen happening in the news, just from January to now, as far as he's concerned, can we honestly think that they are going to side with the people and do what's right? Or do you think they are just going to roll out the red carpet and have him have his way? He's going to put it together, bring it back to them, and they are going to agree with him 6-3 anyway.
Okay, so you notice they said something that the what's it called? The case does not impact the 22 states and the 9 pregnant women that brought the case, right? As long as that case still rolls on, and you guys get what's it called? You get your midterm elections, yeah, and you flip some more other houses. Because even if you pass that thing, you still have to refer it to Congress. Yeah. So in referring it to Congress, guess what? It just goes there to die or unalive, for want of a better word. It just goes there to gather dust. And here's the thing. I don't say this in slight. I don't say this as looking down upon. They are playing upon the large ignorance of the people of the United States. All of this is fear-mongering. If we scare enough people, you will do what we want you to do without... You notice that lady there said, oh, thanks to whatever, we arrested 3,000, 2,000 something numbers. Those are scare tactics. Those are meant for you to be afraid, for you to not have a wherewithal to know what it is you're doing. And the only reason why they continue to do that, is because they know legally they can't come after you. But if we scare you enough, you either self-deport, as they would say it, or you take yourself out of the picture. But as long as you continue to play by as long as those rules that I talked about earlier, there's clear separation of duties, of powers, exists in the United States. All of that is a wet dream that he wishes he has. And that's all it will remain. There is no way the United States, except it wants to become a monarchy, would vest so much power in that clown. I yield.
All right. Thank you, Associate. Anybody else? I don't trust him, and I don't trust them. I don't. Sad to say this. I don't trust any of them.
Yeah, but then you want to destroy the very fabric of what it is you exist on. Okay, so let me ask.
Hold on, other soldier. Stick up in. Sorry
Yes,
to cut you. I'm so sorry to cut you. Stick up in. Remember, it was leaked that, what's his name? SM, initials. He says he would prefer to have an America with 100 million people that look like him. Let's bring that into the conversation.
Okay.
You don't think that has...
No. I listen. I haven't read the what's it called? I haven't read the 922 pages manifesto. The what's it called? Project 2025.
You read it?
Yeah.
Or you need to reread it.
So having read it. You know where the focus is. The focus is, and she said it there, that the policy of President Trump, who happened to have been mentioned in that Project 2025, 522 times in a 922 page, document, right? Okay. So let's give them the benefit of the doubt that they do get their wet dream. You're effectively going to say you vested the powers of everything in the President of the United States. How long do you think before President Trump leaves the picture and somebody that you do not like, when I say you do not, them, do not like comes into power, how long? In light of the demographic shift in the United States, it won't be long. And then if that person were to come in and say, you, bounce, what are you going to do? It means variably you just, how can I say it? You marinated yourself for the barbecue that was to come. So they're not going to do that. They know the number. I mean, like I said, it's scare tactics. Yeah, it might sound, because I'm not within, but having watched this thing play for years, they're afraid of the demographic shift. That's why all this better citizenship and everything. Even the people that you seek are not coming. They're not coming. So the point of all this exercise is what? Is what really? Oh, okay, you want to light the place up before you go. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And if we have any sign that is not going to happen, New York. New York is the perfect example that there is a limit to how money can impact politics if people decide to get engaged. They were spending money as if it was going out of fashion in New York. And yet, New York chose a 33-year-old, not just a 33-year-old, but an immigrant, a Muslim, a socialist, in the capitalist capital of the United States. Come on, people. I yield.
I'm anxious to see what the various qualified professionals are going to say, right, over the weekend, because this is going to be a hot button issue. This is,
of course it is.
Yeah,
of course it is.
yeah. So I'm sure come Monday we're going to have more content and more perspectives, and I'm sure the immigration attorneys are right now,
perusing what it means for their clients and
exactly.
stuff.
What does it mean for someone like me? Wasn't born here, right? Didn't come here illegally. What does it mean for my children?
Yeah. I mean, multiple people, not just the people who got their citizenship by marriage, those who got their green cards, those who are in the process of. I mean, it's so the chaos, and the fact that in there somehow I know, based on again Project 2025, that whoever holds that chair can just look at you and with the stroke of a pen says you no longer belong here. I mean, imagine what that means. Imagine what that means. Yeah, that's a clown in itself. Imagine what that means. So yeah, there'll be pockets of places, Hot Wheels country, alligator country.
Oh, that's my backyard. Come on.
Louisiana, all those Kentuckys, Idaho, Kansas, all those little pockets. And here's the thing. Somebody said something the other day, which got me thinking. It's like, you want to be the red United States, but you cannot afford to. And when the person asked, person interviewing that person said, what do you mean they cannot afford to? He said, take California, take New York, and take, what's the other one? There are three. The other one escapes me. But take those two, for instance. The kind of money those two pour into the United States alone. If they were to say today that they no longer want to be part of the United States, what's going to become of all that farmland? And it's true. What's going to become of it?
Okay, on a bigger picture, thank you. On a bigger picture, let's look at this one. we're moving into an automated society for the next 10. And the big push now is to get all the companies that went overseas to avoid the taxes and the labor costs to come back, because when they come back, everything's going to be 100% automated, from picking a fruit to driving a truck to running a factory. It's going to be automated. So hence why we're doing a shift to move from the workforce to an automated force. And this is the big picture that we're being distracted away from. Now, keep in mind, we're going to be at a level where we're going to have automation on the field. We don't have to worry about who's picking what on the field. We don't have to worry about who's driving the truck. And this is what the next phase of the US and the world is going to. United States just want to be on the front burner of the transition rather on the back burner of this. Now, this is a key issue here. And I reserve the rest of my time.
But Paul, hold on, don't go away yet. Hold on.
Let me say something to that.
Go ahead.
Let me say something to that. Paul, that position is idealistic at best. I won't want to say it's not gonna happen. And the reason why I say it's not gonna happen is even as far as the automation is concerned, the United States does not have that kind of workforce. It doesn't. It doesn't. The faster that people realize that that is the case, the better that we can focus on reshaping the kind of future we want. There was a recent case of a data center being based in downtown, I think it's Detroit, it's Detroit, in a Black neighborhood. The kind of resources that data center was going to be pulling from that environment, you knew immediately that is going to be to the detriment of the people that are around there. There is no way you can bring all of that from the outside into the United. There is no space for that kind of madness. There is none. So it's going to take us understanding that we are not going to be replaced by automation. We're going to work in tandem. And the faster you start taxing all these organizations, bringing them back and not taxing them is detrimental to the United States. Because at the end of the day, where's the money coming from? You're just going to increase the debts. The wars are just simply going to be financing the military-industrial complex, which means the likes of Raytheon, Lockheed Martin just have an open-ended check to cash their money. Beyond that, the average person, okay. Otherwise, the people who are in the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force, they can also cut a check. But to the detriment of the larger society. So that aspect of economics is not going to happen. But back to the legal matter of deciding who belongs in the United States and who does not, still resides with the people. And what do I mean by that? If Congress decides today that if you're cute, beautiful, we don't want you. We want ugly, round, rotund. That's what we want in the United States. So be it. Until that moment, it's not going to happen. I yield.
All right. Thank you, Adesoji. Anybody else?
Can I rebut?
Sure.
Okay, two things happened, and I'm going to share an example. China kicked out a data center out of China because it's pulling too much power. And then they ran over to Buffalo, New York, next to Niagara Falls, because they're using the water as a cooling system. 100% automation. These big box fulfillment centers that we have popped up all over, they're now being manned 100%. So Amazon is not having any human interaction when the package come into the facility till the package leave. We now have long haul trucks from coast to coast that's all mated. I'm going to leave those two because I don't want to get too deep into that, but that's what's happening now. I reserve my time.
All right. I'll see what happens come Monday. Let's see how the conversation is going to go come Monday. In other stories, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, everyone. In other stories out of the
Wait moments. I know Mr. President wanted to speak.
Oh, my apologies. Thank you, Ja.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead. I was just saying that whole idea of the automation and stuff, there is too much layers to that. That can't happen like that. Can't happen anytime in the near future. Infrastructure, power, and all the stuff like that. We don't have it. America just don't have it. The cost of stuff, supply chain, we don't have it. You will bring back, and these companies and I would not come back in a debt. They will come to die, a natural death. You understand? Even in the technology sector, America is way behind when it comes to those kind of automation and stuff, as China. And some of the public policies and so that has to be implemented to get that updated. I don't see it happening. You can't even have a high speed train on the Northeast Corridor. When you're busy, you cannot even put a high speed train there. You're telling me about automatic full factories and finding the power to run it, and the cost of what energy here is so high with fracking and stuff like that. The oil price has to be over $70 a barrel or so for you to be profitable. And no. That is, at least in the near to medium term future, is a pipe dream. A pipe dream.
It is I think so too. I agree with you. All right, next up, let's have a few more that I want to get through because I got to tap out at 3:30 my time. The Justice Department says it intends to try Kilmar Abrego Garcia on smuggling charges. Yeah, the Justice Department said on Thursday that it intends to try Kilmar Abrego Garcia on federal smuggling charges in Tennessee before it moves to deport him to a country that is not his native country of El Salvador. This defendant has been charged with horrific crimes, including trafficking children, and will not walk free in our country again. That's according to Chad Gilmartin when speaking with the Associated Press. Gilmartin made the statement in the hours after a federal prosecutor told a federal judge in Maryland that President Donald Trump's administration plans to deport Abrego Garcia to a country that's not his native El Salvador after he's released from jail in Tennessee. Something's up. There's more to this story.
Is he back?
He's been back.
When?
What, about 2 weeks ago? Yeah, they brought him back. He's in Tennessee facing trafficking charges, smuggling, all one bag of thing. And no, we had a story this week out of Soji that said if they let him out, he's going to end up in that. If they release him, he's supposed to be released in a per the judge's orders. But if they release him, he's going into the hands of what? DHS or ICE to be deported. It's just one big.
You see. Okay, so coming back to the previous story about the Bertrand Citizen General, this is just about ego now. You notice, anytime a prosecutor comes and does not say what we're doing on law and stuff and puts President Trump in there, immediately, you know, this thing has no legs to stand on. No legs to stand on. No legs. Trafficking. How? Who did he traffic?
People from Texas to the Northeast. Yeah.
Okay.
In other news, folks.
Miccosukee Tribe of Indians of Florida. She lives about 3 miles away from what will soon. Betty Osceola is a member of the Miccosukee Tribe of Indians of Florida. She lives about 3 miles away from what will soon be Alligator Alcatraz.
I started to get upset at the way he described the landscape as if it's a wasteland. And he talks about there's only alligators and pythons out here. And I'm like, you know, what about me? I'm out here. My family's out here. More tribal villages are out here.
It's an old airstrip about an hour and 45 minutes away from Miami, deep in the Everglades. The state of Florida is using emergency powers to take over the county-owned land and build a 5,000 capacity migrant detention center. But Osceola isn't buying it.
This is our homeland, and it's a fragile ecosystem that needs to be protected. And I'm very appalled that this is going on out here.
She says alligator Alcatraz isn't just surrounded by wildlife, it's also surrounded by indigenous land. Osceola tells us she's also upset because the entrance to the future detention center is right next to ceremonial grounds.
I, as a tribal member, ask, what are we doing? What are we trying to do? Whether it's politically or legally, they're all, they're trying to see what they can do to stop this.
Betty.
All right, hold on.
No problem. But all the stuff that goes into intake and processing of illegals, you're seeing this put up. This is all 24 hours. 24 hours from now, you're going to see even more. And by Tuesday, this will be able to have intake of illegals.
And you've thought of everything. Okay, so there are 4 gigantic tents. Let's come on over here, Governor. And people are thinking, okay, you're in the middle of the Everglades. It's hot. That would explain why you've got this bank of air conditioners here.
Yeah, so I mean, this is going to be, illegals will come in, they'll be processed. There'll be places for them to be housed. You'll have an ability for food. You'll have an ability for them to consult legal rights if they have that, because there is a process that's involved with this. So this is really everything. This is going to be a self-contained little area. And then, of course, you also have stuff for the staff that work here. So we've got laundry facilities, we've got showers, we've got, obviously, there you see the shower and bath, no problem.
So that was Ron DeSantis showing a tour of alligator Alcatraz. And in the meantime,
Canadian citizen has died while in the custody of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. According to the agency, Johnny Noviello died in a detention center in Florida on Monday. He's 49 years old. He had Canadian citizenship, but became a U.S. permanent resident in 1991. In 2023, he was convicted of a number of offenses, including racketeering and drug trafficking. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Anita Anand, posted a statement on X today. She said the government was notified of the death and officials are seeking more information. Investigations into the man's death are still ongoing. A Canadian.
Hold on a second. You putting that in the chat, deport the body. Adesoji, did you hear? There were 2 incidents where I showed up at a young lady's house, right? Looking for her father, right? Because he's to be deported. She said, go dig him up. Go dig him up. He's in the cemetery.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine your, man. Look at the governor of a state. Look at the governor.
Don't even talk about it. Don't even talk about
it. Look at the governor. This guy is a lawyer. Okay, military lawyer. A lawyer. But all the same, right? And it's no different from Goebbels showing people around our streets. That's what he's doing there. Oh, we're gonna be doing this. We're gonna be doing that. Yeah. Without like, what are you doing? Oh, I mean, oh my God. I know it's bad in the United States, but come on. Yeah, everybody just wants, they want to show that they can be very cruel. So that when it comes to them running for power, they can say, oh, I put them in the Everglades, I did this. It's almost like you could see, it's like a competition of cruelty. Who can be more cruel than, I'm gonna put them in heat. In a big massive tent, they're gonna be processed in this small area. They've got showers.
Soldier, I just want to remember just a second. I'm putting my hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, they're gonna be processed. This is alligator Alcatraz. Oh my God, the name is not even original.
So Adesoji, I don't know what's going to happen in hurricane season. So where they're talking about is probably about 10, 15 minutes from where I live, right? Literally. Because Chrome is like in our backyard. So we live in what is called a hurricane path, right? It's all farmland. And the reservation, right? Miccosukee is right there by the end of 8th Street. Now, when it's hurricane season, we are susceptible. The wind's gonna come right over. What's gonna happen to these tents? Because of where we live, we have to have hurricane impact windows that can withstand speeds of up to 250 miles per hour. Tents. Where are they gonna move these people if there is a hurricane? Where are they gonna move? They can't keep them out there. So where are they moving them to?
Much as it pains me to say what I'm about to say, there is no other escape for showing people how stupid they are. I'm sure somebody would have told them.
It's flat land. There are no hills. It's all flat land. It's
No. Listen, I know. When I saw it, I saw it when I saw it. I laughed. I'm like, this is a recipe for disaster. A recipe for disaster. And when that lady said, when they say that the only thing that out here are gators and what else do you call it? Python. What does that make them? They don't see you.
Yeah.
They don't see you. They don't see you. And so it goes back to the story that we started with. When we start partaking in this kind of stuff, that is what happens. We start seeing those. I mean, it's sad. It's sad. It's really sad that right now we're in cruelty Olympics. Who can be more cruel? Because when this guy goes, we're gonna have to run to become the president of the United States. And I need to have on my resume that I can be as cruel as he was. That's what they're doing. I yield.
Thank you. Go ahead, Aja. Thank you, Adesoji.
Adesoji, I don't know. I don't think you were here the other day. I feel, and I'll say it again, the reason why they're going to put people there is because you're going to be able to disappear them very easily. The ecosystem there will just eat them all up. That's it.
Oh, good. It's yeah, no, it's hold on. I have to get my thoughts.
Yes, gather your thoughts. So I came across this post. It says, somebody please tell me the difference. Hello, ICE. Where do I go to report an immigrant who was working here illegally before obtaining a fraudulent visa and had an anchor baby, brought her family here through chain migration, and who is currently living in government-funded housing and receiving free government health care?
Melania.
All right, we have something very concerning, folks. Very concerning that we need to talk about real quick. I came across this.
So, 34 black girls in Washington, D.C. Guess I'm going to have to use that good old white privilege today because the story's not getting out. And they give black creators like 75% less looks than they do us creators. 3 days ago, 34 black girls disappeared, vanished, abducted overnight. And the media is not covering it. I've seen videos from distraught parents. I've seen videos from activists in the community. I've seen posters. Nobody's talking about this. I mean, there are people talking about it, but it's not getting out there. Somehow in one night, 34 black girls were abducted and are missing. And the media is not covering it at all. I searched the story, what it showed me? A whole bunch of little white girls missing, like 1s and 2s and stuff. But 34 black girls disappeared overnight, and nobody knows why or where they are, and nobody's investigating. This is crazy. Get the word out, guys.
So I saw several
34 African American children have gone missing within 24 hours. 34 within 24 hours. That is ridiculous. No one is talking about this. It's not on the news. We have to make the move. We have to make the news. We have to make it heard. So make sure you like, share.
Washington, D.C., more than a dozen teenagers have been reported missing, all of them Black or Latino. These are just some of their faces we're showing. There was an emotional town hall last night. Members of the community spoke out, telling their city leaders they're afraid for their families because of what they view as an apparent spike in the number of missing kids. Sadly, though, for that community, the chief of police told the crowd that this is far from a new problem.
The disturbing fact is that we do have that many kids that go missing in our city, and it's been that way for a long time.
We're joined by Trayon White. He is the D.C. City Councilman for District 8, which is one of the areas where a lot of those kids are missing. Trayon, thank you, or Councilman, I should give you the respect that you're due, sir. Thank you so much for joining me. First of all, there's been some confusion about whether there has been an uptick in the amount of missing kids, or if it's that they are increasing the reporting of the amount of missing kids. Did you feel like you got some clarity last night?
I think there's both. I think there is more awareness of what's going on, and the presence of social media has made it more forthcoming so people can know what's going on. It's relevant information in a timely frame, but the reality is the numbers are just too high. And so we have to
They
face the
are
reality
too
of the fact.
high. I mean, you look at 2,000 plus every year. That is, if it's one child missing, it's a frustrating and disturbing thing to begin with. Is part of the challenge in this the issue that it's how they're reported if the child is deemed a runaway as opposed to a child that has been abducted?
What we see is that not a lot of abductions that's going on. We see a lot of missing persons, mostly African-American girls. What the community is alarmed about, we had a 10-year-old girl missing the other day, but there was no Amber Alert. We just feel like, if this is a white person or from another neighborhood, there'd be more alarm about it. But this been going on for quite some time with little to no press. And so we've used social media, got the community involved to get the word out.
34 in 24.
34 and 24. That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, okay, I get the police doing what they need to do, but the community where the girls disappeared from, what have they been doing? I mean, it's sickening. What have they been doing? A community reaches out to community east of themselves, west of themselves, east of themselves. You understand that kind of thing? That here are pictures, put them on what's it called? On social media, on trees. I mean, come on. You have community town hall meetings. You meet parents and do something.
But the chief at the town hall meeting said this is nothing new. So what has the police department been doing?
Exactly. So you're normalizing it.
Just another day in the neighborhood.
Yeah, just normalizing it.
Yeah. Just another day in the neighborhood. And that when he spoke, I found that very concerning, Adesoji, that he very nonchalantly was able to have that roll off his tongue.
Exactly. So again, it comes to understanding who do we elect in positions of power. When you are nonchalant about the people who get to rule the roost over you, this is what happens. This is what happens. If you have a police chief that dude, this has happened in the last 24 hours. What are we doing? The FBI, the state troopers. We need to have an APB. We need everybody to be on the lookout. That kind of thing. TV stations, every hour when they break news they show the picture of the girls. That becomes a constant. You know, that's their public. That's their public job for the day. You don't have to pay for the adverts. It's a public duty. You do that constantly. Your radio DJs who is playing music, he breaks. He puts that out there. These girls are missing. We need to get these girls back home. It becomes a chance. But you know, oh, it happens every day. Really? Really?
But you know what I was not hearing? I just told you. Here's what I was not hearing. Where were they taken from? Were they taken from? Homes, schools, malls, churches, clinics, hospitals? Where exactly? No security cameras, no security camera footage, nothing.
I mean, once the police officer even alludes to the fact that this is a normal occurrence, which means he's telling you he's not seen anything different that is out of the ordinary. All of the aforementioned places that you mentioned probably has happened there. And so for him, that is, mentioning anything unique, that's not unique, except maybe they've taken them off the push of a police precinct. Then it becomes an issue. But as long as they're walking to school, then the library, then the mall, then the park, they're in the local swimming pool, and they go missing, that's just the normal course of the day. But still, that should not be allowed to. That should not be allowed to go back. That should not be allowed. I'm sorry. It's unsettling. It's very, very unsettling.
Go ahead, Mr. President. Thank you so much.
First of all, imagine 34 white kids go missing in that same time period. And the police officer come and say, white kids go missing all the time. That's normally. He would be on Africa news, Asia news, Israel, Ukraine. He would be the most popular guy, police chief in America in 30 seconds. But he could nonchalantly say that. And they went on to the report and said, no abductions has been reported. You know, to imply that the kids probably run away. That's what they was implying there, that the kids was running away. And I mean, this thing is like, anyhow, we just know what we're dealing with. And as also just say, we have to be vigilant. We have to start to take matters into our own hand when it comes to our security and safety, because nobody else is going to do it for us. The presumption that the law is here to protect us is a farce.
At least in Jamaica, though, that's the she got a man yard. At least. Yeah, true. Come on.
So this is a big issue that's been going on for a long time. The underground movement is human smuggling. So this thing, you're just hearing about it now because it's 34 in 24. But on the big picture, this is part of remember, the gang movement that you're seeing that you're trying to suppress and arrest everyone, that's all included. This is all included in that movement. So we have to arrest everything to get to the root cause. So this is an example of that. Now, these girls might show up in the nightclubs with all these new go-go girl dance clubs that you see around, that movement. Because I'm in law enforcement and we track this and we find these people. It's going to take some time, but we're going to find them. But the fact is that you need to understand this has been going on for a very long time. And I reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you, Paul. I sincerely hope that they will all be found with no harm inflicted. That is my prayer, and that is my hope. And Health and Science News brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. For a natural, beautiful you, visit lormelskinfood.com. Nestle, they're finally joined the bandwagon, or come on board, I should probably say. Nestle says that it will remove artificial dyes from U.S. foods by 2026.
From U.S. foods.
Human services. Nestle says less than 10% of its products in the U.S. currently contain synthetic color.
Okay, so we'll accept that it's less than 10%. Woohoo. We're not unaliving you as quickly. Just a little bit, not too much, just a little bit. All right, RFK juniors at vaccine advisors raise disproven fair. Behave yourself, Alistair. Alistair, keep your mic muted. RFK juniors vaccine advisors raise disproven fears about the preservative thimerosal. Let's take a listen. Today, NPR. Today.
It's been a couple weeks now since Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. gutted the panel that guides U.S. vaccine policy. This week, the new members met at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in Atlanta. The influential panel promised sweeping changes to how vaccine policy is made in the U.S. and resurrected issues that have been advanced by groups that question vaccines. NPR health correspondent Ping Huang was in the room, and she is with us now from Atlanta. Hi there.
Hey, Ari.
How'd the meeting go?
It was honestly quite dramatic, Ari. I've been watching these meetings for years, and this one was such a departure from how they usually go.
How so? What happened?
Okay, so it started with a veneer of normalcy. There were presentations and discussions and votes, but the conversations themselves were very different. Let me bring you in on one this morning about the annual flu vaccine. So the CDC staff started by presenting data that showed that the flu season we just had was really bad. They saw the highest rate of people being hospitalized for flu in more than a decade, and 250 children died, which is the most they've ever seen since they first started tracking this 20 years ago. The response from new member Dr. Robert Malone was it wasn't such a big deal.
The 250 pediatric deaths, which is, let's acknowledge, is a modest number, fortunately.
Malone went on to ask if the CDC was looking into whether there was some kind of, quote, broad-based anergy that might have contributed to the severity of the flu season. But a CDC official quickly changed the subject, and then they started a serious discussion about thimerosal, which is a vaccine preservative that is rarely used these days. There was a theory that it might be linked to autism, but that's been disproved.
Okay, so thimerosal, why did that come up today?
Okay, so the new committee chair, Martin Kulldorff, said that the committee was reopening topics like this to increase public trust in vaccines. And typically, the presentations at these meetings come from CDC experts. But Kulldorff said that this new committee is open to all types of expertise. So they got a presentation from Lynn Redwood, who's the former president of Children's Health Defense. That's the group that Kennedy founded and he chaired. And it's advocated against vaccines and spread misinformation about them. So the committee heard her presentation. They voted on the topic, and while they agreed that people should be getting annual flu vaccines, the majority of them voted to limit the recommendations to the versions of the vaccines that do not contain thimerosal. Dr. Cody Meissner, a pediatrics professor at Dartmouth, was the only one who objected.
There is no scientific evidence that thimerosal has caused a problem.
And in previous ACIP meetings, this lack of evidence would usually just put an end to the discussion, but this time it sparked speculation and new recommendations.
Why are these recommendations important? What impact do they have on Americans generally?
So traditionally, ACIP recommendations are what doctors rely on to make, recommend things to their patients. These recommendations serve as the basis for state and local regulations, determine what insurance will cover and what kids, especially those with low-income backgrounds, have access to. But this meeting confirmed a lot of the fears that people in public health have had since Kennedy became health secretary. He's weakened vaccine recommendations, notably removing universal recommendations for kids and pregnant women to get COVID vaccines. And this committee is just getting started.
What's still to come?
So the committee is going to be looking at the vaccine schedule for kids and adolescents with an eye towards lessening the number of shots they get. They'll also be looking at established vaccines that have been around for more than 7 years. And this represents a real shift in how the committee approaches vaccines. They come with a lot of questions, even on issues that have long been settled. And the makeup of the committee has really shifted away from people with deep expertise in vaccines, which is part of why this meeting was so different.
That is NPR's Ping Huang in Atlanta. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't know what else RFK has up his sleeve. Where's that a soldier for the voice? We need the voice. We need to hear the voice. Not sure what else he has up his sleeve. Okay. We have something else for health. Thank you for the laugh. Oh, by the way, Mark Cuban in a post on said the best way to reduce the cost of Medicaid is to name and shame big employers that pay their full-time employees so little that they qualify for Medicaid. Yes, Mark, you are right. Because how on God's earth you're working a 40-hour work week, but you still have to turn around and apply for federal assistance? Whatever you said. Whatever. What? Let me behave myself. Whatever you said. Okay, we have one. Thank you so much from my doctors, Keisha, Leslie, and Sharon for sharing this one. Dr. Sharon, thank you.
My name is Dr. Charity Oyedeji. I'm a hematologist and researcher focused on improving care for people with sickle cell disease. I received a notice on June 16, 2025, that my K Award, a 5-year, $750,000 federal NIH grant to improve care for people with sickle cell disease as they age, was suddenly and unjustly terminated despite strong scientific evidence and early proven results. The termination notice stated that research with equity objectives does nothing to expand our knowledge of living systems and are quote unquote low return on investment and don't enhance health and also are harmful to Americans. These statements are inaccurate and disrespectful for so many reasons. Sickle cell disease is a painful, life-limiting genetic disorder that can be inherited by people of all racial and ethnic backgrounds around the world. Sickle cell disease primarily affects Black people in the United States. My research was focused on developing the first and only functional assessment and the first and only exercise program tailored to the unique needs of older adults with sickle cell disease called SickleFit. SickleFit is a low-cost, high-impact intervention that can reduce healthcare costs, can improve quality of life for this underserved population. Ending this project not only silences promising solutions for a neglected group of patients, but also sends a devastating message to future researchers that even life-changing, evidence-based science can be discarded without cause. My question is, what can be done to overcome these grant terminations, and how do researchers doing impactful work for underserved populations find a way forward? Thank you. My name is Dr. Charity Oyedeji. I'm a hematologist and researcher focused on improving care for people with sickle cell disease. I received a notice on June 16, 2025, that my K Award, a 5-year, $750,000 federal NIH grant to improve care for people with sickle cell disease as they age, was suddenly and unjustly terminated.
Moment. Send me that, please.
Our dear leaders say we cannot have such interventions.
My husband's sister passed away from sickle cell. My husband has the trait. One son number 4 has the trait, right? Our baby has the trait.
I lost my best friend to 12 years ago. So I know what she's referring to, but unfortunately, the kind of, again, it comes back to what we've talked about earlier. In the United States, cruelty is the intention. Cruelty, just cruelty, is how cruel can we get? You know, you're placing people in line of danger. You go and put them in a hurricane path. Why? For political ambition, so that you can then say, oh, look at me, I was cruel too, even cruel than the guy before. So vote for me. I mean, it's shocking. It's shocking.
It's extremely shocking.
You know what bothers me with this? It's a blood disorder. Whenever my daughter was hospitalized for it, let me close the door because my washing machine is going. Whenever my daughter was hospitalized for it, can y'all guess what ward of the hospital we were in?
Psychiatric?
Cancer.
Cancer? Oh, wow.
Every time she's hospitalized, that is the ward that we are put in.
Move away from where you are, Ja. Move. I was still hearing your washer.
No, that's my air fryer. I'm cooking.
Oh,
And you
Can
have
y'all
the
hear?
cell phone near to your air fryer?
Yeah, and we got thunderstorms. So hey, I'm in the kitchen.
Move away from that air fryer.
Can you still hear it?
No, go ahead now. You're good.
We're in the cancer ward because it's a blood disorder. And a lot of the patients there that has that C word, I'm sorry if I said it, whether we can or cannot say it.
Yeah.
A lot of it is a blood disorder. So what makes this less than the patients that are in the ward for C? Why do they make it seem like it's something less? And let me tell you, I know that they said it's amongst the Black community, but I know Muslim people with it.
People of color.
I know of mixed race people
of color.
with it. Okay? One color mixed with the next.
People of color.
I don't understand why they see this as something that is not. But you know what? Let me take that back. I do understand it. Because as a child, when she was in pain, they put her on morphine. And as an adult, when you're in pain, they try to make it seem like you are an addict because they addicted you to those pain medications as a child. So because now they have addicted you to those pain medications as a child, when you're an adult, they make it seem like you're an addict and that the pain that you're feeling is not real. And not even just amongst the people that have this disorder. Most times when people of color go to the hospital, they don't believe our pain. They don't believe what we're feeling. Again, going back to where we started, you are not looked at as a human being. I yield.
As long as you're a person of color, yeah, it really doesn't matter. They're going to remove the access to care for sickle cell is not something anyone has any control over. You're a person of color, mixed race, full-blooded of African descent, Asian, Indian, whatever. As long as you're a person of color. I mean, I thought we were seeing a light at the end of the tunnel. Wasn't it last year? We had some stories where they were doing more for sickle cell. Didn't we have that story?
That is through grants and studying it. But now we're not important enough for that, I guess. And I put myself as we, even though I have the traits. It is we, because I brought my child into the world.
Yeah.
Holy cow, folks, the American Academy of Pediatrics has decided to boycott the recommendations from the CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices. And as a fellow of the American Academy of Pediatrics, I stand in support of this decision. They're going to make their own evidence-based vaccine recommendations that I support. What has been going on over the past couple of days has been ridiculous and a waste of time. I haven't been able to watch all of it, and it's very hard to do so because there are multiple examples of how various committee members in the meetings over the past couple of days were spreading doubt and distrust in vaccines And while they talk about how they're going to be practicing evidence-based information, they're clearly misrepresenting data, and they're inviting people who have no business being there. As an example, they invited a former president of Children's Health Defense, which is a known anti-vaccine organization started by RFK Jr., to speak about thimerosal in influenza vaccines. This is a mercury-based preservative that's been removed in the early 2000s from every childhood vaccination. It's only been in a few influenza vaccines where it's still present. And by removing that, it's going to make access to influenza vaccines a little bit more difficult for some people, especially if this was a recommendation taken around the world. It would be very problematic because it's a preservative that really will help give out vaccines globally and has been shown to be safe. So what has been happening at the CDC's ACIP has been rather concerning for many reasons. I'll keep an eye on it. If I learn more information, I'll try to debunk it, but it's just overwhelming what is going on right now. And I'll try to keep you informed. So make sure you're following me on all platforms.
Thank you for sharing that, Dr. Sharon. Thank you for sharing those two articles. So sometimes you have to go against the grain and do what's right. Do the humane thing. So we say thank you. And I think there was another one. Hold on a second, folks. Bear with me one moment. Oh, yeah. Yeah. This one I have to oh, hold on. This one I laughed at when I listened to it. Dr. Sharon, thank you again for sending over those two clips. The one about the sickle cell and the other one about the CDC, the vaccine.
You are welcome. I mean, I have to keep abreast of the information. Sometimes I may lag a day or two just to give myself that mental break, but I really do have to keep up because everything they do affect somebody I know, or even me personally. So I have to. It's exhausting, but I have to. So I'm happy to share the information so we have access to good information, not just crap.
Thank you. And Lord knows we need more of that. Believe you me, not when we have Adesoji's good friend running the show or not, because he don't even know what's going on. Anyway, I have this one. I was laughing hysterically when I came across this one. Go right ahead, Paul, before I hit play.
No, I would, since I'm sickle cell, I have the trait, I follow sickle cell closely. And one of the things, there was a big breakthrough.
Hold on a second, Paul. What are you in the? I think you're in the wrong space. And remove yourself, or somebody kick out that person there, block that person there, please. Somebody eliminate that person out the chat for me, please. I think you're in the wrong space. Yeah, read the room. You're in a space with intelligent people. Go ahead, Paul. Thank you.
So I was saying, since I have sickle cell trait, so I always follow sickle cell. And the breakthrough that I recently read on was that the procedure where they take the blood out the body, fix the blood, and give it back to the patient, and that improved the formation of the cell, or allow the cell to form in a natural cell structure rather than the sickle cell. So I know there was a big breakthrough in that. So to the fact where they said they were eradicated, there was a movement and an advertisement said that they have eradicated sickle cell in that with this modern procedure. So now I'm hearing that we're stepping back, or they remove the grant for a certain aspect of the treatment part. Now this is the part that I need to understand. I reserve my time.
All right, thank you. Dr. Sharon, you want to respond, or should I just go ahead and
No, read the article and then we'll talk after.
Oh no, because we're going a whole different direction. So let me play this again. Hold on one second, because I don't want to misquote anything.
My name is Dr. Charity Oyedeji. I'm a hematologist and researcher focused on improving care for people with sickle cell disease. I received a notice on June 16, 2025, that my K Award, a 5-year, $750,000 federal NIH grant to improve care for people with sickle cell disease as they age, was suddenly and unjustly terminated despite strong scientific evidence and early proven results. The termination notice stated that research with equity objectives does nothing to expand our knowledge of living systems and are quote unquote low return on investment and don't enhance health and also are harmful to Americans. These statements are inaccurate and disrespectful for so many reasons. Sickle cell disease is a painful, life-limiting genetic disorder that can be inherited by people of all racial and ethnic backgrounds around the world. Sickle cell disease primarily affects Black people in the United States. My research was focused on developing the first and only functional assessment and the first and only exercise program tailored to the unique needs of older adults with sickle cell disease called SickleFit. SickleFit is a low-cost, high-impact intervention that can reduce healthcare costs, can improve quality of life for this underserved population. Ending this project not only silences promising solutions for a neglected group of patients, but also sends a devastating message to future researchers that even life-changing, evidence-based science can be discarded without cause. My question is, what can be done to overcome these grant terminations, and how do researchers doing impactful work for underserved populations find a way forward? Thank you.
Focus on two things I'm focusing on two things that were said. Predominantly African American folks here in the US and healthcare cost. Low cost, right? It would be affordable. That's a problem. But go ahead. Go ahead. We need to be able to make money, mad money. We need to make it expensive. That's what I heard. And then usually within the African American population, and I stand corrected, within the African American African American population, those who are affected, the majority of them are low income. Tell me I'm wrong. Go ahead, Dr. Sharon.
I took from that article. First of all, I think that's also part of dismantling DEI initiative. Thinking only people of color, people who look like me, are the only people who have sickle cell disease or carry the sickle cell trait, which that's wrong in their thinking. And anything to me that's going to benefit an underserved community is usually on the chopping block to begin with. And then secondarily, the fact that they were developing, something that will actually lower the cost, right? Because a lot of individuals who have sickle cell disease, they run back and forth to the doctor just because of the disease process of the pathology of the disease process. So it increases the cost, right? Versus someone who just goes to the doctor once or twice a year. So anything that's going to benefit anyone in the underserved community, to me, is they're just slashing and burning all of it.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly what they are doing. That's it. And it's such a shame. Such a shame. Such a shame. All right.
Hey, Mama Coffee, me, Mama Sharon, I got some huge news. I just got back from work in New York City due to what's going on with the country. The commandant just made an announcement that Iran is getting China, North Korea, Russia, and other countries involved on
Okay, can y'all hear me?
I can hear you, Lord.
I can hear you.
Okay, I don't know how that person got on stage, and I'm not really sure where Moments is. I wanted to answer Cupcake, or try to answer Cupcake. Most of the research that I know regarding sickle cell, it has to do with, it's not necessarily cleansing your blood, it's removing it and replacing it So it's not a cleansing thing. It's a removing it. I'm sorry, I'm trying to swallow down some food. It's a removing and a cleansing of it. I don't know if Dr. Sharon, being that an MD, she can speak on it more. And I think when Paul was here, he had made a, he had mentioned something about that it was eradicated. It was maybe eradicated in a few people. The thing is, the only way that you can eradicate it in everyone is to do like what they do with cancer patients. You totally destroy the immune system and rebuild a new one. And it's still, for me, my daughter, thankfully, is not at the bottom rung of the illness. There's a lot of people that are at the bottom rung. There's all different levels of it. There's all different levels of pain. There's all different levels of things that affect certain organs of the body. Go ahead, Dr. Sharon.
So let me just quick statement. So to be able to eradicate sickle cell, then that would need gene therapy, right? Because it is a genetic disorder.
Dr. Sharon, we're not hearing you. Your background is very loud.
You know what? It's the rain. Are you in the rain? You know, let me mute until I come back.
Okay. It's not raining by me yet.
The rain? What kind of? That sounds like rocks.
That sounds like a hailstorm.
Exactly. That's well, sorry. It's Texas.
That's
Things
how
are
hard,
big in Texas.
that is how hard it rains here, people. When you look at the news and see the flooding, yes.
Wow.
I've never known rain this hard when I was living in New York.
Wow.
It's Texas. Things are big in Texas.
Okay, the rain is up a bit. Can you guys hear me?
Much better, much better,
Okay.
much better.
All right. To be able to eradicate sickle cell disease, that's going to involve gene therapy, right? It is a genetic disorder. It is a recessive trait that causes, you have to have two copies of the recessive trait to have sickle cell disease. With the trait, one copy of the recessive gene. So if you're talking about eradicating sickle cell, that's going to come with gene therapy. So yeah, that's going to be gene therapy. So it's not, you're not going to eradicate sickle cell without altering the gene. So you have to alter the gene, right? Because it's just like the gene that determining the color of my eyes, or I don't know, the color of my skin, right? You would have to alter the gene to be able to eradicate sickle cell. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Shan, for explaining that. Well, and that sounds like mucho mula, a lot of money, very expensive.
You know what? Let me just say this. It's not the fact that it's a lot of money. I think the problem is who it affects in this country, right? Because we have even stem cell therapy for other things. Why can't we have it that will help in sickle cell? But still, we are cutting funding that will help people who look like me, right? Who is predominantly affected by sickle cell in this country. So that's really what it's about. It's not about the cost, it's who it's affecting.
Yeah. And if you've noticed in the past couple of months, there have been so many actions, or I should say so many things done to affect communities of color, in particular the African American community. And it's as though they're really they're trying to poke the bear. They want a response. They want a response. And I don't know what else they're going to do. You're taking it to this. Cutting funding for a proven method, something that is proven to work. There's so much venom in one's heart, man. So much. So much. All right, let's listen to this one. Let's listen to this one. This one had me cracking up. I'm sorry. I was cracking up on this one. Hold on. Where's my volume? I need to turn my volume up.
Are you done with Donald Trump, or could you see a way that you would end up perhaps voting for him? Oh, yeah, he can't run again, obviously, but would you support him publicly again?
So I want to be clear. I don't regret voting for Donald Trump above Kamala. I think he was the better candidate, certainly a better candidate above Joe Biden. But what I will say is that he's been a chronic disappointment. And I feel embarrassed that I told people to go vote for him because this wasn't going to happen and it is happening. But I just think that the picture.
So who is a chronic disappointment? You, Candace. You are a chronic disappointment. I can't believe, when I heard it, I was like, no, me alone can't listen to this. Me need everybody else to hear this. Huh? She does not regret voting for him, Ja.
This is how you want to end my Friday?
No, me can't sit down, the foolishness. Me need company. They say misery loves company. They say misery loves company.
Who said the United States doesn't have a sense of humor?
No, me want. Lord have mercy. Here comes trouble. Here comes danger. What's up? Rosala.
Oh, sorry.
So anyway,
So she says she's not. What did she use?
You really want her to? I think you're lucky like her. I think you're lucky like her.
Are you done with Donald Trump, or could you see a way that you would end up perhaps voting for him? Oh, yeah, he can't run again, obviously, but would you support him publicly again?
So I want to be clear. I don't regret voting for Donald Trump above Kamala. I think he was the better candidate. Certainly.
You think he was a better candidate, and yet you're now disappointed that he is doing what? I mean, when you talk about stupidity being wrapped in a bundle, this is exactly what it looks like. I'm sorry. This is
a better candidate above Joe Biden. But what I will.
This is dumb.
The personification of. Am I using the right words right now? Because I am listening to dumb, so I might be coming across a little dumb myself. Thank you, Cindy.
No, the personification of stupidity, the very embodiment of it. It's like,
Jala, because this is comical. She's listening to herself. Was she thinking? I mean, come on, Candace, you had me for a minute. Just
the speed at which she speaks, I don't think even she can decipher what that's coming out of her mouth. Sometimes it's just like, what did you say? Okay, all right.
Just this week at a soldier, she had me saying, okay, Candace, come on, girl, come on. And now listen to this crap.
Say is that he's been a chronic disappointment, and I feel embarrassed that I told people to go vote for him because this wasn't.
You feel embarrassed that you told people to go for him.
That you told people to go for a 34-time convicted felon. For a felon.
Who she thought was a better candidate than Kamala.
Exactly, for a felon. Has it come to this? That this is the kind of people we listen to for direction? This kind of morally bankrupt person? I mean, yeah, quote all the scriptures you want, but then what you then partake in is a direct is a direct contradiction of what it is you portray, then what do you want us to make about you? Yeah, it's she is disappointed. Now I'm supposed to take you seriously. I'm supposed to take you seriously. Really?
Rubbish.
Well, it's again, like we said, it's the United States. Low vibration, low vibration.
Yeah, we need to check our water, our food. We need to check everything because everybody is off. Unhinged.
No, especially the people around him is circle. I mean, if you go online with the election of Zoran Kwame Mandani, the 33-year-old Ugandan New Yorker, who is due to run on the platform of the Democratic Party for the mayor of New York. If you go online and just go on YouTube and just don't go for the long ones, just go for the shorts. And you see how all these Republicans have lost their minds. If it's one thing he's done, he's managed to unite the Democratic and Republican Party in New York. Like, where did this guy come from? How? What can we do? What can we do? They try to put what's his name? What's his name again? The former governor. What's his first name?
Simo.
What's his
Who
first
you
name?
talking?
Again?
Cuomo?
Yeah. No, the one on TV was James. Was it?
I don't know. Joe, it's your people, Joe. Why name? Why first name, Joe?
What's his first name?
Who was talking about?
Cuomo.
What's his
The
first
governor.
Who knows? Mario. Is it Mario? I forget.
It's not Mario.
One of them. His whole family been up in politician. I just
Yeah. I know. He's got a
Andrew. Isn't it? Is it Andrew or Chris?
Andrew, Mario, one of those.
No, Chris is the one on TV.
Okay, so is it Andrew?
Yeah, it's Andrew Cuomo.
It's Andrew Cuomo.
Yes,
Sorry, I
Andrew
was trying to
Cuomo.
unmute. It's Andrew Cuomo.
Yeah, it's Andrew Cuomo. Okay, so, Andrew Cuomo, the same guy who essayed 9 women, filed to get their gynecological reports. Listen to how absurd the New York is. Got given 33 million by Political Action Committee. Literally, they were pouring money into that Political Action Committee to portray this guy as unhinged, basically all the tropes were rolled out. Yes, he came out and beat them at their game. So for me, that is loud as loud can be. That's New York basically saying. And even when the issue of the events that are going on in Middles came up, the line he stood 10 toes down. Brother, 10 toes down. And said, while everybody was saying, oh, what are you going to do when you become the mayor of New York? I'm going to visit Israel. I'm going to take my second visit. I'm going to take my 4th visit. Is it the 5th? But I'm going to take a visit all the same. And the guy was then asked, what would you do? Oh, well, I'm just going to stay in New York. I'm going to be visiting the 5 boroughs. Hey, it's like, whoa, who is this chappy?
Welcome to America. We deal with extremes. One who is realistic, one who is delusional. Welcome.
Exactly. He said, I'm going to make the slow buses faster. I'm going to introduce universal childcare. Childcare.
Please don't piss off Mr. President Adesoji. Please don't piss him off.
And I'm also going to freeze the rent, although Lady Ja would, Lady Ja would push back on that, but I'm getting used to that now. So yeah.
You like my pushback today?
God have mercy.
Okay.
Lord have mercy. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Cupcake. Yeah, that, I lost track of. Yeah. Can you imagine? Yeah. And these people, I mean, they have no shame. No shame.
So can I ask a question, Adasoji? So to become a Republican and be a representative, there seems to be a checklist of things, right? Because here Cupcake is reminding us of the $100 million embezzlement for the mentally ill. We have a case down here allegedly with DeSantis's wife, $10 million for charity. So
Yeah,
it
that
seems as though fraud.
No, I mean, this is the establishment because Cuomo is Democrat, right? This is the establishment. Bloomberg, who ran as a Republican in New York, donated into that super PAC, 9 million. What's the other guy? David Ackman, the guy who went after the presidents of the Ivy League schools. Yeah, he donated into the super PAC. So basically, you saw the worst of what they can do. And then to make matters worse, the guy who's currently there, what's his name? The ex-police officer. Oh, what's his name? Oh my God. Black guy. Oh God.
You're talking the one that
The one that took money from Turkey.
That one, we know who you're talking about. Where's the area? Yeah, we know who you're talking.
Yeah, everybody
that
takes
switched up. He said one thing, then switched afterward. Yeah.
You know the only reason why they switched on him? The reason why they switched on him is when he became the mayor of New York, the first thing he do was moved the police health insurance from a cheap version to another one, who then increased their premiums. So the police guys outed him that this guy is a crook. Yeah, although he's one of us, but he's still a crook. So again, I mean, listen, if New York is anything to measure the United States by, you guys will be okay. You guys will be okay. You just need to be brave, have the, what's it called? The Mamdani effect, and stand toes down when, what's his name? When the wife of your governor is screaming, oh, the money was a donation, you can then say, well, you didn't file it. You know, you claim it was expense. So what are we doing here? So yeah. So on that very happy note, what can I say? What can I say? The United States, you survive. But continue to give us the entertainment because we can't survive without your entertainment.
What entertainment? I mean, the news.
From Florida to Texas.
I'm gonna go check on the alligators in a little bit.
Yeah,
Make sure that they're okay, because I wouldn't want any harm to come to them with the
be-
actions. Yes, I'm gonna go. They're just in my backyard, so I'm gonna. Go
Unfortunately, they're going to be having some of them might actually suffer heartburn. The diet might become very spicy.
I'm gonna go check on them. You know, they're my pets. You know, we love our gators down here. They hang out. I don't have a pool, but they do hang out in our pools, and they drink their daiquiris and their.
How do you guys? Boy, man, that's just wow. That's like living in the nature reserve. When I see some of the videos, I'm like, what?
So I told you about
they're pressing the bell.
Yeah, we love them. We love them. You know, there are people. There are people. So I told you about the trail. Yeah, so the trail is right by the canal where, you know, it's a waterway and the alligators live there. There's a protection, what do you call it, wildlife protection space for them. And they hang out there, and people run the trail and ride the trail and walk the trail. My son went jogging on the trail.
Hold on, did you say ride the trail?
Yeah, they go on their bikes or their
there's no way I'm riding my bike.
So my son and his friends, they go running one morning. And when I see the picture, he puts on a picture, and I'm like, Jesus have mercy, don't tell me this child is running beside alligators on the same path. Yeah, that was where he was. Yeah, sure enough. And then he tells me, "Oh, mommy, I had to tell one of my friends to run because a coyote came out of the bush and started chasing his friend." I'm like, y'all dumb as heck. What the heck y'all doing over there?
Because I was gonna ask that question, you know. So when I put the resort down there, right? Listen, the man made it sound like it was a resort. Leave me alone. When I put the resort down there, so no. No free crack feeding that.
The only thing I will say about our alligators down here, I think they're well behaved. Because hear me out. The canal. Here's an interesting thing. So you have the canal where they come up and they sunbathe right on on the side of the road. There are homes across the street, school across the street. Oh my gosh, restaurant across the street, going down 8th Street, and then when you get to the intersection of 8th Street and Chrome, you have Mikosuke, their hotel there. And yeah, I mean, they're well behaved. They are well behaved alligators. So, not to worry. Yeah.
A long time treaty did that. One chef from the restaurant said, if you cross the road, you're going to pot. So every little baby alligator will come up, then pass down the story, tell them, say, "Hi, no go cross the road, you now come back." So that's that story. You know.
The ones that are not well behaved are the ones that live in gated communities, right? So here's the thing with Florida folks. Wherever you see a lake, just think there is an alligator in there, or, because, yeah. So some gated communities have trails around their man-made lakes. And yes, the gators that live in those gated communities have a tendency to come up and grab a dog and, possibly grab the owner of the dog. And yeah. But those that don't live in gated communities like us, yeah, they're the more well-behaved ones.
When you say grab a owner,
grab a dog or grab a owner, one or the other going.
that would be like a snack anyway because they're not spicy. So
they grab the little dogs, and then guess what? We have had stories where they grab the dog, and then the owner want to fight off the alligator to get back the dog. So,
I'll bring the spice. There you go. Spice the thing up, man.
I'll be like, Bruno, I will have a memorial service. I'm out. Me not so fool. But you know who does it, right? So
yeah, obviously.
I mean, come on. You go argue with an alligator? Mm-hmm. I'll take my chances with the iguanas. By the way, I need to have a serious conversation with these. I don't know what breed of lizards they are, but they keep pooing on my back patio, and they're pissing me off because their poo is probably from the top of the pencil to like this and really thick. I'm like, these lizards aren't normal. And they don't clean up. Why can't they go in the grass? Go in the grass. Go by the fence. No, and religiously every day.
Maybe the back of your patio used to be the hangout spot.
Religiously every day. They don't go to the side patio. They go to the back patio where you want to sit down, and then they go on the table, the storage container. They go on the coffee table. They go on the chair.
Nasty.
I'm like, you all don't have no damn home training. Sometimes
I admire you guys in the United States. How you sort of very strong word though, colonize your environment to the point where it's either you cohabit with them or you just wipe them out. In the case of true. I mean, buffaloes are hard to come by, so basically you know what happened. Bears, what's the other one? Bears, wolves, and what's the other one that is prominent? Okay, gators. Yeah, gators. But man, I don't know. Anytime I watch, we have this channel, Discovery Channel, and they start showing the outback in Florida. It's like, what? It's human beings for crying out loud.
It's wild down here.
What's that thing that they put on the water with the fan at the back?
That's the safari thing that they go riding. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a big excursion down here. Yeah.
Yeah.
People
Can
pay
you
to
imagine?
become Alligator Bay. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So can you imagine if that thing stops working?
It has happened. It has happened. I think it was last year, or the year before. There was one that toppled over. Yeah, right out in the swamp. The alligators were looking
munching away.
They were looking around. Thank you for the follow, Pablo. They were looking around. Yeah, it's we're wild down here. We're wild people down here at Minnesota. We're different. We love the sharks. We see a shark. We don't run away from the shark. We run towards the shark. Come on down. Have fun with us.
No. The closest we come to wild animals here is seagulls, and that's good.
You're not living. Your life is boring over there.
Thank you very much.
Come with the excitement,
And if I go into the park in the evening, you see the rabbits hopping away. That's joy.
No. Y'all need to live on the edge. Yeah, y'all boring.
We're not living next to no dinosaurs. Sorry.
I don't like that. I take offense to that. All right. Hang on a second. Pause. YouTube, want to say thank you so much. Appreciate you for coming to Coffee Town World News on the Go. Catch you Monday. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. Be safe. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.